Good morning.
When you're a patient, there's really only one problem with healthcare, and it's access. Average amount of time one waits to see a primary physician face. If you can actually afford to wait that long if you have no that problem. We want everybody to have access to high quality healthcare, and AI is a silver bullet for that. It's the first technology we have that can give you immediate, personalized, high quality information about your health. We're not trying to replace the doctor, we're trying to empower patients. Everyone says mobile games are a waste of time. I thought so too until I tried Cider Casino. It's not just pixels, it's real cash hitting my bank account. $800 super jackpot, just win. Download now. Let it rain on YouTube.
All right. It's summertime. We got about 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes to go. All right. So what's working today? Micron, Intel, Marvell, all back up. AMD, ASML, Seagate Technologies, Applied Materials, Clack, all the tech-related names look pretty good. Let's see what's Microsoft doing. Microsoft is down at 414, so that's down a little bit lower this morning. Microsoft. Okay. Still inside this squeeze. Microsoft. 1 minute, 30 seconds. Let's get ready. Move Bitcoin over here. Bitcoin bouncing at the 50-day. Bitcoin might do something today. Okay, keep an eye on Bitcoin as well. Less than a minute. Okay. IWM up this morning. S&P will be up this morning. Let's see, we're starting to fade. S&P. Okay, we're still up 17 handles. We're up quite a bit this morning earlier. Okay. Let's see what they do with the markets today. S&P. S&P fading at the moment. S&P. Microsoft starting to bounce. Microsoft starting to bounce. Oh, chips look good. ARM still following through. ARM looks like it's going to break higher, retest the all-time highs. ARM. Okay, ARM Holdings. All right, we got a lot going on today with chips. Okay, Microsoft, ARM Holdings. ARM Holdings pushing higher. Chips. Apple is up. Apple is up. Okay. Apple on the move. Let's see. Apple. Apple looking forward to break out of this little mini flag or sideways pattern. Intel still number one. Intel still number one. ARM Holdings is running. ARM Holdings. Okay, futures, looking for the bounce, futures. Okay, so some support right below, right where we are right here. Dropping below that right now. Fading this move. All right, we're only up 11 now. Okay, ARM Holdings still running. ARM Holdings still running. Intel, nice follow through on Intel. Intel. Apple. Okay, Apple's on the move. Looking good. All right, looking for a bounce. IWM looking good. IWM. All right, T1 Energy finally a little pop there towards 8. T1 pops to 8. All right, T1 hitting 8 there, looking good. All right, backed off a little bit. Looks like it's going to push a bit higher. T1, this one we wrote something about the other day. Looking good. Here's Apple. Apple looking good. Morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday. looking good. Or Microsoft popping up and then back down again. Here goes Intel. Intel's following through. Okay, Intel. Okay, Apple's still moving. FANG stocks, New York FANGs, Nvidia's down, Netflix is down, IONQ and AOI both turning back down. Google popping back up. Google, Apple's leading, Amazon's trying to push as well. Apple, Amazon, Google. The rest of them are down at the moment. Okay, looking for a bounce. Hedge flows, looking for that bounce. Okay, you can see that trying to turn here. Okay, it's a little bit of a hook right there. Starting off today, we're 5 minutes into the trading day. Futures fading the entire move this morning. Tesla, Google looking for follow through. Okay, Google fading off the high. Okay, S&P trying to hold this level. Okay, we got resistance just overhead, 74.20, 99 percentile. No. Okay, so a lot of purple below. We got Nvidia earnings tonight. What did Zscaler do? Zscaler had earnings last night, right? Zscaler. Okay, Zscaler gapping down. Okay. T1 Energy. Okay, we're back up to 8. T1 Energy. Still going here. All right, looking good. All right, so the market's trying to bounce here. Market's trying to bounce. Watch hedge flows. S&P, Apple trying to hold on to the day. Apple trying to hold on to this morning's gains. Looking for this breakout. Looking for the breakout above these levels. Okay, so looking for a breakout here. Fading presently.
Holy cow. SPX Plus. ARM Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Q's Pulse. Soft Pulse. Intel Pulse. SanDisk Pulse.
Okay, Apple's still trying to push. There goes Tesla. Tesla on the move.
GTE.
Tesla on the move.
Size.
All right, so here goes Tesla. Looking good. Just scanning the markets right now. Tesla above the 200-day. Tesla above the 200-day. Okay, looking good. Tesla. Okay, looking good. All right, so we're starting to bounce. S&P shaking people out. Is that what they're doing? IWM looking for the follow through.
Up about 20% on the year. Now I'm going to sort by performance so you can see this a lot more clearly. Costco is number one. That's in the upper left here. That's up about 25%. Target is number two. Most of these retail names have been
Q's Pulse. Long dated. Marvel Pulse.
Okay, looks good.
Deep Puts. AMD Pulse. Tesla Pulse. Spider Pulse. Micron Pulse.
ARM, what's it doing? ARM still going. ARM breaking out. ARM new highs. ARM new all-time highs.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Shenanigans. Size.
ARM breaking out above. Okay, looking good. ARM Holdings new all-time highs. Okay. ARM Holdings continuation. There goes Tesla. Go Tesla. Okay, IWM looks like a nice reversal. IWM, nice reversal. Underway. Yeah, Apple looking good. Apple following through, looking good. S&P turning back up. Tesla, ARM Holdings, NVIDIA dropping off. All right, Tesla's above the 200-day. Tesla. Let's see if we get rejected here, Tesla, or do we follow through?
Look at Amy, working hard now so that future Amy can buy her very own boat.
Okay, S&P still bouncing here. S&P 500. At VWAP, could be a doji inside day. We faded that 7,400 level. Looks like we might get something going here. IWM looks pretty good too. The indices look pretty good. It sounds like there were some deep in the money puts being sold this morning, so that would create positive gamma. Let's go see Hero for the S&P. Yeah, you can see puts are being sold. S&P 500 puts are being sold. Calls are being bought. That's positive gamma. Okay, that looks good.
Intel Pulse. Long dated.
All right, we want to see that hedge flow line turning up.
Spider Pulse. Zero DTE. Put strip. Nokia Pulse.
Okay, hedge flow's turning up. You can see deep in the money puts being sold.
SPX Pulse. Long dated. VIX Pulse. Q's Pulse. 0 DTE put strip.
Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel, Trivago.
Mhm.
AMD pulse.
T1. T1's gone.
Deep puts. 0
T1.
DTE call side. Size.
You probably know Vistaprint from SSPC because we printed them for millions of small businesses over the past 25 years. We also print signs, stickers, shirts, and more. If you need it, we print it. Print it all. 20% off for new customers.
Yep. Looks good. All right, Google back down. All right, Apple's still pushing here. Apple looking good. All right, futures continue to ramp back up. Futures back up.
0 DTE call side. Size.
Do you know millions of people play Royal Match every day? Come with me to find out why. Why do I play Royal Match? Because everyone I know plays. Literally everyone. I play because there's so many mini games.
All right, bought the dip.
Can't say the same for this paperwork.
S&P bought
0
the dip.
DTE call side. Size.
Royal Match. Download now. EETC.
You know there's more than one Captain America?
Soft pulse.
With all the Captain Americas.
Okay, we continue to move higher here. All right, futures looking good. There we go. We're ripping higher now. Okay. Bought the dip, S&P. I bought a little bit more time. Bought some time.
0 DTE call side. Size.
Sign up now to unlock exclusive rewards. Moon, North America's #1 broker for stocks.
All right, Amazon ripping here. Amazon. Apple looking good. Apple stalling a bit. Apple's not following through aggressively. Okay, Apple.
Soft pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE call side. Size.
Yeah, ultimately, it was probably the highest exercise we've ever created. Sold out, I think, in about 20 minutes when we put it for sale on Hasbro Pulse. And I think it's just one of many, many really cool toys that we have coming out for the Mando Grogu movie, which opens this weekend. First Star Wars movie in 7 years. So we're pretty excited.
All right, looking good. All right, so started to hesitate a little bit. ARM, yeah, ARM is crazy, right? Big breakout, a lot of shorts getting taken out. ARM.
Well, I mean, I think, critics aside, I think it's really tough to bet against Star Wars.
Nvidia
against
Pulse.
Jon Favreau in
Long dated.
particular. So,
Shenanigans.
I'm going to see the movie. I think a ton of other people are going to see it, and certainly the toys are moving. I love how you characterize this.
Mm-hmm.
Intel pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
Oh, I think it's a whole host of things. You know,
Okay, looking for Netflix to bounce, Nvidia to bounce for earnings. S&P. Hedge flows, hedge flows,
Intel pulse.
S&P.
Long dated. Shenanigans.
Okay.
now they're in their 30s and 40s in their prime earning years, and they want to go back
Okay.
to things that they loved as children.
Intel
So
pulse.
between like the social
Long dated.
benefits, the generational
Shenanigans.
benefits,
Deep
and just the
calls.
fact that I think
SanDisk
people
pulse.
collectibles,
Deep
whether it's
puts.
trading cards or
Looking for higher highs. Looking for higher highs.
Deep calls.
ARM looking good. All right, looking for a trend. We got resistance just overhead.
0 DTE. Call side.
We got hedge. Okay, looks good. Resistance just overhead. 7,400.
Call strip. Arm pulse. Long dated.
7,415. 7,400. 7,415.
Arm pulse. 0 DTE. Call strip.
All right.
0 DTE. Call strip. Tesla pulse. Long dated. Google pulse. 0 DTE. Call side. Size. Tesla pulse. Long dated. Apple pulse.
Looks good. Okay, let's see. Neither one of these, no 99% yet. Looking for higher highs. So far, so good. ARM is starting to flag out, starting to see a little profit taking on that pop. Let's see if we can't get a higher high, a higher low. Let's go see what Hero says. Okay, they're still, okay, they took a little profits there. You can see those calls dipped a little bit, the orange. So people took profits into that little rip.
0 DTE.
Puts are being sold again, starting to rise. T1 Energy is trading at $8.19. T1,
Triple semi pulse.
okay. T1 looking good.
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
All right, T1,
Long
we were looking at this one. We're looking at this one on Monday. Tuesday, we followed through. And today, now we're up here attacking this $9 level, it looks like. So that looks pretty good. All right, IWM also trying to follow through on this bounce. Lower Bollinger Band, back up to the 21-day. IWM. Apple still hanging out. Look for a trend. The top 10 on the NASDAQ 100, ARM Holdings, Marvell, Intel, Constellation Energy, AMD, Lam Research, Regeneron, Ross Stores, Applied Materials, CLAC, and ASML. ASML makes the machines that makes the chips. ASML, been looking for that one to break out for a while. Still in this consolidation, ASML. ARM Holdings, taking out the highs, new all-time highs on ARM. Looks like it might come back in a little bit. This is probably short covering as it ripped higher this morning. So it may come back a little bit, give you an opportunity for a dip buy. Use the 1 minute ARM, use the 1 minute RSI is one way to trade it. Or if this comes back, say 50% into this push, like Lee Star would look for, Rick would look for a 50% retracement. ABCD pattern early. This dips back down, gets below 50 and turns back up. That might be a nice entry on a B and C pivot. ARM Holdings looking good. Apple starting to stray from the highs. That's already starting to give us exactly the same kind of idea. Look for ABCD pattern. It's above 300. Okay, Google pulling back some more. Google. Okay, IWM still pushing here. IWM.
0 DTE. Call side. Size. Spider Pulse. Long dated. SanDisk Pulse.
Okay, Apple's pulling back in a little bit. Apple. Okay, ARM looks like it wants to go some more. ARM.
Dated. SanDisk Pulse. Size. Shenanigans.
All right, looking for a bounce. Looking for S&P.
Size.
All right, we got puts being sold still. Okay, looking for a bounce. Hedge flows. Could be a choppy day.
AMD Pulse.
Could be a choppy day today.
Deep calls.
Let's see what up-down volume looks like. Okay, up-down volume. Survey says 2-to-1 on the SPY. Up. 3-to-1 up on the Qs. All right, so that makes me want to look at the New York FANG components. Okay, New York FANG as well.
Q's Pulse.
Okay, New York FANG. We're between the 21-day and the 9 EMA. That looks good for the bounce. Let's look at the S&P. Want to check the equal weight index. So we removed the weight of these New York FANG components. We're looking for a bullish setup. Okay, we're starting to bounce at lower Bollinger Band. We got 2 wicks in a row.
0 DTE.
2 wicks in a row
Size.
over on the right. Number of stocks trading above the 20-day. That's your first pivot. That's your first pivot. Okay, so that's what we're looking for. Equal weight. Okay, that's your first pivot. All right, S&P looks like it wants to turn back up. Okay, S&P 500. Let's see. All right. All right, let's look at breadth. We want breadth to be, everything to be rising. Okay, we want breadth to be rising. It is. Okay, everything's looking pretty good. Okay, breadth is rising. Breadth thrusts are rising. It's your first pivot. Okay, 2-to-1 up volume.
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Looking bullish today.
AMD Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay, we're looking bullish, looking for a follow through. All right, ARM Holdings continuation. I tried to buy some ARM, not letting me in.
Silver Pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call side. Size,
Okay, what's Oracle doing? Oracle off. It's flat. Looking for that pivot. Get back above the 21-day. Oracle's fine. Okay, T1 looks like it wants to keep going.
Intel Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. Size, long dated.
Okay, there goes T1. T1 taking off to the upside. T1. Okay, we're at 825 right now. T1. Okay, this is a nice reversal. T1 Energy. Big breakout. We wrote about this on Monday night, giving you an opportunity on Tuesday.
Intel Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. 0 DTE, call side. Size,
I know that voice is annoying to some of you, but it's worth hearing. You'll get used to it after a while. What the hell's going on with StockTwits?
Intel Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. 0 DTE, call side. Size, Spider Pulse, long dated.
Okay, looking for higher lows and higher highs. There goes T1. Okay, futures looking for a pop. All right.
Arm Pulse, long dated.
IWM, looks like this is going to follow through.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. AMD Pulse.
We talked about this last year and the prior year is why we work to improve our relative value proposition each and every year. Underpricing inflation, underpricing CPI by almost half, underpricing
0 DTE, call side.
and then delivering
Size.
that great differentiated Mediterranean cuisine at a real value.
AMD
not just
Pulse,
the lowest price,
long
but a
dated.
reasonable price for the fresh Mediterranean ingredients we're serving versus freezing required.
SanDisk Pulse,
And our guests
deep
are finding real
puts.
value and confident in coming back.
I was gonna say, because you did raise your guidance for the outlook for 2026.
Okay.
Arm Pulse,
T1.
shenanigans.
You only raised your guidance between expectations about 4.5%, 6.5%. So why be cautious there? What are you expecting in the second half of the year?
As we saw last year, a lot of headline risk.
AMD Pulse.
All right, TE is ripping here. TE. T1 Energy. Google turning back down. There goes ARM Holdings without me. Damn it. Big move on ARM Holdings. Okay, up down volume looking good. SoFi starting to turn. SoFi. That's one that Grover mentioned yesterday. Okay, what are energy stocks looking like other than TE? Okay, looks like Exxon is starting to flag a little bit. TE, very nice look to it. TE continuation. All right, looks good. Tesla, looking for a bounce on Tesla. IONQ, a little shakeout, top popping back up. IONQ. Remember, they're like one of a big partner. All right, StockTwits is having issues, I guess. IONQ.
Marvel Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Nvidia Pulse.
With that sound in mind,
All right, Meta's down this morning, laying off a whole lot of people.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
Futures, no follow through yet. Okay, ARM Holdings is just crazy. Big breakout. You can see the squeeze. Looks like we're going to go.
Nvidia Pulse.
Don't chase it up here. ARM Holdings way overbought now. Okay. Very brief dip. This is very, very strong.
Marvel Pulse.
Okay, IONQ, popping back up. Bouncing at the 200-day moving average, looking for it to get back up towards 60. IONQ, looking for a bounce in the S&P.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
S&P hedge flows have turned down.
Shenanigans. Size. Q's Pulse, long dated.
And the accessibility that we really built to our guests being able to come into our restaurants at a reasonable price. The lowest income strata, median household income restaurants actually perform the strongest.
ARM Holdings,
Those cohorts,
TE.
again, I just think speaks to the white space opportunity we have to welcome more people to our table as we continue to work to improve that relative value proposition every year.
Size.
follow on that. Are the folks in those stores choosing the lower priced protein? Right, or are they splurging for steak and dress?
All right, so short seller is panicking, throwing out all sorts of information, trying to get the stock to push back down. Fuzzy Panda. Who the hell is Fuzzy Panda? All right, so T1's on the move. Big move, T1.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
Okay, ARM Holdings still going. ARM Holdings looking for Apple to bounce as well. Apple. I'm still going to try to get into ARM Holdings. It's breaking out of a squeeze, a consolidation. This should keep going. Apple looking fine. Looking for the bounce.
Long dated.
IWM continuation. IWM looks okay. IWM. Nice little pivot right there on the daily on the right. Okay, looking for Apple, the Russell. Okay, Tesla just turned back down. Tesla was above the 200-day. Tesla.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep puts.
Talked about this last year. We've seen it again this year. We're at 2026 restaurant opening forward. It's performing as well or better than our 25.
0 DTE, call side.
Really excited
Size.
to see just opening in the Midwest, in Cincinnati, in Columbus, Ohio, and St. Louis, let alone our existing presence in the Sun Belt. So we're just trying to bring Cava to more cities across the country, and I'm really excited about the reception.
Okay, T1 still going. Russell at the highs.
Like you talk about the value proposition. Usually I'm cognizant of the weight. Like not that I'm weighing my bowl, but like you get the one you're like, oh, this is feels like a pretty hefty bowl of food right here. Like how do you guys guide your staff in terms of like how much you put in the bowl and how
Okay, Nvidia starting to reverse. Nvidia reversing. Okay, Nvidia looking better. Nvidia turning off the low. Okay, so look at your 1-minute chart, Nvidia. Okay, 1-minute chart or whatever you use on a short term. I like to use the 1 minute. Got oversold late yesterday, still rising now. Apple looking for the bounce. ARM Holdings still going. ARM Holdings. Yikes. ARM Holdings having quite a time here at the Bears' expense. ARM Holdings. ARM Holdings still going. Nice squeeze and breakout. Okay, don't need this anymore. Okay. S&P still hasn't bounced.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
Microsoft still lower today. Okay, Microsoft. Can't believe Microsoft's going to do this again. Looks like a big range. Could keep doing this. Unfortunately, this is the one laggard that I'm not happy with.
BE Pulse,
Okay, so you basically got a box, a Darvis box. Okay, we're hoping for this to break out to the upside. Right now, it's headed down to the lower. Could get down to that lower area. Okay, well, not going to focus too much on Microsoft right now. That needs to bounce. Apple needs to bounce. Apple's got this flag or range. Keeps trying to break out above 303. ARM is starting to slow down a bit. ARM. Bitcoin trying to bounce, starting to consolidate at the 50-day.
0 DTE, call side. Size, long dated. SanDisk Pulse.
All right, S&P is making a new low here. S&P. Hedge flows have turned down.
SPX Pulse, long dated. Deep puts. Q's Pulse, long dated. 0
Okay, you can see the S&P has turned down now. In addition to price, we've got calls being sold, taking profits, puts being bought. This is creating some negative gamma at the moment.
Micron Pulse.
Hedge flows turned down. All right, we've got levels where we might be headed right here.
0 DT.
73.25.
Size. Tesla Pulse, long dated.
Okay, we just took out some stops down below. Are we going to reverse it here, or are we just going to keep going? Right now, hedge flows say more selling. For now, more selling for now. We were up quite a bit this morning, up like 40 handles pre-market. All right, there goes the S&P. Took out some stops. Now it's turning back up. S&P taking out stops.
Long dated.
S&P taking out some stops right there. All right, there's stops underneath this.
Gold
Okay, starting to reverse for now.
long dated. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA with a nice reversal.
Amazon Pulse,
NVIDIA.
long dated. Deep calls. 0 DTE, call side.
Do I want to do anything else with NVIDIA? I was thinking about taking an iron condor, but thinking about taking a risky long setup on NVIDIA. For earnings, I already have some calls, so
Long dated. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
225s. And also have some 250s. Okay, futures trying to continue on this bounce. Futures, S&P. All right, so we're back to VWAP. Well, they're really wrecking everybody here today. Let's see if we get back up to this high.
0 DTE, call sign. Size,
Nice reversal. All right, IWM is at the high of the day now. IWM.
Zero DTE, call sign.
NVIDIA, nice bounce on NVIDIA. Okay, looks good. Okay, IONQ moving a bit higher now. IONQ partnered with NVIDIA.
High tick alert plus 800.
High tick alert. High tick alert. High tick alert. All right, so markets are ripping here.
SP exports, long dated. 0 DTE, put strip. 0 DTE, call sign.
High tick alert.
Extreme high tick alert.
Extreme high tick alert.
Triple semi pulse, long dated.
Look at that shakeout. Look at that shakeout.
0 DTE, call sign. Size, SP exports, long dated. Deep puts, Q's pulse, Tesla pulse. 0 DTE, call sign. Size, 0 DTE, call strip.
I don't know what happened there. All right, looking for the follow through.
Extreme high tick alert.
Extreme high tick alert. Let's go S&P. Let's go with the S&P. Let's zoom right back up to 7,500. That'd be cool.
0 DTE, call sign. AMD pulse, long dated. Deep puts, shenanigans. 0 DTE, call strip. Size,
I will be honest, it's one of the things I never really understood because as a retailer, if you think about what your goal is to deliver great products to consumers in a wonderful environment.
SanDisk pulse, long dated.
You felt almost sometimes as a customer, right? If you were, we do a lot of surveys on the market research side, and when you talk to customers, potential customers, they felt like they were making a
0 DTE, call sign.
NVIDIA popping back up. There goes Amazon. Looking for Google. I'm looking for all these New York fangs to turn back up. Okay, looking good. Okay.
Zero DTE, call strip. Size, 0 DTE, call sign.
We're starting to see a lot of questions, especially we'll call it more in the middle, right? Like an hourglass, right? High and low.
Marvel Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, S&P turning back up. Okay, any news? Let's see. I don't hear anything. Pakistani army leader may visit Iran tomorrow to announce a final version of the agreement text. Okay.
Sandisk Pulse. 0 DTE. Call side.
All right.
We'll catch up next time, I guess, and see how they've done then. You mentioned Walmart. They look for tomorrow. So is the read through from Target? Well, if Target did this well, then Walmart's going to do even better. That is a great question because it's interesting. Both retailers have new there's new teams, new leaders.
Okay. So we could see this zoom higher. IWM, big move on IWM.
Q's Pulse. Zero DTE. Call sign. Size. AMD Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay, S&P is still climbing here. S&P. What a shakeout this morning, huh?
Go Pose.
What a shakeout. Okay, coming back in a little bit now. IWM cruising higher. IWM. Let's see. Oracle. Oracle turned back up. Oracle. ARM Holdings not giving an opportunity to get back in. Intel climbing. Palantir climbing. Microsoft not climbing.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
What is that sort of special sauce? It's so interesting. I literally just took a ride back last night from ICSC. It's the large retail real estate show, and I'm at the Lead today, which is all about brand. And what's so interesting about TJ Maxx, first of all, across the board,
Tesla
every
Pulse.
real estate
Long
developer
dated.
talked about how impressed they were with TJ Maxx not only growing in primary markets, but also secondary and tertiary.
SPX Pulse.
Have their
Long
own
dated.
strategy.
0 DTE. Call sign.
So that's number one. Number two, right, being with the brand the brands find that relationship to be one of the best. So, right, it's like,
All right, still needed some follow through. That was just short covering right there. Pretty obvious. You get that quick spike to the upside and then some selling immediately. Okay.
the hustle culture. And I think that for the customer, let's say you go in to buy a pair of black pants, they're always gonna have a pair of black pants in their size. There are no out of stock issues. And so I think that this ability to deliver consistency, so you got real estate.
Bitcoin got a little bounce there. Bitcoin, it's hanging out above the 50-day for the last 3 days.
Call sign. Size.
I think that when you look at at least from being at ICSC and a landlord perspective, they feel that and thinking about, right, going back, let's look at the club sector, Costco always focused on the real estate versus Sam's or BJ's. And so that really has led to a pretty significant sales per square foot difference between themselves and their competitors. And I think TJ Maxx also really focusing on their location.
Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
The whole sector is doing very well. They, I think, just focused on they've been willing to pay for best-in-class real estate for their customer and really understanding who their customer is and leaning into that customer while also being new one. So I think this is a story that has a very long tail. And you start to think about some of their off-wall competitors like a Kohl's, who unfortunately has not been able to figure out the customer, the product, and sometimes the location. So I think there is a long tail there for them to continue to gain share, not just from the mall competitors, but off the wall as well. Deborah, good to see you. Thanks a lot.
IWM looking good. IWM. Give me 2 minutes. I'll be right back.
DTE, call sign. Size,
MWC.
You've been here before, dreaming of a space that finally feels like yours. It's more than just a remodel. It's a transition from the textures you feel to the peace of mind you deserve. Expertly
Zero
crafted
DTE,
highly
call
trained
sign.
employee installers.
Size,
Reclaim your mornings and fall in love with your home.
HCWB.
For a limited time, take an extra $300 off your next bath remodeling project by visiting westshorehome.com/save.
MWC.
West Shore Home, remodeling reimagined.
At Spectrum, we believe a great connection shouldn't come with compromise. And now, it doesn't have to. Get
SanDisk
Spectrum fiber-powered
Pulse.
internet. And when you add 2 mobile phone lines, it's just $30 a month each. Experience the fastest internet and most reliable 5G network. And save $1,000 on internet and mobile in your first year. Guaranteed. That's the
Q's
Spectrum
Pulse.
guarantee.
Long
Call
dated.
now or go online to save $1,000 on internet and
MWC.
mobile.
We arrived on the Saturday before the earthquake. The important question was, are we going to be able to get home? How are we going to be able to get home?
Global Rescue set this whole thing up with the
Arm and
helicopter ride,
Pulse. Long dated. Shenanigans.
I can get home. It's the peace of mind of knowing that if your family is 10 or 12,000 miles away in a strange country, that you can have somebody you can call.
Micron Pulse. Spider Pulse. Long dated. Arm Pulse. Shenanigans.
Is it raining cats and dogs? No, it's raining cats and winds. Spin on kitty glitter for plucky felines and Jeff jackpots. Not a cat person? That's okay too. Because regular slots on Big Vegas Fun comes in all shapes and sizes at Double Down. Download now. Play for free.
Zero DTE, call sign. Size,
21, N44, B2, N33.
I was a little thrown off by this one, and I actually started really important. So I downloaded the Property Finance app, and
All right, for now, we're just kind of hanging out here at the highs, futures. T1 continues. T1 looking good. T1 Energy, symbol TE. Microsoft just consolidating down here. A Doji looking for a reversal on Microsoft. Looking for the S&P to take out the high of the day.
a critical week for SpaceX as it prepares for the next test flight of its Starship mega rocket and also the release of the S1 filing ahead of its as much as potentially $2 trillion.
All-time highs. All right, here we go. Here we go.
zero DTE, put strip. 0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
S&P looking good. Hi, sweetie. Came to visit me? Kitty cat? Came to visit? All right. It's breaking out, so I have to pay attention, okay? Here's some treats. All right. We're breaking out. S&P breaking out.
Size. Long dated.
Long dated calls being bought. S&P.
Micron pulse. Q's pulse. 0 DTE. Call sign.
So we're looking for them to continue to progress, down that path of improving those items, which lowers costs. And Starship is all about the ability to lift things into orbit cheaper, right? And so that's at the crux, we think, of the strategy.
All right, there goes Microsoft turning back up. A nice opportunity here. Microsoft opportunity.
Intel pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. 0 DTE. Call sign.
And so beyond the IPO then, like what are the milestones here? We know that certainly in his publicly traded life, Elon Musk doesn't always keep to his timelines, and to be fair, the lawyers so when, like if the payload that they're aiming for is 100 to 150 metric tons,
Nvidia pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Deep puts. Shenanigans.
Okay, Apple looking good here. Apple looking for a push higher. There goes the S&P. S&P on the move.
0 DTE. Call sign. Size.
Okay, let's see what hedge flows are saying. Hedge flows. Okay, we got a little bit of resistance here. Okay. Let's just zoom into this a little bit. Okay. All right, let's see what Hero says. They're buying calls, selling puts, creating positive gamma. Okay.
Seem to be pretty far away right now with technology, ability to consistently deliver.
Soft pulse. Long dated.
Distance away, but they do have a lot of money, backing them. So I think they're potentially excited. The Chinese are also pretty far away. I think the technology and consistency as well. But my guess is that in time they have the money and they have the patience.
Size.
They will
Deep calls.
in this business as well. And I still think they're even further behind Blue Origin. And those are kind of three that I'm going to watch very closely.
Yeah. And who are the main clients here? I mean, I know that Starlink is sort of one of the main kids for this.
Tesla pulse. Long dated. SP exports.
I hope so. And look, I think the clients are going to be, this Starlink constellation. I think you're going to see that there's a lot of government demand, U.S. government demand, as we build things like the Golden Dome, and you look to sort of manage, risks, air defense risks. These kind of low Earth orbit constellations, I think, could be very useful. I think as these low Earth orbit constellations, you're going to see more and more places around the world will get.
All right, so we continue to rise here. S&P. All right, high of the day now is here. Coming back in a little bit. Stair stepping higher. Higher highs, higher lows. IWM. Okay, I just realized I have an hourly chart showing here. Let me look at the daily. Daily, nice reversal, 3-candle reversal on IWM.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
There's a lot of intellectual property inside SpaceX. Do they protect it well? Do others try to break in and spend that kind of money? To me, that's the hugest risk. It's great to see aerospace being pushed into that.
All right, tick cumulative looks like it's trying to cross over for the first time in several days.
Pulse, long dated.
Futures.
Zero DTE, call side. Size.
You know, when you look at the Artemis program and then making the module, the lander, excuse me, for that, you know, how does that fit into the rest of it, and how big a part do you think that's going to end up being?
Yeah, I still see that being.
All right, tick cumulative, S&P.
Intel Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Zero DTE, call side. Size.
Constellations, and again, I think this sort of data center space. I'm sure there's risks in that technology as well.
Pulse, long dated.
Already in the US, centers to consume a lot of energy, not wanting to take up your real estate. So I think as you build up these data centers,
All right, first change in momentum here in 4 days. Okay, looking for that. All right, so this looks good. It's bullish.
Zero DTE, call side. NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
All right, goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA pushing higher. Looks good. NVIDIA. Okay, New York Fangs look better. IONQ turning up. Okay. Okay, Microsoft trying to push a bit higher. Okay. Stair stepping higher now. T1 looking good. T1 Energy looking good. We're just below $8.66. Morgan Stanley finally giving us finally giving us something to work on. Morgan Stanley. Okay, back up against the upper Bollinger Bands. I might reduce my exposure, Andrew, and just keep about 10 of these calls. I have the 195 200. Okay, so we're currently trading one just below 195. We hit 195 this morning, 195.78. Morgan Stanley. Okay, banks. If banks start working as well, that would be good. Goldman Sachs. Okay, that looks good. What about Wells Fargo? Wells Fargo turning off the low. PNC Bank. Okay, the banks are looking good. All
Q's
right,
pulse.
banks look good.
Size.
Okay, banks.
Spider pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
And doing a very good job. The key thing we think of sourcing a lot of content from international and bringing it here. I told you 10 years ago, you'd be watching a Japanese-based show in Japanese because you don't mind the subtitles.
Banks.
The nice thing is a lot of content outside the US is a lot cheaper to bring in. And they've done a very good job in particular sourcing from places like Korea.
Banks reversing.
Phenomenal success. And that continues. And they're really
Okay, banks reversing. These look pretty good, banks. KREKBE. Some nice opportunities there. KREKBE after about 3 weeks off the high. Okay.
Spider pulse. Long dated.
Apple. Okay, S&P.
Long
S&P
dated.
with a nice reversal, potentially. Trace, let's see, hedge flows, kind of flattening out right now. We're at the highs. Looking for one more bit of good news, possibly, to push us back through the high of the day. T1 still going.
Sandisk pulse. Long dated. Deep puts.
Yeah, so right now they're using AI in terms of their ability to work on their ad supported product, but also in terms of sort of their algorithm in terms of managing what you watch. There have been some attempts of lawyers around this. You remember OpenAI had Sora, which was like a video. They closed that down. A combination of this, there was IP issues related to using other people's IP, and you have to pay for that at the time. But also the amount of energy and the quantity of tokens to even generate like a 5-minute clip took a lot of time. Now, never say never. I think ultimately, as we develop the technology, AI could produce products. But really, the core of the franchise of Netflix is a 10-episode series, where each series is about 40 minutes. You can't really replicate that. And then on top of that, this whole idea of the choreography and the creation of content is still very much a human thing. Again, never say never. Things can change over time. But in the medium term, you think it's more of a benefit as opposed to a risk.
Size. Long dated. Deep calls.
Okay, looks good. Morgan Stanley.
SPX pulse. Long dated.
Goldman Sachs. Okay, these look pretty good. These look like they're finally going to get something going, hopefully, because the whole banking group is turning.
Arm pulse. Arm pulse.
Really, this is almost a throwback to the antithesis of video and AI. We do have a video game element of it as well, which is quite nicely. It's estimated there's about 4 million people who play this game globally. There's a hardcore of about 500,000 who we spend anywhere between $1,000 to $1,500 a year on this product, getting the starter pack. It's a hobby, so a hobby involves emotion, money, and time invested. And really, it's a fantastic, very loyal base. What they've done correctly is every 3 years they update the game in terms of
Q's Pulse, long dated. Tesla Pulse.
behind it. Think about this as a classic, great IP development story. And we continue to see a very long runway because the number of stores outside of their own stores that sell products is about 6,000.
All right, these look good. All right, so trying to hold on to this area right here.
Q's Pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
Having difficulty holding this high, it looks like.
IWM Pulse, NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
Yeah, so this is an interesting company. So this was part of the Liberty Media group. You'll laugh when I say this.
AMD Pulse. 0 DTE, call side. Size.
Tesla. All right, Tesla trying to bounce. I could get something going here on Tesla. Hedge flows. Let's see, hedge flows. Hedge flows are trying to hold on to this area. Okay, feels like something's going to pop. Feels like something could pop. Let's see if there's any more news here. ECB rate hike is very likely in June as the inflation outlook is moving towards the adverse scenario. Fear and greed is still at fear.
Intel Pulse, long dated.
Intel. All right. Watching hedge flows.
Intel Pulse, long dated. Deep calls.
All right, future's starting to rise a bit more. Future's starting to show some signs. Maybe it rises a bit more.
Intel Pulse, long dated. Deep calls. SMH Pulse.
They're bringing that in. It's big outside the US, and if they like Formula One, they're going to roll the same playbook out, develop it in the US. That's an even more exciting sport. If you haven't looked at some clips of MotoGP, you'll see what I mean. Bringing again another younger, dynamic audience into this. So it gives a lot of drivers a lot of pricing power, demand, and volume, and a great compounder to look at as well.
I really like sports with a last name that people really watch in real time.
And the valuations of teams and franchises keep going up. The difference here is you actually make some earnings as well. It's not just an NAV story. So a true rare opportunity.
IWM Pulse. Size.
Coming up, we'll discuss SpaceX's IPO from an ETF perspective. What it means for space themed ETF and some single stock.
IWM Pulse. Size.
To have bank accounts in my possession, that hard asset is an insurance, you might say, against.
Okay, Amazon's still lifting. I'd like to see Google do something like this.
It's for my daughter's
NVIDIA.
Whereas
NVIDIA. All right, just off the highs of the day. S&P.
you have to keep cash, but you don't have to keep everything in cash. You don't have to put everything in stock. You don't have to put all in bonds.
What time is it? 10:50. All right, things should start to slow down a little bit, I would think. IWM. Looks good for multi-day rise, hopefully, IWM. Morgan Stanley. Okay.
AMD Pulse, long dated. AMD Pulse, long dated. ARM Pulse.
Mhm.
ARM Pulse, long dated.
Okay, Amazon still lifting here. Amazon. How much Amazon do I have left? Amazon, quite a bit. Okay, that looks good. Amazon. Okay. Amazon, I got 270s that look okay. Here goes the S&P.
Nvidia Pulse,
S&P starting to move.
deep calls. Soft Pulse, 0 DTE, call side.
Okay, we got MACD turning up on the short time frames. MACD, RSI is rising a bit. Okay, can we get back up to the high of the day? Let's see what hedge flows are saying. Hedge flows. Okay, hedge flows are rising.
Long dated.
Hedge flows are rising.
Tesla Pulse.
Okay, resistance just overhead. Okay. All right, this looks good. S&P, hedge flows turned up. Microsoft opportunity. Microsoft starting. Microsoft starting to run now. Watch Microsoft. Looks good. Microsoft oversold. Big shakeout on Microsoft. I'm going to add to Microsoft. Adding.
Spider Pulse, 0
Microsoft
DTE,
adding to my position.
size.
Okay, let's see Microsoft. All right, this is looking good. Microsoft. Okay, I have quite a few positions here. Microsoft. Let me go. Let's see. Microsoft.
Spider Pulse.
Microsoft. Okay, I got June's and December's. Okay, June's look good. 430. 430. That's the closest that I have. Those are out of the money right now. They were looking much better. We're about to break out above 430 yesterday, only to get slammed. There goes the S&P. All right, I'll pay attention to the S&P right now. Microsoft looks good, though. Microsoft.
Micron Pulse, long dated.
Amazon. Okay, there goes Apple. Apple turning up. Apple looks good, too. Maybe I should add to Apple instead. Apple, I already have. I have a smaller position in Apple than I do in Microsoft. Apple looking good here. Let me just add to Apple. Apple, I got June calls there too. 302s, that's fine. I'll do that. 302, 305, 302.50, 305. Apple. June 302, 350. Okay, S&P pushing higher. June. All right, let me add to that. June 302.50. 305. Okay. Buy more of those. Okay, I'll buy 5 more. Okay. Microsoft, Apple.
SPX points, long dated, deep puts.
It is now in the last year and a half. Like these things didn't exist a few years ago. It's really been since 23. We've seen a rise in both single stock and single stock options rating products.
Okay, S&P is taken off to the upside, S&P. Okay. S&P 500 is taken off to the upside.
SPX points.
Here we go.
Long dated, deep puts. 0 DTE, call street.
They keep building. S&P is looking good, looking for the launch.
It's obviously always tough to say exactly, but when you look through the filings that we can see, these are largely retail, right? No financial advisor can find 2x space.
Okay, looks good. Breaking out another level there. S&P. Okay, IWM looking very nice. IWM, thank you. Tesla. I don't need to state the obvious. Tonight we got NVIDIA earnings. Things could be completely different tomorrow. We could be much higher. Add to that the news. Maybe we get some sort of more positive news instead of this back and forth with Iran. Okay, what was that? Apple filled. Okay, Apple filled. I added to 302.50, 305 verticals. Okay. Futures still going. Futures. Okay, we got a crossover.
0 DTE.
Futures.
Size.
Okay. Futures. Okay, look at
NVIDIA pulse. Shenanigans.
SPX.
Zero DTE. Call side. Size.
Yep. I just added.
Soft pulse. Long dated.
Apple looks good.
Micron pulse. Long dated. Deep calls.
Boom. Boom. Okay, high of the day looks good.
DTE. Call side.
Futures looking good.
Scott, actually, after all these years of talking to you, I've never actually seen you in person. You always just come together via Zoom or other remote services. It's good to see what's on at Chipotle. This is my sanctuary right here. We spend a lot of time back in the support center working on supporting tactics that help our restaurants run better and more efficiently. But I most enjoy my time in the brand in one of our restaurants, enjoying our food and talking to our team members about their development and growth. I should mention here in New York City, like what is it about when you walk into a Chipotle that you're looking at? Like, what do you look for when you walk through the what do they call it, the baseline? Like it's an old school term. What they really old school term. We call it coming over the threshold. Okay, right? So you can really tell how the visit's going to unfold the moment you open the door. The sights, the sounds, the smells, all really lead you to what's happening in the restaurant. And so the first thing I look for is obviously cleanliness of the restaurant, customers that are enjoying food. Are they really enjoying the food? Are they having a good experience at Chipotle, which is important? And then I look for smart that are engaging, that are happy, that are doing good work. Don't receive rounds. We talk about a lot of Chipotle, smiles down the line, don't slow you down. And now look at the food. I make sure the food is at our quality standard, visually first, and then try the food for taste, texture, and flavor. But the visual look across the line to make sure it's at our quality is really important.
AMD Pulse.
Which I think is quite unique to our brand.
Okay, looking good here. All right, letting these winners run. Things looking really good. IWM continues to stretch its legs. IWM looking good.
And so, in fact, is an acronym, as you can imagine, as much of life is. It's flavor, appearance, color, and texture.
Okay, getting close to max profit on IWM.
I did AI search for you before I did this, and I hope I'm right. You started working in a restaurant cleaning dishes at a steakhouse. I sure did. Scout AI. I wasn't going to say it. I wasn't well done. Thank you. I mean, Galvin Clark working absolutely amazing. $3.15 an hour at a steakhouse called Quincy's in my hometown. After school, washing dishes. And I remember I did exactly. I grew up in a blue-collar family with two very hardworking parents. And so my parents taught me a lot of
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, futures just a little tap on the top of the head there. All right, somebody took some profits off. Somebody just took some profits off, looks like.
They sat me down one day and gave me a 5-cent raise. It was like life-changing. But anyway, yeah, that's why I started my career. I knew I always liked it, but I started working at a Cricket Club, cleaning dishes, and then the next step for me,
Google Pulse.
All right, let's look at Trace and see what that looks like. Hedge flow still rising.
Google Pulse. Long dated.
You're absolutely right. I just knew in those early days, I knew a couple of things. If I couldn't beat you with intelligence, I could beat you with work. But I knew as long as I put in more effort than the person standing next to me, that effort would ultimately be recognized and you'll ultimately be rewarded. And I built a career on that entire premise. And later in life, when I finally got into a leadership position,
TSM Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
And he had a quote that stuck with me to this very day. Zig said that you can always have whatever you want out of life if you're just willing to help other people get what they want. And I use that premise to really base my entire career. I don't think a lot of people are. They have forgotten that part of the Chipotle story. Founder of Chipotle hired ski halls. And what was that mall like when you placed it to? I mean, Chipotle at the time was still going to lose the challenges. Our student in to like it'll help save the company. It's funny. We had just so we are now Inspire Brands just came up our best year ever in 2016, and Rourke Capital owned the brand at the time. Rourke bought that business at a very low multiple and low valuation. 5 years later, we had created extraordinary value, which gave them the ability to buy other brands like Buffalo Wild Wings, Bar Taco, and others. So we're doing quite well as an organization. I'm still highly thought of in the brand. And I get a phone call from Steve asking if I was willing to have a conversation about operations at
SP Exports, long day.
And I was a huge
Okay. Broadcom's about to break out here. Broadcom.
once or twice a week, even when I was with the other brand. And so I love
Okay. S&P.
Intel Pulse,
Microsoft, continuation.
long dated.
Apple, no continuation.
Deep calls, deep puts.
We had a great conversation. I told him what I would do to fix the brand. Unapologetically, I said, here are your key issues beyond cleanliness, prototype design, menu architecture, pricing, to system standards and procedures. And I had a whole list of things that I would do if I were running a brand.
Is he like one of those founders that say nothing, let you just like wait for you to put your foot in?
I put my foot in my mouth on a couple of occasions, especially around designing prototypes. The gentleman who actually
The Spencer Pratt dude is really cool. Everybody's losing their mind out in LA. Spencer Pratt, he knows how to do it, man. Great ideas. LA Dodger logo, spelling out his name, Pratt with the LA. Pretty cool. I like this guy going against the establishment. Futures. All right, we're drifting off the highs right now. High of the day. Higher highs, higher lows. Okay, what time is it? It's 11 o'clock. We got plenty of time. I do expect things to slow down around this time of day, between 11 and 12. Amazon's still pushing. Amazon. Do I want to take some Amazon off here? Probably should, right?
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
No, can let that go a little bit more. Yeah, I got 270s. I need to let Amazon go a little bit more. Amazon looking okay. Okay, Amazon. Nice reversal candle. Look for it to get back above the 21 day.
Tesla
Tight
Pulse,
squeeze.
long dated.
Tight squeeze. Microsoft. Okay, Apple, no follow through yet. Apple just got rejected at VWAP, turned back down.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
Nvidia's at the highs. Let me see what Nvidia looks like here. Nvidia. For earnings, Nvidia. TE is almost at 9 now. TE. Tango Echo. TE is nearly at 9 now. This one we wrote about. We wrote about this one on Monday, was it? May 19th. Posted on May 19th. That was posted it early in the morning before the open. Yeah, this looks good. Big thing with getting into energy, solar panels, AI, data centers, and batteries. Lots of short interest. 18% of its float is short. Fuzzy Panda freaking out because it started taking off to the upside. That's a big short. Big short fund, Fuzzy Panda. Jim Chanos is still short Tesla. I guess he's been short Tesla for what, a decade or more. Tesla looking good. Okay, looking for another pop in Tesla. Okay, S&P 500. Okay, looking forward to continue to stair step higher. Momentum is shifted. We got tick cumulative crossing over. The signal line is crossed over. Okay, let's go see what sectors look like. Momentum has broadened out. Momentum has broadened out to include more sectors. Okay, so you can see advanced decline is rising. Okay, across the board, small caps, NASDAQ, mid caps, S&P. So this could last a few days.
Size.
Thinking this could last a few days. We get more news, positive news. You got S&P at 7,400. The weekly, wouldn't that be a hoot? That would be a hoot for another week higher, 8 weeks higher. That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. Let's see. Equal weight index, number of stocks trading above the 20-day, giving us a nice pivot now. That pivot's turned up. Okay, so that's telling you that entries now is probably going to work in your favor. There goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's on the move right now. NVIDIA on the move. Okay, let's see. Junk bonds. Junk bonds, of course, we always need to check that. Maybe short term, a little bit of risk. A little risk taking here. Junk bonds turning back up.
Micron.
10-year yield, we need a 10-year to drop. 10-year yield to drop. That's still at the high. So this is contrary. This 10-year, okay, here we go. 10-year. All right, so I don't know why they didn't update the way. Okay, so 10-year turning back down would be good. For small caps, as you can see, small caps have bounced. So the 10 years down, small caps are up. Okay. Small caps have reversed. You got a 3-candle reversal. Could see a follow through tomorrow. RSI is rising. Strength of trend is improving. You got stochastics and MACD resetting. So this is good for a couple of days, looks like. If we can just get Apple and Microsoft to agree, Apple needs to break to the upside and Microsoft needs to bounce. Both of these are opportunities, it looks like. Microsoft pulled back more, so you probably got a better opportunity there. I already have a pretty large position in Microsoft, so I'm not going to do much more. Apple, I added to 302.50s, 305s. Okay, IONQ, that's a partner with NVIDIA, IONQ. 3-candle reversal here as well. Okay, Broadcom turning up. Okay, ARM Holdings, that one blew it out today. ARM Holdings just killing the bears today. So we've got a 4-week consolidation. Prices break out, Bollinger Bands. So this will be good tomorrow as well. I'll be looking for like an inside day or something like that. I'm not going to chase this. This is ridiculous. It's just blown out. Now, if this does pull back 50%, I don't think it will, but if it did pull back, say 50% or even 382 from the high, a BNC pivot, I might consider adding today, or I should say starting today, because I don't have an ARM position left. Unfortunately, I took ARM off. Yeah, ARM took that off. That's too bad. Too bad. I tried to get in at around $2.20 this morning on a July 260, 270 spread. Try to get in around 225. It's trading up near 4 right now. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Microsoft going some more now. Microsoft looking much better. Here goes Microsoft on the 1-minute chart. 1-minute chart, you know how I love to use the 1-minute chart. Oversold, RSI rising, price rising, strength of trends improving. MACD turned up as well. Microsoft looks good. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA's going.
Plus 800.
High tick alert. NVIDIA going. High tech alert.
Extreme high tech alert.
Extreme high tech.
BE Pulse, long dated, deep puts, Intel Pulse, deep calls, 0 DTE, call side, size,
Okay, looks good. All right, more news. More news sounds like. Okay, Trump, the U.S. is in final stages of talks with Iran. Holy shit. If this does hit, this market could go ballistic. Okay. Okay. All right. This does this. Oh man.
Spider Pulse.
A lot of people don't like that he does this. He thinks a lot of people think that his cronies are making lots of money off of these, off of this back and forth.
SPX Pulse, deep puts, 0 DTE, call strip, 0 DTE.
Extreme high tech. Hmm. Okay, there goes Apple turning back up. Okay, there goes Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft doing well. Hmm.
Spider Pulse, long dated, deep puts, Q's Pulse, 0 DTE, call side, size,
S&P looking good. S&P, thank you. Oh, holy shitski. Okay, looks good.
Micron Pulse, long dated, shenanigans, Q's Pulse, deep puts, 0 DTE, call side, size,
Okay.
IWM Pulse.
All right, looks good.
0 DTE, call side.
Welcome back with the 30-year yield hovering around its highest level now since 2007. Our next guest says fixed income is her strongest conviction call. Also bullish on tech, AI, and private credit. Joining us here post 9 is Guggenheim Partners Investment Management CIO Ann Walsh. Welcome. It's good to have you. So let's talk about fixed income and these yields. What do you think happens next?
So I think where we are right now is I think the market's at the high end of the yield range. Our yield range.
All right, looking for more upside.
0 DTE.
Hedge flows.
Size.
Hedge flows still rising.
That's a sign that we pretty much reached the top of the range. The range we've been in has been since right around 2022 when rates started to really climb. As a result, I think.
All right.
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
There goes Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Meta. Meta's going too. Microsoft Meta.
Which effectively means I'm bearing up. I'm starting again with the bearish trades, and I like it because the momentum in here seems to have faded. It also, CVS has missed a critical psychological level for traders and investors alike. It missed the 100 level, got up to like
Micron
22,
Pulse,
started to
long
fade
dated,
from there. And
shenanigans.
I'm just going to go with it, right? when you fail to hit a major level like 100, the momentum seems to be fading. It's a major psychological shift in the underlying. Reversal is somewhat underway. It's got a little bit of a bid back under it today, but it's somewhat underway. I'm just going to use, it lifting today to walk myself into, if you will, a short position. That short position is going to be done with defined risk. I really like to kind of curb my volatility risk by using spreads in the marketplace. So I'm going to go out to the, again, June 18th expiration, just about 1 month out. I'm going to be buying a 94 put. Again, buying a 94 put, selling a 90 put against it. By using this spread, it's going to define my risk. In this case,
Good.
max loss in here is $1.50. There's nice upside potential if CVS starts to back off and even, of course, below that 90 level, which again could literally do inside of a trading day or two, given the failed momentum.
Yeah, and I think a good point. I like the controversial take on a name that has been, I guess,
Crude oil falling would be good too. Obviously, crude oil. Crude oil futures bouncing back up now. Crude oil.
It's pretty substantially on the year by about 19%, while also having pulled back from those recent highs by almost 4%.
Yeah, so we broke above a repeated resistance area near 84.
Okay, S&P looks like it wants to go some more. All right, crude oil down a bit. Crude oil, S&P. S&P trying to push.
So now we've had this steep trend line to the upside. It's been broken. This may be looking kind of like a bull flag, bull pennant type of setup here, where we had our sharp push to the upside, a brief period of sideways to downward consolidation. If you had a bullish outlook, you would be looking for that initial high to be exceeded and for the trend to continue. If you had a bearish outlook, you would be looking for those lows, which come in right around 94. That's the level I have marked. 93.92 specifically was the intraday low. You'd be looking for that to be breached then, and for further downside then, as the those lows get breached, the cascade of orders triggers, and price starts to break downward further here. So if we were to consider our moving averages, 94.86 is our weekly 5-day EMA. So where price is a little bit below that point here. So a short-term early kind of bearish warning signal here of potential trend change. The shorter moving averages are less reliable, but they change faster. So if we were to keep moving downward here, the 21-day EMA and teal 88.86, our monthly EMA is the next one that would come into focus. However, also RSI trending lower here. We're out of the overbought area, the threshold of 70. Green trend line is still in play, but slipping out of the RSI overbought area is more of a bearish signal as well. So more food for thought there for the bearish perspective. Finally, volume profile 94 to 95.5 is kind of where we see a volume note there. If we were to move lower, another small pocket between about 90.50 to 93 roughly, and then another one around 87 to 88. So those are the levels that would show significant trading volume, and those could present supportive areas, Jenny.
Yeah, and at least are seeing a decent move today. Of course, the overall market definitely aiding things.
Zero
DTE. The fact that we are
Call
seeing the trade and of course the technicals match up as far as some more bearish leaning sentiment. But Don, let's shift gears into our final trade today, Cisco. What is setting up your bearish trade in Cisco after its big run higher? I mean, it's up almost
Nvidia pulse, long dated.
Well, that's to kind of kick it off is exactly that. The run higher over here. Look, I'm standing in the way of a freight train. I'm going to take a bearish trade, but I'm literally standing in the way of a freight train.
I don't like that guy. He's always talking puts.
Late in the year, and maybe it gets pushed out depending on how long the Iran.
Tesla, still pushing here. Tesla looks like it could pop. It's above the 200-day Tesla. Keep in mind Tesla's above the 200-day. Okay, so if this does get some legs, we could be visiting the highs again.
Then it's different, and we kind of go back to our base case, which the base case is that we return to $80 a barrel oil by third quarter into the fourth quarter. We don't believe we're going to go all the way back to 60 in the short run because, frankly, the supply chain impact is pretty significant, and the rebuild is going to take a bit of time. Plus, we had a bit of glut before the Iran conflict started. So $80 then we could start to see inflation return to its disinflationary trend, we think, and all returns to some level of normalcy. And then we see
All right.
a positive impact on equity.
Sure. But you do think June is going to be a key month
Nvidia
in
Pulse.
terms of resolution
Long
one way
dated.
or the other?
All right, looking for Apple to do something here. Apple,
Really, really significant because what's going to start
looking for Apple to go. Tesla looks good.
in the second quarter.
Tesla.
Then I think what we're going to start to see is supply chain disruption in other raw materials, whether it's fertilizer for agriculture, helium for semis, whatever the
Nvidia
case may be.
Pulse.
And that's
Long
going to
dated.
start to become more of a challenge and rationing behavior, simply because the availability of oil, as long as the strait remains closed, that's going to start to really draw down other economies, particularly outside the U.S. that rely on imported oil.
Well, there's a good headline making the rounds right now. Trump says U.S. in final stages of talks with Iran, citing a poll report.
AMD
Stocks at the highs of the day, and oil,
Long dated.
again, here we go,
Deep
down
calls.
almost 5%. And thank you. Good to get your take, as always.
Thank you.
And Walsh from Guggenheim.
After the break, the CEO of Mercedes is going to join us as the company unveils this all-new electric AMG. We'll get more on their EV strategy coming up.
And then later, the CEO of Lincoln International joins us. The investment bank set to make
Meta still pushing here. Meta looking good. All right, Meta needs to get above that 50-day. If we can manage to get above that 50-day, it'll make a big difference. MACD's trying to turn. Meta, MACD's trying to turn on the daily.
BE Pulse. Long dated.
Okay, Meta. Meta, how much Meta do I have? I want to add to my Meta. Let's see. Okay, I only have FBL. FBL
BE Pulse.
shares.
0 DTE. Call side.
Okay, got
Size.
1,000 shares of FBL. Oh, don't mind me just talking out loud. Meta. You know Meta's going to get going at some point. I'll wait till it gets above the 50-day.
Long dated.
Gets above the 50-day. We got about a 60 point move back to the 200-day. So I like that better. MACD will cross by it. If it gets above the 50-day Meta, the MACD will have already crossed. All right, so we could probably scale into it after we get above 50. I already have shares, so it's nothing between here and there. Microsoft, a little profit taking there. Apple, still no follow through. Apple. I'll probably wait for the evening session and pop this Apple. What's today? Wednesday? Wednesday. Okay, cool. Futures, S&P 5. Meta coming back down now. Futures. Nice pop. Feels like a day for news pops. Okay, we keep getting these highs of the day, new highs of the day. Starting to pull back a little bit, S&P. Futures still drifting lower. Okay, looking for higher highs and higher lows. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, May the 20th. Hope you're having a good day. Give me about 2-3 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick break. I'll be right back.
tariffs are still looming,
Size.
and Phil LeBeau joins us this morning with the CEO. Hey, Phil.
Hey, Carl. Lithuania, it's good to see you here this morning in Los Angeles with a beautiful new AMG GT four-door coupe in the background. Why is this market so resilient when it comes to performance electric vehicles right now?
The United States is the biggest performance car market in the world. And this city, Los Angeles and Orange County, is the biggest market inside the United States. So for us to come here and launch this new groundbreaking AMG, this was a natural choice for us.
Everybody always says when they unveil a car, it's groundbreaking, but this truly is off the line, faster than a Formula One car, at least off the line initially, correct?
It's faster than the Formula One car. We had our two Formula One drivers, George Russell and Kimi Antonelli, here yesterday, and they went like, wow, what's going on here? And this is groundbreaking technology. The new axial flux motor is the most powerful, most power-dense electric motor that has ever been made. So this is a hypercar in the electric era.
This is a market that loves performance, especially high-end performance electric cars. But overall, when you look at the luxury market in the United States, how do you feel? Do you see any softness there in the market at all, or does it remain as strong as it has been?
It's still resilient. You're always going to have ups and downs in consumer sentiment affected by, events. But the underlying strength of the American luxury market is very good. And you can also create your own momentum here. So if you launch a new product like this becomes a must-have. And customers that buy in that segment, they want the best technology and they want the latest and greatest.
But there's a lot of hand-wringing over affordability in this country. And obviously, Mercedes is at the higher end of the market. Do you feel any pressure to come out on the lower end a little bit more and say, yeah, we're bringing down some of the prices on our entry-level models?
Well, next to this extreme super sports car, we have just launched our entry vehicle here in the United States, the all-electric CLA. And the reception of the car has been phenomenal. It's literally sold out. So the entry point into Mercedes-Benz is, for many people, reachable. So the spectrum of the Mercedes portfolio goes from, high 40s, something like that, all the way up into the six figures.
When you look at what's happening with tariffs right now, and I know the EU Parliament was discussing a tariff deal and whether or not they can, ultimately not have to pay 25%. But this will be built in Germany. How much are these tariff issues impacting your bottom line right now?
Well, we saw the news while we were having the event here last night that the EU Parliament is now ready to ratify the deal that was struck at the end of the summer last year. And I think that's the direction that we need to go into. Then we have more predictability and plannability.
NVIDIA Pulse.
Yes, this is built in our main Sindelfingen plant, and we will export that around the world. So to keep that deal intact, as was agreed upon last summer, I think we think that's very important.
That plant, along with other plants for other European automakers, feeling a lot of pressure from Chinese automakers in Europe. How worried are you about the inroads that the Chinese automakers are making in the European market?
The competition in China is very intense. You have more than 100 players vying for the market there. So it's a marketplace that maybe even has too many car companies. And I think it's natural for any entrepreneur anywhere in the world
NVIDIA
to see their luck also in other markets around the world. In fact, our founding father who invented the car 140 years ago in 1886, 2 years later he set up shop in the United States. So it's certainly part of our DNA. Competition with innovation, better technology, and also more on your efficiency.
Would you rather see Europe?
All right, Intel's starting to turn up. Intel. Okay, ARM Holdings. What's ARM doing? ARM's still flagging out.
If I look at Germany and a car company like Mercedes-Benz, we have a global footprint.
NVIDIA still climbing. Okay, NVIDIA 226 and change.
But what you have to pay attention to is to make sure, of course, that the
Tesla.
is level for all market participants.
That's fine, Tesla.
The electric vehicle market, it's only about 6 or 7% of the U.S. sales here. By 2030, where are we at in the U.S. when it comes to electric vehicles?
Snowflake.
Micron Pulse.
But the trajectory is going upwards. And I think products like these, they drive momentum. Once you switch to an electric car, you have the range, you figure out actually the charging infrastructure is pretty good, the efficiency is fun to drive, good performance.
Nike.
More customers will switch to that, but it's the customer's choice. And this is the great thing with Mercedes-Benz. We have an all of the above offering.
Micron
And
Pulse,
we will have an all of the
long-dated,
above offering
deep
with
calls.
electric vehicles, with high-tech electrified highs, plug-in hybrids, for as long as our customers want it. They are the winners.
Chair and CEO of Mercedes-Benz here in Los Angeles. Guys, we'll send it back to you. I love that color, by the way. Does that have a name?
Yellow.
Crazy yellow green.
Crazy yellow green. How do you like that?
Phil, I have a very
Somebody got
important
paid a
question.
lot of money for that.
Phil,
Okay, Sarah's got a
here's my
Go ahead.
question. It's for you, Phil. But ask him, who drove faster yesterday, Kimmy or George?
Who drove faster yesterday, Kimmy or George?
So who drove faster, Kimmy or George? Which child do you love the best?
Yeah, I knew
You
that was
cannot
coming.
answer that question. I would say they were equally fast.
But we saw Brad Pitt here. He looked visibly impressed with his ride.
Mercedes producing an AMG GT Coupe EV. Interesting. That's a hard mouthful. AMG GT Coupe EV. All right. Futures turning back up. Futures turning back up. NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA looking good. A little bit more upside, maybe. NVIDIA.
AMD Pulse. Shenanigans.
Okay, futures continue to climb. Futures. Hedge flows. All right, hedge flows. Let me just zoom out of this here. Zoom out. Let's see what. All right, so they took a little profits in some calls a few minutes ago. Now they're selling puts again as that blue line continues to rise on this last pivot. Higher lows, higher highs. Are they buying calls on the spiders? 825 for September of this year. 825s, you can see in the lower panel. SPY 825s, 5.4 million. They bought the 800 strike call too. It might be a 1x2 or something. $12 million for the SPY 800 call for September 30th. Okay, 930s. Okay, AMZ. Amazon still pushing higher. Google still pushing lower. Microsoft, higher highs, higher lows. Futures, higher highs, higher lows. S&P starting to show potential for a lower high now.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long
Okay.
dated.
Let's see what happens here. High of the day. Anything else on the news yet?
0 DTE. Call side. Size.
Okay. U.S. crude oil stocks in the SPR fell the most on record last week. U.S. crude oil stocks in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Why do they say stocks? Why don't they say inventory? That's misleading. What the hell does that mean? Does that mean the inventories? It must be the inventory, right? The actual levels of the SPR fell the most on record last week.
NVIDIA
Makes sense, I guess, pumping the SPR to have an impact on oil prices, crude oil prices.
Welcome back. Take a look at stocks rally mode. Session highs just a moment ago, just off those levels. The Nasdaq still up more than big
Tesla.
report after the bell. It is AMD, Nvidia, Intel, Micron, the semi names that are leading the charge here. Amazon, Broadcom, all higher right now. If you look at the S&P 500, which is rallying almost a full percent right
Intel
now,
Pulse.
you've got
Long
tech in the
dated.
lead along with consumer
Z calls.
discretionary,
Zero
industrials, materials,
DTE.
financials.
Call
So
sign.
it's the whole cyclical and
Size.
tech trade that is back on very much. Look at the airlines zooming. United up 9%, Delta up 8%.
Yeah, airlines look good.
Hard.
Long
So,
dated.
you know, these
Deep
headlines and
puts.
reports around potentially good news, deal talks with Iran, that's certainly helping the mood when you see the lower oil and the higher consumer discretionary. By the way, as mentioned, consumer discretionary and tech leading this rally, including some sizable jumps for the airlines, as I mentioned. Also energy. Look at energy. Prices lower with oil. You're seeing the impact of energy stocks. They're the worst performers right now, down 1.2%.
Tesla.
What's also selling off is healthcare, consumer
Zero
staples,
Intel.
Call
parts of the market. Small
Size.
caps are seeing some big names, big gains here. The Russell 2000 up 2%, Carl. So it's kind of a flip of what we were seeing in yesterday's price action on optimism.
Russell, IWM.
And just optimism about the AI trade in general, which has held so much of this together.
Yeah, although week to date, S&P is essentially flat, up about 9 points. Let's get a news update this morning with Angelica Peebles. Hey, Angelica.
Morning, Carl. 2 police officers who were attacked by rioters on January 6th, suing to stop President Trump's plan to set up a nearly $1.8 billion fund to compensate people who allege they are victims of so-called lawfare. Filed Wednesday by former Capitol Police Officer Harry Dunn and D.C. Officer Daniel Hodges, they argue the fund violates the 14th Amendment prohibition on the use of federal money to pay a debt or obligation incurred by aiding insurrection.
All right, we're starting to turn back up.
Market getting deeper into private markets. The prediction platform will debut contracts tied to private company milestones like valuations and IPO timing. That will give users a chance to wager on companies like OpenAI and Anthropic, though without equity ownership, shares, or voting rights.
Our Russell 2000 continues to rally.
The resolution data provider, meaning that it will supply the information that determines whether a contract pays out. And earning an A at Harvard just got a little harder. The faculty at the Ivy League institution approving a cap on the number of A's given out per course. Not surprisingly, the change drew a sharp rebuke from students. But the limit won't apply to A minuses, which members of the faculty committee predicted will now become the most awarded grade. So definitely an interesting one. Sarah, back over to you. Okay, thank you, Angelica Peebles. Coming up, we're still awaiting Lincoln International's first trade here at the MIC. The CEO of the investment
What's that,
bank
Goose?
joins us next to discuss
This food right here. Oh, you want more? Okay, here you go. Okay. All right. Okay.
SPX Pulse. Long dated.
Can we get a multi-day rally back up to the highs?
Zero DTE. Call street.
Looks like it. Looks like it. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, May the 20th. Hope you're having a good day and not spending too much time thinking about Trump or what he says. I won't. Okay, Microsoft looks like it wants to go some more here. Microsoft, that's looking good. I have a pretty large position in Microsoft. I chose to add to Apple instead of Microsoft. Right now, Microsoft is pushing a bit higher. Futures look like they want to go some more. Okay. Let's see what they're doing over on Schwab Network.
Reaction, despite the fact that they were able to really prove that they still see strong growth and gave also upbeat guidance.
Yeah, so this is interesting because you're right. The stock is down, roughly 6% or so, or almost 7% right now. But they did report some really good numbers and even gave some great guidance. But Analog Devices is really a company that's within the context of what's going on in industrial automation and now communications for data centers. They design and manufacture and test integrated circuits and semiconductor subsystems for analog and digital frameworks. They serve multiple industry groups, from industrial communications, automotive, defense, consumer electronics, and aerospace, you name it. If you look at the report, $3.09 on an adjusted basis. That beat the estimate of 290, and that was higher 67% compared to last year on sales, and also system-wide higher 37% to 3.62 billion, beating the estimates. And if you look at their divisional breakdown, the industrial space increased 58% year over year. Communications 79%. That's the growing elements of communications and centers. Consumer also was up 23%, but the automotive was slightly.
All right, S&P turning back up. I'm going to run some more. All right, Amazon is still going. Amazon's been pretty active today. Continues to run. Amazon.
Semiconductor systems for about analog devices in
Amazon's still pushing here. Amazon. Nice follow through on Amazon.
and testing of semiconductors. So there may be some questions as to why they're doing this or making this acquisition, and that's what we're seeing in terms of the price action.
T1 Energy still rising. Shorts covering today. Starting to turn back up. T1. Symbol TE, Tango Echo. T1 Energy.
So this one's interesting because, the day isn't over. And so if you look at the price action, it's trading near the low of the day.
Intel just kind of settling right here.
Where maybe the absorption or digestion of this acquisition by analysts and, of course, the trading community will take some time. What am I doing in this case? I'm going to structure a bullish trade because, looking at guidance and looking at the sales and earnings, they were really good. But I'm going to allow for flexibility here to allow the price action to settle. It could settle today. It could settle maybe around the 50-day moving average, which is still rising. So I'm going to go out to June with about 29 days to expiration. I'm basically going to sell, very simply, a put vertical. So I'm going to sell a 365 put, which is right around that rising 50-day moving average. And then below that, by the 355 put to offset the risk. And altogether, this is sold for a credit of $3.50 a share or $350 a contract. So the whole premise behind the trade is the stock could fall further. Ideally, we'd like to see the stock settle above the 365 area.
Amazon at the high.
Because that's where that premium will roll to zero. That's the objective of the trade for max profit. Your risk is 650 based on that return of 350. Now the break even is 361.50, and your max loss occurs at 350.
Amazon's still pushing. Okay, Google's starting to turn up. Google starting to turn up.
And the delta on that sold 365 put is around 28, which implies a 72% probability of profits by expiration.
Okay, and a good way to look, of course, at analog devices, which is down now about 7% on the session, so not really getting any relief from the overall market today, but so appreciate it, Phyllis, for all of that.
All right, S&P climbing again. Okay, so there's a pivot right here as well. Let me see that pivot right there. Looks like we're trying to push through it.
Trading at Schwab is powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of thinkorswim.
Apple still drifting lower. Service now. Snowflake, SNOW. All right, futures, higher lows, higher highs, trying to get to another higher high. S&P, watching hedge flows, and Hero hedge flows lifting a little bit. Okay, just watching these levels. We're above these levels now. They're starting to add a few above 74.40. Google turning the corner now. Microsoft trying to push a bit more. We just need Apple to push up. Apple and Netflix, that would be good. Netflix, no follow through. Trying to get back above 90 would be nice. The chips continue to lead today. ARM, AMD, LRCX, the top three. Marvell, Intel, ASML following up with CLAC, Applied Materials following through along with Micron rounding up the top 10. Lots of chips, NXPI about number 12. What else? Qualcomm. What's Oracle doing? IWM still going here. Oracle. Yeah, Oracle looks good.
And a focus on execution, from options to earnings to volatility plays. We bring decades of experience to every sector.
With real-time insight across products and sectors, we deliver what active traders need to stay ahead. Fast Market weekdays at noon Eastern, live on Schwab Network at schwabnetwork.com. Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Jenny Ford in for Marley Caden today, but it's time now for the 360 round, and for that, let's bring in our panel to discuss target earnings.
Zero
Shares
DTE,
are lower
call
despite the
side.
company beating earnings expectations. So we're joined now by Andy Wong, Managing Partner at Runnymede Capital Management, and Bert Flickinger, Managing Director at the Strategic Resources
Spider
Group.
Pulse,
So Andy, we'll
long
start
dated.
things off with you. What stood out to you the most in this quarter, and what could this perhaps signal about its broad turnaround strategy that could be finally gaining some traction?
Thanks, Jenny. One quarter does not make a turnaround. Management said so themselves, but this wasn't just a beat. It was Target's biggest revenue surprise since November of 2021. If this is not a turnaround, it's the best.
All right, what's Morgan Stanley doing? Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs. The bank's turning today. Looks like Morgan Stanley wants to break out. Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs. Okay, these banks look good. Wells Fargo coming off the low. PNC Bank. Citigroup, PNC back above the 50-day. Citigroup bounce off the 50-day. All of these banks look good, folks. Bank of America, okay, back above the 50 and 200-day. Morgan Stanley, we talked about. Oh, JP Morgan, what's JP doing? JP Morgan, back above the 50, got to get above the 200-day. Yeah, banks look good. KRE, and KBE. Okay, these all look good. Banks look good. Banks look good for another follow-through day.
S&P 500 retail index is basically flat today. The comps are flat. Target, Walmart.
Did he just say the S&P 500 index is flat today? We're up 67 handles. What the hell is he talking about? Oh, maybe he said sales, target sales. Maybe that's what he said.
Today to hear Nicole and Andy's excellent points, and win today for Target for the rest of the fiscal and into the foreseeable future with the new leadership team with Jeff Engel and Lisa Roth and Kara Sylvester with Michael Fidelki.
Okay, so Andy, where are you starting to see maybe the most meaningful impact from digital and membership growth really now perhaps translate into meaningful business upside?
Yeah, everybody talks about Target stores, but investors should look at this quarter and what's happening online. Digital sales grew 9%, and many will say, shouldn't that number be up near 50% or even 100%? But that digital sales growth number of 9%, that's up from just 1%
long dated.
historically. So
Zero
same-day
DTE,
delivery
call
through Circle 360 jumped over 27%. Non-merchandise revenue, that's memberships, marketplace, spiked nearly 25%. It's not yet the profit engine that Walmart or Amazon have built, but this acceleration shows
All right, S&P looking for more upside.
direction. And if Target is finally starting to catch up, the market has not fully priced it in.
Okay, so
Tick cumulative has crossed. Momentum has shifted. All right, for the last few days, for the last 4 days, we peaked, turned down. Now we're starting to pivot back up again. Momentum shifting.
Target is going to get significant foot traffic, sales, and profit growth
AMD
through the collective and respective bankruptcies of Saks Fifth Avenue, now no longer Saks and Phoenix. That's inexcusable. Bergdorf and Neiman bankruptcies collectively as well.
winner Target far more than Walmart. Target wins more in apparel. Target wins on all the points. And
Zero
you referenced so
DTE.
well.
Call sign.
Target's going to get better in consumables. Their Achilles heel is self-distribution or warehousing, owning their own warehousing and trucking fleets to correct the out-of-stocks and the store levels. From our strategic resource group analysis, Target only has 7 self-distribution centers compared to Walmart at 48. Target only had 4 a few years ago, so the CapEx is being invested well, both in 100 new store and remodels, as well as distribution centers. The analysts aren't looking at that. Yes, increasing costs, but self-distribution is going to decrease.
All right, there goes T1 again, heading back up.
Mid-tier prestige.
I did take a little bit off into strength. Looks like it wants to keep going.
And Neiman Marcus is going to be a home run. The
Hmm.
gift that keeps giving to Target for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, and I mean, strongest sales growth we've seen in years. And so I know that the street wants to hone in on some of the caution on the earnings.
What's Cerebrus doing? Was it CRBS? CRBS? Or CBRS? 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 Cerebrus, where are we at? We're still at, still near 290.
Schwab
Spider
Investor Checking.
Long
The checking
dated.
account built for
Zero
investors,
DTE.
named highest
Call
in
sign.
client satisfaction by
Size.
J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you
Okay, we just got a little bit of selling right there.
plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide. No overdraft fees.
Spider
Enhanced
Pumps.
security
Long
features.
dated.
Turn around and seek to initiate more adverse claims that could have been pursued previously. So, guys, we'll see where this case goes, but obviously already a flashpoint.
A nice hit this morning on Squawk.
Spider
We talked
Pumps.
about not only the
Long
fund,
dated.
not only the block on the audits, but also his activity in trading in the quarter around names that he has discussed publicly. And in your words, I think you said it depends on whether voters are willing to have that in a president.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these debates are really fundamental to the Constitution and to the system of government that we
Spider
have, right?
Pumps.
And the question is,
Long
what
dated.
do voters want?
Zero
What do Americans want
DTE.
from their
Call
presidency in
sign.
the future? I mean,
Size.
one of the issues here is, does this set up a template for the American presidency in which this kind of conduct happens, on both sides, or however many parties we have in the future, imagine generations to come. What kind of presidency do we want? How do we want presidents to conduct themselves? Do we want presidents?
What I want is CNBC to let NBC do the political stuff. CNBC, stick to the financial stuff. It's aggravating. So aggravating.
People learn differently at different times.
Somebody's a real bookworm. We've got
Okay.
they can dig in, go at their own pace.
IONQ. All right, so that's a partner with NVIDIA. NVIDIA reporting tonight, of course. IONQ, looking for that to follow through, get back up to the highs. I have a 65 call spread. I'd like to cash in my chips a little bit. There goes T1. T1 moving back up. Symbol TE. T1's turning back up. Big move today. Short covering. Fuzzy Panda not happy with the price action. Fuzzy Panda.
Each and every week. How incredible is that? And it's free.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and get live coverage wherever you are.
Apple doing nothing here. Apple shaking the tree, trying to get people to sell their shares. Is that what they're doing? Microsoft looks like it might want to go some more. Microsoft trying to climb the wall of worry. Yesterday was a big drop.
Long dated.
Catching a bid after a 3-day slide for the broadest benchmark of U.S. stocks. Let's get into a check of your scorecard as we hit the lunch hour on Wall Street. You are looking at the S&P 500 rallying nearly 1% there. You've got investors buying up tech again. Consumer discretionary at the top of the leaderboard, followed by information technology. But don't count industrials out. They are up there too. Dow right now up almost 1%
Nvidia
as well.
Pulse.
The Nasdaq 100 is rallying nearly 1.5%. Russell 2000, the small caps are the star of the show today. Here's the roadmap for today's show. We'll look at example option strategies for the bell of the ball. That will be Nvidia. Plus, the team from Lightfolio will be along with new sentiment data on Walmart ahead of its quarterly results. We certainly had our eye on the retail sector this week, and Deere is also on our radar today ahead of its results. Now that we've got the roadmap for today's trading action, it's time to bring in my co-host,
Nvidia
Tim
Pulse.
Hicks, joining us
Long
live
dated.
from the CBO, plus Joe Mazzola, head trading and derivative strategist Charles Schwab. All right, guys, investors have their shopping list out today after a few days of pummeling the Nasdaq, the outperformer. Kevin, your take as you look across the market.
You know, the start of a big day has already got this market trading significantly higher. Like you said, up about almost 1% here. There's rumors of a U.S. and Iran agreement. Crude oil is down. All the oil proxies are down. You've got the dollar lower. You've got the yields in the 10-year and the yields on the 30-year both down. A 30-year down very slightly.
Microsoft about to break out. Microsoft.
It has all the characteristics of a risk-on day. Consumer discretionary up, consumer staples lower. It was more sectors higher. Information technology obviously is leading the market higher, but software is struggling today. So I think that's going to be important. So many stocks, Diane, are going to be tied or linked or connected to the NVIDIA earnings coming out after the bell today. I make a list, but I have a list made, but it's too many to mention. But I challenge you to find a stock in the information technology sector that's not somehow committed or connected
Zero
to
DTE.
NVIDIA. It's going to be a big day, but right now, certainly everything from macro, everything looks like a risk-on day, Diane.
All right, it certainly does. I see a lot of green on that heat map there. Joe, your take as you look across the market.
Yeah, breadth is good today. 3-to-1 advancers to decliners. You know, it was interesting. Kevin was talking about the software versus kind of hardware.
Zero
or
DTE.
chip trade.
Call side. Size.
What we've tended to see is when semis pull back, that money kind of flows into software and vice versa. So on a day where you're starting to see the rally back in semis with NVIDIA, you know, being, as you mentioned, bell to ball after the close today, that's where we've seen a lot of the rotation back into that sector, and that's kind of driving overall market performance today. Interesting to kind of see a decent pullback in the VIX. Last time I checked, it was around 1740, so it's up 18. You know, the oil pullback's helping. The rates are, you know, the pullback in the 10-year is helping. So yeah, I think the markets, algos are picking up some chatter that, as Kevin mentioned, there's talk that we're in the last or final stretch of talks with Iran, and you know, President Trump said, you know, we're either going to finish up soon, or you know, there's going to be potentially more elevated conflict. So right now, at least traders are more focused on the idea that hopefully this thing gets completed quickly and it's over relatively quickly in terms of not just a ceasefire, but some type of a peace talk overall. You know, I still think that even with the nice little breadth thrust we've had today, that 3-to-1 advancers and decliners, you know, it's been a bullish market. It's been a buy the dip type of market. You continue to see that. So even when you do get pullbacks, these pullbacks are getting a little bit more narrow each time. And you're starting to see investors and traders, you know, continue to buy into overall strength. Now, the one thing, Diane, I would throw a little caution is that we're winding down to the end of earnings, and what happens after earnings are over. You know, what is going to be the catalyst to push us higher because, the macro backdrop is decent, but a lot of that is really contingent upon we've had 28% year-over-year earnings growth. But inflation's still high, and unless we, get some type of a calming of the water, so to speak, and crude oil headed back down fairly quickly, inflation's going to stick around.
No, you guys boring. Monotone voice.
I think that they typically, and I say typically, I haven't
Micron
looked at every
pulse,
single quarter,
long dated,
but I'd say it's
SP
reasonable to assume over the
exports.
last year and a half that they've sold off in the quarter, despite great quarters, as the whisper numbers always exceeded.
And as the run up into the print is what it is, right?
Correct. Absolutely. So it's going to depend on the market personality tomorrow. If we see reversal in bonds, unless they have an
Micron
exceptionally
pulse,
great
long
quarter,
dated.
far above the whisper quarter, I think you'll see the stock sell off. So my point is that today is not controlled by the tech tape. It's not controlled by the oil tape.
Tesla going, Tesla.
Partially by the oil tape.
Soft
Apparently
pulse,
more
shenanigans.
through the street,
Zero
but
DTE,
not enough
call
to change
side.
the world.
Size.
So look, I think it's correct to say that the spend's going to continue for at least 2 years, maybe 3. That's not the point. The point is it's too early to make a call. When is the peak, and when do we see cut back in cap spending? That's going to back. Right now, it really is party on. I said yesterday that some are pulling it forward, the end of the cycle, or it's climbing the cycle. I still think that debate's going to go on. Today's a bounce back day.
Yeah. You've had a party pause.
AMD pulse,
You haven't had a
long
party end.
dated,
To
deep
Weiss's
calls.
point, you just needed to just get yields off the burner for a minute.
Right.
And they feel like they are at least for a day,
Tesla
and the market
pulse,
can get its
long
arms
dated.
around that. The president's post on Truth earlier about closer to the end of the war, et cetera. We'll see what happens with that. But this isn't the end of the party. It just needed a little bit of a breather. We needed to drink some water. We were crushed
long
with some
dated,
drinks.
deep
right?
calls.
Yes, you know how I feel about water. I want to draw a distinction, though, because the three of us were on the show yesterday. We were talking about Micron. We all remember that. We were talking about the multiple there, which we said at a high single-digit level was maybe even expensive. So how can all of us, all 4 of us, justify NVIDIA at a mid to high 20s multiple? And there's 2 reasons why it deserves that multiple and maybe even higher. One is the ecosystem within the architecture that NVIDIA has created. So this is the various chips that go together, Vera and Rubin, and it's the underlying software system of CUDA. That is a distinctive ecosystem that is a moat to the business. It's a moat to competition.
long dated,
That merits a
Intel
higher multiple.
pulse,
The other
deep
thing is, quite
calls.
frankly, the multiple investments that NVIDIA has made in the overall artificial intelligence ecosystem, whether it's OpenAI or Anthropic. And those are things we've seen in this first quarter earnings season. We've seen massive earnings beats from the likes of Alphabet and Amazon on the back of those investments that they've made, and which we should see again from NVIDIA today. So let's not draw a comparison, and I'm certainly not. I'm drawing the distinction between something that is more commoditized like Micron and
Intel
something that's more
pulse,
specialized.
long
We
dated,
thought it would be
deep calls.
really helpful to
Q's
go to
pulse,
Oliver Rennick today at the SIBO in Chicago for a closer look at any options activity that he might be
NVIDIA
seeing
pulse, long
ahead of
dated,
the
deep
print.
calls.
We're expecting around a 6% swing based on implied volatility, but nonetheless, I'm curious. It's good to have you as always. What you might be seeing in terms of specific trades, where the options action is telling a story about what sentiment seems to be.
That's right, Scott. Obviously, as you guys have talked about here, just an enormous amount of pressure on this company. But in the past, the options traders have gotten a little bit over their skis. 14 of the past 20 quarters, NVIDIA has moved less than the options pricing. And as you guys mentioned, also some general weak performance after earnings. The stock has dropped 5 out of the past 7. And as you mentioned, today implied volatility points to under a 6%
Zero
move,
DTE,
which is a
call
bit more
side.
in line with those muted swings of the past. So perhaps some progress being made there. But the interesting quirk in today's setup is that traders are paying notably more for calls than puts. It's a pricing skew that's been increasing while NVIDIA's made new highs. That was before traders got burned in the 2-day dip around Friday expiry. But safe to say, based on what we're seeing so far, they have reloaded. And a deep sell-off here would be particularly painful given how much folks are paying for those calls. You're looking for a trade, Scott. There's a big one here for the bulls today. The biggest trade in NVIDIA was a clean cut call spread for about $8 million. Someone bought 30,000 of the 235 strikes expiring Friday, and they sold the 255s against it. So that's looking for about a 6% pop from here into the weekend. Certainly would help the market, would not hurt.
Yeah, it's a really good setup for us. I appreciate that. Oliver, thank you. I'll see you later on Closing Bell. Oliver,
Nvidia
it shows you there's a lot of
long
optimism,
dated.
not just about Nvidia clearly, but the whole thing. What's interesting, according to Bank of America's client flows, you had the first outflows in 3 weeks driven by hedge funds. Tech saw the biggest outflows, record sales by hedge funds. I thought that was pretty interesting to note. And today was one of those days on this network that you remember for a while because Andrew Ross Sorkin sat down with Jeff Bezos, which is an extraordinary moment to be able to do that and hear from somebody that, frankly, you just don't hear from all that often, especially at this moment in time. Among the topics that they discussed, similarities between now and then, now and the later stages of the dot-com boom, of which Mr. Bezos obviously had a front row seat. We look at the parabolic moves that we've seen in the market today. Are there signs of euphoria? Is it reminiscent? Here's what he said.
Argument. We're in a phase where every experiment is getting funded. So what that means is the good ideas are getting funded and the bad ideas are getting funded. It's because investors at this moment haven't learned yet how to discriminate between good ideas and bad ideas. And that's okay. Because the good ideas will pay for all of the losers. So from a point of view of civilization, of society, these kind of industrial, cycles, can actually be very healthy because they drive the technology forward.
So we shouldn't worry about being in a bubble.
No, even if it does turn out to be a bubble, you shouldn't worry about it because the bubble is driving investment, and a lot of the investment is going to turn out to be very healthy.
I thought that was a really interesting exchange, Josh. Of course, there's a difference between investment and stock market reaction. Stocks can obviously have a correction while the investment themselves in this burgeoning technology can still be worthwhile and pay great dividends for society at large. I'm wondering what your takeaway was from that Bezos comment.
Argument.
So I started on Wall Street in the late 90s, and part of me has always felt that maybe I would have been better off not having had that experience, given how different things have been since that dot-com bubble. It's the thing that everyone my generation is almost hopelessly anchored to, and we can't help but see signs of it everywhere we look. A lot of the people talking about AI as a bubble were also talking about billion-dollar pre-IPO startups as a bubble, talking about cloud computing as a bubble. It's just it's like somebody with a hammer. Everything looks like a nail. Without a doubt, there are good ideas amidst all this AI spending. There are projects that will not be profitable. There are companies that will come and then disappear. There are things that will look back in 5 years and say, remember, we all thought X, Y, Z, and we'll laugh. But I think there's a difference between a bubble and a wave. I think in a bubble, we have this idea that everything that was built just vanishes after, or is so worthless that it becomes a punchline. That really is not an accurate characterization of the Web 1.0 build out, although it is an accurate characterization of a lot of the stocks that came public back then, and we paid for it. I think in this particular case, we're not talking about an equity-funded bubble in data center build. These are companies that are the largest, most powerful, most profitable companies on earth, and they're using their own cash flow. They're not relying on an IPO to then take that cash and hand it over to Dell and EMC for a bunch of servers. So I think when you think about this like a wave, it doesn't mean stock prices won't get ahead of themselves. It doesn't mean certain projects won't look stupid in hindsight. But if we just look at everything and say, oh, it's 1999 all over again, I think if we've done that for the last 3 years, we've missed a lot of gains. And I think if we're doing that now, it's sort of a little bit childish. It's a little bit too Sesame Street. This thing looks like that thing. I just don't think it's that simple this time. And I prefer to think of it as an investment wave rather than a complete speculative, maniacal bubble.
Sure, look, PTSD has a shelf life, and people we've done the same thing with 08. You know, some of the blowups that we've had in the markets or certain things that have scared us, we have likened to, well, is this the next 08? Is this 07? You know, leading into that period. He did, I thought was interesting, temper some of the euphoria around the idea of data centers in space. Big believer in it, as you heard, obviously with Andrew, but on the timing of it was a little more
Apple
uncertain.
Flow,
And
Apple Flow, and Volume, open interest.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
About what Mr. Bezos had to say about the future of work and the displacement fears around AI, which he tried to dispel this morning, which I thought was quite interesting too. So we'll get into a little bit of that later. It just leads me to the semis, because that's been the area where the euphoria has felt the richest, right? Where the stocks have gone straight up and to the right, and you've had a nice little rebound here. I'm not sure what you make of what Bezos had to say in general, but this is the first place that I thought of, well, we need to discuss off of those. This is case study number one of how it's felt.
So a couple of things. First of all, to his strong point about the timeline for delivering data centers in space being longer than we anticipate, I think utilities and the industrial sector were breathing a sigh of relief in that regard. Because if you think about moving the location for data centers now into space, well, you have this significant build-out that's underway in supporting utilities and industrials. So I think there was some relief there. I think semiconductors have a much longer duration when you think about even moving the data centers into space. So the semiconductor story is really about the overall environment. Tonight you're going to hear from NVIDIA. You said this really elegantly at the top of the show.
Hang on just 2 seconds, just so people understand what the Lincoln International
Intel
IPO
Pulse,
just opened.
long
That's why you
dated.
heard a few
Here we go.
Floor, the management teams here, and you heard from, I believe it was the CEO in the last hour with Carl and Sarah. So just keeping us honest on what that was.
You said this
Q's
elegantly
Pulse,
at the top of the
long
show just
dated.
about really it's
Intel
not
Pulse,
the price reaction
deep
from
calls.
NVIDIA, but NVIDIA is going to define the environment for us better than any other metric that we've been afforded over the last 15, 20 years. I have people that come at me all the time and say, "Oh, you're bullish." Well, what about the Case-Shiller statistics? What about the M2 money supply? No, it's about the condition of the environment related to the semiconductor industry. And think about this for a second. The market cap of NVIDIA is nearly $5.5
AMD
trillion.
Pulse,
That's
long
bigger
dated.
than the healthcare
Zero
sector.
DTE,
That's
call
bigger than
side.
the financial
Size.
sector. It is moving in such a way that it is such a force that it really is the bellwether more than any other industry in the world, and the one that we have to watch. And right now, that environment is giving you the green light.
Were you looking for more? If you were looking for more weakness, for example, in Micron and some of the DRAM related names before that space found its footing once again, it obviously hasn't taken long for dip buyers to come in, because they came in yesterday and they come in today.
Look, we cited the DRAM ETF. You had 4 consecutive days of inflows into the DRAM ETF. The last 2 days, I have said, I'm in the ready position. I'm aware of what's going on with yields. I want to be careful ahead of NVIDIA's earnings, because I think that could reverse all the sentiment related to this. The momentum factor, without question, it's in the 100th percentile in terms of positioning relative to the last 5 years. That statistics comes from the desk of Goldman Sachs. So yes, the momentum factor needs a correction, but it's cyclical. I don't think it's secular. I don't think this is ending anytime soon.
So what Bezos referred to, and I talk to his family office every once in a while, was more in the private markets. In 2000, all those private market stocks were public companies. So you saw a massive benefit.
Micron
In terms of the
Pulse,
semis,
long dated.
we're not going to see
LRCX Pulse,
These companies that
SPX
trade
Pulse.
publicly aren't going away like the internet stocks did. Okay, they're just going to have to suffer a valuation reset at some point in time. In terms of the private market, like he's invested in one company, Figure AI. He put $100 million into Figure AI makes robots. The last round, he invested in $2.5 billion valuation. Last round is at $36 billion. They still don't have any real revenues.
right? So that's where you're going to see the damage done to people's pocketbooks. Fortunately and unfortunately, you know, the broad investing public doesn't play in the private markets, except in vehicles that
Micron
have access to space.
long dated
But
shenanigans.
they can get the wrong side of it, if you will, for, you know, for, let's just take OpenAI as an example, okay, just for the sake of this conversation. The valuation is enormous, right? The private market investors are the ones who are going to do extraordinarily well the fastest. As Brad Gerstner made the
Hedge flows starting to peak this area. Hedge flows starting to peak.
Is the valuation a bubble? I don't know. Remains to be seen. They've made an extraordinary number of
Nvidia
revenue expectations and
Zero.
promises. The capital that they believe that they're going to achieve on the company still, right? Is it going to happen?
T1 still driving higher. T1. T1 Energy.
More to the private than the public, but one bleeds into the other because this company's going to go public at some point. The private investors will have done the best. The public investors, the folks, a lot of folks watching this show are going to be tempted to buy it. They could be the ones who are
Intel fading from the high. BNC pivots. Looking for BNC pivots. Oracle, big spike here in Oracle. Oracle spike. Oracle just spiked there. I don't know what's going on with Oracle. Let's see. Oracle. Nice little spike there in Oracle. Nice volume. Oracle spike. Volume.
Zero DT
So that's where you have to be
call
careful.
sign.
OpenAI is also highly likely to be added to the indices very quickly, and that's going to be a major supportive factor.
I will use that conversation.
Oracle looking good.
Long dated.
But just
Size.
as an example of if you're talking about prospective bubbles in both private and public, here's a company that has an incredibly large valuation, big promises and expectations to go with it, and we'll see whether it lives up to all of that because the system, the whole AI trade is so heavily reliant on it that it better.
And to the point that is what our viewers
Size.
are mainly, not all of them, but our average viewer is going to access this overall artificial intelligence trade right now through the semiconductors. And as much as all four of us are saying that we think the fundamentals are intact, and I will pound the table on that, I do want to point out a technical factor, which is that the number of leveraged ETFs on the semiconductor space has absolutely exploded. The money flows into these levered ETFs has also exploded. And that may amplify the
Spider
moves up
pulse.
and down. So
Long
we're
dated.
talking about how quickly money has flown back into these stocks after a 2-day pause. That is at least the part. One just has to be aware in the public markets that those sort of technical factors can create volatility that sometimes overrides the fundamental basis which all four of us agree on.
All right, let's squeeze a break
Nvidia
in.
pulse.
We're following the money.
Long
Speaking of
dated.
IPOs,
Size.
private companies about to go public. SpaceX, record-breaking IPO coming up. Leslie Picker standing by with more, some new reporting. And Josh Brown, he is back. Best stocks in the market list coming up as well.
All right, Apple looking for a spike here. Oracle coming back down. Apple looking for a spike and a follow through. There's a lot of calls being bought. Okay. A lot of calls being bought. All right, looking good. All right, futures looking for a bounce. Looking for Apple to do something here. Got lots of calls building today. A little shakeout. Microsoft, a little pop there. Microsoft, looking for that to continue as well. Microsoft. Hope everyone's having a good day. Looking for Microsoft to reverse yesterday's price action. Looks like it's going to take more than one day to do it. Yesterday was a pretty negative day. Not sure what they were doing there. Okay, T1 is trying to get above 10 now. T1 Energy.
AMD Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Intel Pulse.
Nike. Nike looked really good, right? Nike. Nike. Okay, looks like a double bottom. We just need some volume to come in. There goes Microsoft again. Microsoft pushing a bit higher now. Microsoft looking like it wants to go here. Microsoft. Excuse me.
New details on SpaceX's record-breaking IPO, which is coming up. Leslie Pickard following the money with the very latest on her new reporting. What do we know?
Hey, Scott, yeah, after months of speculation about which bank will serve as SpaceX's lead underwriter, Elon Musk's reusable rocket company chose Goldman Sachs. That's according to 3 sources close to the matter. I'm told that when the prospectus flips public as soon as today, it will show Goldman in the lead left spot on the cover. And it's typically the role that spearheads the ultimate share allocations, the pricing, the valuation. I'm told Morgan Stanley has also done a lot of work for this deal and will be second in the list of underwriters on the S1. Following those 2 will be Bank of America, Citigroup, and JP Morgan, those 3 in alphabetical order. SpaceX didn't return our request for comment, but invariably, Scott, this will be a record-breaking IPO. I'm told the final offering size will be at least double Alibaba's, which raised $25 billion in 2014, the most ever for a U.S.-listed issuance. Typically on large deals, banks will generate fees worth more than 1% of the offering size. In this case, that could be upwards of $500 million. Scott.
All right, Leslie, thank you. It's good to be Goldman.
Sure is.
Good to be Morgan Stanley.
It's always good to be
Good to
Goldman.
be every-
Possibly
Yeah.
$1 billion in fees, given the size
Zero
of this IPO
DT.
for Goldman Sachs.
But by the way,
Size.
the Wall Street Journal just dropped an exclusive that OpenAI is preparing to file for an IPO very soon. So that we'll have more on that in a moment. But that's a really interesting thing for a variety of reasons. But as you think about this, I mean, that amount of fees on IPOs this size, this is such a boon for these firms.
And unprecedented. And when you look back to
Morgan Stanley.
he brought up
All right, let's look at Morgan Stanley. Okay, looking for that to continue. Looking for this breakout.
save some money for me because I'm coming public next. So I think you'll see more of these, and what that does, it legitimizes the industry. It doesn't need to be legitimized, but just for a lot of others. So I would expect to see Rocket Lab that also is Leo.
S&P fading from the high. S&P fading from the high. ABCD pattern likely. ABCD pattern is likely.
As we have this race to go public from these companies who want to make sure that there's enough demand for the amount of supply that's going to be coming on the market in rapid fire.
S&P continues to lift a little bit more. Did fade a bit off of this level.
or Dario Amodei, who goes next?
Okay, S&P, a little bit of it looks like a little channel down right now.
Next, and then was OpenAI even going to get in calendar 26? Josh, I'd love your thoughts on this. I think there was
Looks like a little channel down, perhaps. Okay, if we bounce here, we'll see it's a wedge. A wedge for now.
They've sort of sucked a lot of the oxygen out of the room on optimism around these companies. Now OpenAI, I feel like, is trying to say not so fast, everybody.
Yeah, so OpenAI knows that it's very strong in consumer LLM use, but not as strong as Anthropic is on code. And this is sort of where the battleground has shifted, especially for enterprise customers. Claude is also doing incredibly well with the consumer, but specifically talking about the code side of this. And I think what ends up happening is it's a little bit of jujitsu. It's like, no, we're not in a rush. We don't need to go public this year. We have plenty of capital. We've raised tons of capital. We have all sorts of revenue. Wait a minute. They're going to go public faster? Okay, actually, maybe we need to beat them and go public first. So I'm not suggesting that will be the order in how these things transpire. But I have to tell you, listening to Dario casually in the midst of like a stage conversation, drop the fact that they're at a $30 billion annual run rate for revenue, when that number was $9 billion as of the end of December. And then hearing the whispers from all the
Okay, S&P still fading. Let's see what Microsoft is doing. Microsoft fading a little bit from the high. Okay, Apple fading a little bit from the high. Okay, Nvidia tonight earnings.
There is urgency. We are going to do it. And I think there is some element of that, not having spoken to anybody there, but just my personal take.
Can I give you one more point on this?
Yeah.
I priced hundreds of deals, or developed hundreds of deals when I was at Lehman and Solomon. And what the management wants to do is they want to be the first one out in generally their industry, because otherwise their performance is somewhat reliant upon how the IPOs did before them. Number one, and number two, as the soaking up of capital. So in this world, you're somewhat looking at SpaceX and OpenAI and Anthropic as the same animal, a large tech company, because that's what SpaceX is after all, that is going to have to perform well for that size, so that the next one up can perform well.
Sure, but there's also there's a unmistakable battle of ego. Within this complex, okay, and you can't miss that. There have also been more recently more questions about.
Okay, let's see. Let's keep an eye on Apple, because Apple looks like it wants to do something. If you look at the open interest on Apple, it's pretty large. This was a few minutes ago.
Meeting their targets or not between the CFO Sarah Friar and Sam Altman. Is Sam Altman? Is it more important to him to go public faster than some of the others because he wants to get ahead of Anthropic? I feel like
Okay, here's Apple. Here's Apple open interest for and flow for Friday. Okay, so check this out. Okay, for the 22nd of May, you can let me just take Microsoft off of here so you can see past Microsoft. Okay, see all this? Look at that open interest and the volume. Starting at about 295, 297.50, 300, 302.50, which I have 302.50s. A lot of open interest and a lot of volume in the Friday calls set. Okay, so that's quite a bit for Apple. That's a nice little piece for Apple.
Angelica Peebles has our news update. Hi there.
Hey, Scott. Russian President Vladimir Putin has departed Beijing after his summit with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. During their meeting, just days after President President Trump's visit, Putin and Xi signed more than 40 cooperation agreements. On the war in Iran, Xi stressed the need for ending hostilities, according to Chinese state media. Taiwan was also a central issue, with Xi met with Trump, but the issue wasn't mentioned during.
So China wants us to stop the hostilities, but they want to take over. They want to take over Taiwan. So that makes a lot of sense.
More than 17,000 people were under evacuation
Rationale wise.
yesterday, and at least one home has been destroyed. Schools in the area remain closed today, and
I mean, Taiwan doesn't view itself as part of China.
And James Murdoch, son of industry titan Rupert Murdoch, is acquiring roughly half of Vox Media. The deal includes Vox, Vox's podcast network, and New York Magazine. A separate company under a new name, including Pop Sugar, Eater, and the.
All right, Apple still no follow through yet. Looking for an end of day run, I guess.
Angelica, thank you. And Nelson Gable's coming up next. Josh has his best stocks in the market. We'll do next.
We've got this year $800 billion of infrastructure for data centers going down by the nature of capital expenditures.
Okay, futures just sitting here on top of the 100 on the 1 minute chart.
SP exports, long dated.
See hedge flows leveling out at the highs. Hedge flows, S&P.
Micron pulse, long dated, deep calls, AMD pulse, 0 DTE, call side, size.
And the enormous demand for AI is putting enormous demands on the build-out of the infrastructure required to deliver the intelligence through AI. That financing requires creativity. So we are seeing innovative structures.
ARM Holdings, great day today on ARM. It's holding up at the highs. I'll probably get into it tomorrow. I don't want to buy it at the high of the day and have it dip on me. So far, it looks like it's going to hang out at the high. So might miss an opportunity. That's okay. I'll wait until tomorrow. T1, just shy of $9.50. We hit $9.42 a few minutes ago. T1 Energy, symbol Tango Echo, TE, Tango Echo.
Meets up the leader tables after a $67 billion deal. We were just talking about it, that next era Dominion deal. That's after this break right here on Bloomberg Deals.
Futures looking for a bounce. Feels like the momentum has shifted. We got a green signal on tick cumulative. Okay, the signal line is above the tick cumulative line. It's turned green, so that's telling you that momentum has shifted officially. We saw breadth improving yesterday. Breadth improved yesterday. Okay, here we are with the S&P 500 crossing the zero line. Plenty of upside to get maybe back above 30. Mid caps, you can see 30 is way up there. Just crossed zero line, perhaps. We've got small caps also looking good. I have some IWM calls that are doing very well. IWM. And NASDAQ in the lower panel. NASDAQ.
Josh Brown's best stocks in the market. I like that the spotlight is on cyber today because the stocks have rebounded back and they've really helped the software trade recover.
Yeah. I think this is one of the things that this show should be the most proud of. I think every single one of us knew how ludicrous the proposition of these companies being disrupted out of business by an employee at a Fortune 500 vibe coding their own security patches. Like we looked at that and we said, you know what? That's where it's too far. Like I'll understand Salesforce, Adobe, blah blah blah. I get it. Cybersecurity, come on, it's the most ridiculous thing. And if you listen to the executives of these companies, George Kurtz especially, they pounded the table.
NVIDIA
More
Pulse.
AI means more cyber threats, not less. Therefore, better for business. That's literally what these companies just told us in their reports.
Okay, Apple turning up. Watch Apple.
TNT, beat on the top, beat on the
Apple starting to move through VWAP, or trying to anyway.
The cybersecurity networking segment of Fortinet, which is about 66% of all billings.
Futures bouncing. Futures bouncing. Tesla bouncing. NVIDIA bouncing. Microsoft looks like it wants to bounce along with Meta. I don't need to name all of the top 10s, but NASDAQ 100, mostly chips and tech. Top 20, NASDAQ 100, top 20. Chips and tech names with a few energy names like Constellation Energy at the number 3 spot.
50 customers on their platform, spending 19% more this year than last year. Subscription business growing 33%. I would use the 10-day 215 as my line in the sand if I'm riding the stock higher. Again, parabolic RSI almost 90. Last one, CrowdStrike. I own this one personally. It got into the low 300s during the SaaS apocalypse a month and a half ago. It is now knocking on 650, probably on its way higher. Also parabolic, but for the people who came along on CrowdStrike from our previous columns on the name, what we're saying is 540 to 550 is where this breakout started. I know that's very far from where the price is today, but that is the rational place to say, okay, maybe this move is over. Maybe that's where I want to draw a little bit of a line in the sand. I'm not telling people to run out and buy stocks with charts that look like this. We've talked about these stocks for almost a year in best stocks in the market, and I'm giving people that took those trades an update.
Too bad your rules dictated that you had to get out of these names. That's one of the problems. If you want to use the word problem.
Yeah, I mean, you can make an argument that you should rebalance on a monthly basis, but that's a little bit too much turnover for me. We rebalance on April 30th. I took a look at CrowdStrike, which is really
All right, we've got the futures turning back up. Futures turning back up. Okay, S&P cash is turning back up.
Since we rebalance on April 30th, is up 44.5%.
That's my point.
That's a staggering price appreciation. That's such a very short period of time. So
I gotta go again.
Look,
They haven't even reported yet.
yeah, even if you were to rebalance on a monthly basis, you still wouldn't be able to capture that momentum move that fast enough.
Just don't rebalance. All right, that's always next.
Okay, S&P's turned up. Apple looks like it wants to go. Apple's about to go. Apple may go here. Okay, Apple might go here.
SP exports, long dated.
All right.
Deep calls.
As the beaver. That's pretty funny. Leave it to Beaver. I was watching a couple of those episodes the other night. It was pretty funny. Leave it to Beaver. All right, there goes Apple. Apple's starting to go. Okay. A lot of people positioned for a breakout. Apple's about to go.
Long dated. NVIDIA Pulse. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
All right, senior markets commentator and overtime co-anchor Michael Santoli is here. Post 9. So what do you think about this bounce back today?
Interesting, actually, the cadence of the day in particular as well, because initially it was, let's continue.
Come on, somebody mention Apple.
Back in the semis, and that was all that mattered this morning, and it was taking the indexes higher. 10:30 yesterday afternoon, yesterday morning is when it started, and then they start to rip this morning. We got a 10% peak to trough intraday pullback in the semis, and that was enough. Now, over the course of the day, after we got the reports about possible progress in Iran, the rest of the market starts to come back. The AI trade semis peak at that exact moment on a relative basis. So I think that gives you a little bit of a microcosm of how things might happen if the straits opened up, which is rotation back out of AI into other stuff. Bigger picture, though, because of all the IPO chatter, because
NVIDIA turning back down. All right, Apple looking for the breakout.
The semi-centric AI trade is not going to be kept front and center until they get these deals done.
Okay, futures turning back down.
Moment. I said this before. I really don't think you're looking at kind of a culmination of that unless and until we get these deals out the door.
Yeah, and you had that buying yesterday in the microns and buying again, follow through.
All right, here goes Apple. Apple's starting to tick higher.
No, I mean it's going to be right through the door. It's twitchy to get back in, whether that's right or not. You know, as I said, these things overshoot all the time. I think that's happening.
All right, I'll see you at 3. That's Mike Santoli. Coming up, the state of retail. We have some big names reporting this week. We'll find out how the committee's positioned next.
All right, Apple's about to go here. Everything's looking good. Got a lot of people with a ton. It's got to be 150,000 contracts trading today from 295 all the way up to 315. There's about 150,000 contracts trading against about, I guess, about 50,000 in open interest between those strikes. Maybe 55, 60. So more than 3 times the open interest. Let me just check real quick. What is the V/OI for Apple Friday expiration?
Tesla Pulse. Long dated. Size.
Open interest 62,000 contracts is about right. 667,000 contracts trading.
MWC. USAR.
Okay.
CRML.
There goes Apple. There goes Apple. Starting to move now. Let's go, Apple. Let's break this sucker to the upside.
Let's see TJX. Thank you. There it is, 6%. Best day since August of 24.
TJ Maxx, having a good
They
day.
raised their full year outlook. Their earnings were up, Joe, 29%. You own the stock.
Two things
I did my part.
right now. It's the cost-conscious consumer and the ability to actually benefit from the inflationary pressures because you have scale. Walmart, Costco fit in that category, and then we heard from TJX today, which was challenging. The 200-day moving average has had a significant reversal back higher, and it appears as though it wants to go to the April 9th all-time
Nike.
high of 165. Why? Because they are serving the cost-conscious consumer with TJ Maxx and Marshalls.
Okay, show me Ross, please.
Nike.
Because that stock thought was down. No, it's up. I'm sorry. It's up 3%. They report tomorrow.
Yeah,
Same.
It's the same now.
Same-ish.
Look at Nike. Look at Nike this morning.
From what we heard from TJX.
1 minute RSI setup.
More than Ross. We've maintained position in TJX since January of 2020.
Yeah, my bad. I was thinking something else. Walmart, real quick, because they're tomorrow too.
At scale, it's similar to what Costco has been delivering. Inflationary pressures. More people actually go to Walmart. They capture market share.
All right, we'll do finals after this break.
LICN. ATIU halted.
The most desirable ever created.
Okay, Nike. For those of you who are looking at Nike the last couple of days.
Uninteractive brokers prediction markets, Republicans have about a 15% chance of keeping the House. Think that probability is too low? By yes for 15 cents. Think it's too high? By no for 85 cents. Each correct prediction pays exactly $1 per contract plus interest. At Interactive Brokers, you can trade that prediction market in hundreds of other candidate races. Trade prediction markets alongside your stocks and options. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Deals. I'm Danny Berger alongside Scarlett Fu. Now, earlier this hour, we featured a bunch of NFL ownership changes. Let's wrap up a lot of the sports deal, including the new one with the New York Knicks, which pulled off a historic turnaround to take a 1-0 lead against Cleveland in the Eastern Conference Finals. Scarlett, okay, so I said a new deal. It's obviously not a new deal.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
All right, looking good. Apple looking good. Nike looking good. Apple pushing a bit more. Apple.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls. Long dated, AMD Pulse. Shenanigans.
Shenanigans. Okay, goes Apple. Apple going.
Tesla Pulse.
There's a lot of interest from outside buyers, becoming a minority owner. Okay, I'm going to do a hard pivot at the last minute of the show because we learned earlier in this hour from the Wall Street Journal that we might be getting an OpenAI
Tesla
filing for
Pulse.
IPO as soon as
Shenanigans.
Friday. I love this. It's like not to be outdone by you, SpaceX. We're also here. We also want an IPO because we're going to get them and probably Anthropic at some point too. Yeah, and this comes after, of course, the whole Elon Musk Sam Altman trial was resolved, right? In Sam Altman's favor, which clears a roadblock to their going public. So potentially we could get something as early as Friday, but it could also take a couple of days, weeks, depending on how quickly the lawyers can move on it. Yeah, it's remarkable just these mega IPOs that are coming to market, and we'll see the market's ability to absorb it. I mean, there's so much cash wanting to chase these assets. I'm sure it can absorb it pretty easily. Scarlett, thank you as always, and that does it for Bloomberg Deals from myself and Scarlett. To stay up to speed, even after the show, subscribe to the Bloomberg Deals newsletter. Up next, it's Balance of Power live from Washington. See you next week, same day, same place. This is Bloomberg.
SanDisk Pulse.
Come on, Apple, let's go. LETSGL, let's get Apple and Microsoft up there. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, May the 20th. I hope you're having a good day. It is hot and humid today. Been really cool in the mornings. Take a long walk or a run, a jog. There goes. Looks like Apple wants to go here.
Closing bell. Doug Clinton, Brent Talkington, Stacey Rascon, Malcolm Etheridge, Jeff DeGraff, Young Yuma, Brian Levitt, Alex Kantrowitz, and more.
A lot of people on the NVIDIA earnings tonight.
About the OpenAI IPO. Big news. That's your final trades. Josh, what do you have?
Staying long NVIDIA into the print once again. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we will. We'll lead you right into that, too, on the bell. Farmer Jim in the Atari tie. Go ahead.
Delta Airlines. Someday this war is going to end.
All right. Mr. Caddyshack.
Look, I'm not going to cry about, there's a pill for allergies to fashion. I'm not going to cry about this being off the highs, but news last 2 days, I think you have to own it.
All right.
Goldman Sachs.
All right.
Goldman Sachs. Yeah, I like Goldman Sachs. I like Morgan Stanley. These two are going to benefit handsomely from the IPOs.
Oil down as well, and Jeff Bezos questioning Elon Musk in a CNBC interview this morning, while Musk rival OpenAI is reportedly expected to file its IPO any day now. Welcome to the exchange. I'm Kelly Evans. Those declines in bond yields and oil helping stocks catch a bid today. You can see 1% gains or so across the board, a little less for the S&P, 2% plus for the small caps.
Okay, IONQ looks like it wants to break higher.
Earnings report after the bell. 3% pop in the SMH today. Nvidia's up a couple.
Okay, futures are starting to bounce. Futures are starting to bounce. S&P. Okay, S&P.
New Fed Chair Kevin Warsh's job. In fact, our first guest thinks Warsh might have to hike by at least 100 basis points. Joining us in our opening exchange is Joe Lavorgna. He's chief economist at SMBC Americas and former counselor to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. CNBC economics reporter.
All right, it looks like hedge flows are going to start turning up, starting to move away from price.
Yes, I am. I see. All right, Joe, what's your version of what you think is going?
Okay, Leisman. No, I'm not going to listen to those knuckleheads speculate on what's going to happen, what might happen, what should happen. I hate when they get into that frame of reference. All right. Looking for S&P to turn up. Notice hedge flows are trying to turn up. Okay. Okay, we got some resistance. You know what? Before I do that, let me see if there's anything here. Is this a 99 percentile? It is a 99 percentile. So is this. Okay, so 99 percentile, both of those. Both are 99 percentiles. Okay. Let's see. 99 percentile, 74.15.
Q's Pulse, Spider Pulse, long dated.
99 percentile up here too.
SPX Pulse, long dated.
All right, two 99 percentile levels overhead. 74.44, 440. All right, looks like the S&P.
And the Russell 2000 index outperforming up 2.1%. Our Max 7 index up 0.9%. NVIDIA, of course, part of that index, up now by 1.9%. All of this with the VIX below 18, a 10-year at 4.57%, the 2-year 4.04%, the 30-year 5.11%. The 45.34 up now by about 1.1%. We do have silver pushing higher by 3%. Silver 75.93 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude, certainly WTI, certainly oil in general, affecting sentiment today. WTI 97.78. It is down now by 6.1%. Barrel of Brent 104.53. Brent crude down by 6.1%. A slide in oil prices and close for a deal to end the war in Iran, lifting stocks and bonds. Again, traders and those numbers coming out of NVIDIA. NVIDIA after the bell, and again, NVIDIA shares up now by 1.8%. Also ahead of that,
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
that ASML holding shares will rally almost 50% in the next 12 months due to increased memory demands and technology investment.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
Okay, let's see if we can rise a bit more. Hedge flows are right. There goes Microsoft. All right, so looking better. S&P, watching S&P. Okay, watch the hedge flow. Hedge flow. We should watch that. All right, I've got a lower high for now. Got a lower high. Let me just zoom into this a little bit more. Microsoft pushing a bit more. Microsoft.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
Obviously, increasingly aggressive rhetoric coming from the administration trying to pressure the Cuban regime. And now the DOJ, the U.S. Department of Justice, is making a filing in federal court in Florida an indictment against Raul Castro, of course, the former president.
SMH Pulse, long dated.
Leader in Cuba. This is tied to the shooting down by the Cuban Air Force of planes in the 1990s. And many see this as essentially potentially a precursor to a greater pressure campaign a la Venezuela.
Unclear whether we'd be going to season as we did Maduro. Look, the president's been talking about this for weeks, I suppose months now, just recently saying Cuba is next after operations in Venezuela that led to this, and now, of course, with Iran. The acting Attorney General, John Blanche, is going to be holding forth in a news conference a short time from now. We'll keep ears on that, Kayla, to see if he speaks to this.
And of course, we've got the matter of Iran, now with a new warning to the United States suggesting that it will attack U.S. interests or allies outside of the region, outside of the Middle East, if America indeed resumes kinetic action. The president is being briefed by senior military leaders on potential options with regard to that right now. And ahead of our conversation with iconic civil rights leader Andrew Young, we want to compare notes with our Washington correspondent, Tyler Mandel, is on the scene right now in Washington with the latest on all of this. Tyler, do we know any more about this indictment into Ronald Castro?
Okay.
From the U.S. on the Cuban regime to capitulate to U.S. demands. We saw really a strong economic sanctions list put on Cuban officials just earlier this week. Also, the potential threat when it comes to military action, and it appears that this indictment is going along with that. Earlier this week, the U.S. unveiling a sanctions regime against not just top Cuban officials, but also the country's spy agency. At this point, Cuba's energy sector has really taken a hit over what has been a blockade of oil ever since we saw the U.S. go after the Venezuelan regime and the capture of Nicolas Maduro. And that is really where we started to see President Trump's efforts and focus center on Cuba when it comes to his rhetoric and the changes that he wants to see in the country. Today marks Cuban Independence Day, and we did get this statement earlier today from President Trump where he said, in part, quote, "We look forward with confidence towards a new golden age for the island and its people." He also touted what has been a buildup of U.S. military assets surrounding Latin America, going on to say that the U.S., quote, "will not rest until the people of Cuba are free." We did get a response from Cuba's foreign minister who hit back on some comments from the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio earlier today, saying in part on a post on X that the Secretary of State, quote, "is repeating his deceitful script and trying to blame Cuba's government for the ruthless harm the U.S. government is causing the Cuban people." This is something that we are going to be watching very closely in the months ahead as this administration has prioritized serious change when it comes to how it is looking at foreign policy and the balance of the global order.
Well, and that certainly is also on full display in the Middle East and Iran. And Tyler, we've heard from President Trump on Iran a few times today, including in giving a commencement address at the Coast Guard Academy in Connecticut, saying the only question is, do we go in and finish it up, or are they going to be signing a document? Do we have any sense as to whether the White House thinks they're closer to option A or option B?
Well, at this point, Kaylee, President Trump appears to be keeping his options open. He did say that he felt that they were getting closer to a final deal in his words, as he maintains that diplomacy is still a viable option. Yet at the same time, we haven't seen the president take the threat of escalation off of the table. And it was interesting to also hear him today confirm reporting that so far the U.S. has seized at least 3 Iranian-linked oil tankers, as this White House maintains that the naval blockade is not going anywhere. That is part of what at this point has become a sticking point in these discussions, since the White House says that so far all of Iran's counter proposals have been insufficient, mainly because we haven't seen much of a discussion around potential curbs when it comes to Iran's nuclear program, though we know other differences remain, including how Iran views the naval blockade, how they want to retain some sense of control over the Strait of Hormuz once the conflict is ended. They want to see full financial payments in regards to war damages. At this point, the U.S. has said that it's not going to budge on these issues as we wait.
ARM Holdings pulling back, giving us a B and C entry potentially. If you're interested, ARM Holdings. It's breaking out of a base, so it could, this breakout could trend for anywhere from a few days, a few weeks, who knows, until it builds another base. Looks like it'll be up higher. NVIDIA, don't forget NVIDIA. One thing I haven't talked about with NVIDIA lately is this. Okay, so we're waiting on NVIDIA. What's going on here? S&P? No, not S&P. Let's go here. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA don't forget we were talking about this big base that needs to break out. It's breaking out. So the likelihood is this is going to keep going to the upside. Okay. So this has been basing since July of last year in the lower section. The mid section's been consolidating since October. And the upper section, we hit the highs back in October, drifted back down, and then back up again in April. Now we're breaking out. So the longer the base, the higher in space. This should just keep going. NVIDIA earnings should be really good. I got a lot of people like Josh Brown and other portfolio managers that are sticking long with NVIDIA.
We do pretty good with Jamaica, with Trinidad, with Dominican Republic. We get along well.
USO Pulse, NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls, Spider Pulse.
We have enough trouble right now. We certainly do here in Georgia. And the United States right now.
Okay, Tesla looks like it wants to go too. Watch Tesla. Okay, we're breaking this downtrend. Looks like we're going to break this downtrend. All right. Heads up.
Spider Pulse, long dated, Q's Pulse, 0 DTE, call side.
I think we keep jumping around from one place to another, and I don't know what we've done about Venezuela. I was in Venezuela when I was ambassador, and Venezuela was a good friend of ours, and they didn't have a democracy, but as we traded, they upgraded their economy little by little. They were getting better. I don't know where things are now.
Q's Pulse.
All right, Microsoft. All right, looking good. Microsoft.
0 DTE, call side. Size.
Nike. Okay, Apple.
It's a reaction to the jumping around of the present administration. This election, this primary election. Well, I'd love to hear from you on the issues facing Georgia. Especially if you're weighing in on international affairs. Maybe ask you just about anything based on your resume, but with regard to Georgia and the rewriting.
Okay, future's starting to climb again.
You said the Supreme Court can go to hell over the decision on Section 2. I mean that literally. I'm not talking about hell on earth. I'm talking about absolute hell. I'm basically a preacher. And there is good and there is evil. What's your message to Brian Kemp who says it's time to rewrite Georgia? Well, my message is...
All right, S&P starting to go here. S&P starting to go. LATSGO, let's go. Tesla looking strong. Everything is looking strong now. Let's look at the New York FANGs real quick. Okay, don't forget, longer the base, the higher in space. Looking at 240. I'll adjust my target to 240.
The landscape jump we made because 30 years ago we had the Olympics here. And the Olympics, we raised $2.5 billion privately. No city money, no state money, no federal money. And put on the Olympics, and everybody profited. 41% of the money we spent with minority and female-owned businesses. And a fair, aggressive economy that's open to all people and that protects the values. But right now in Atlanta,
There goes Apple. There goes Apple. All right, watch Apple. Here we go. Apple breaking out. Here we go. Here we go. Go already. There we go. All right, Apple. Let's do it. Let's do it, Apple.
NVIDIA Pulse.
Okay. S&P turning up as well. Apple turning up. S&P 500. Okay, looking better. Okay, looking better. S&P. Let's go to the 3-minute. Let's go to the 3-minute. All right, Apple. Apple wants to go.
Tesla Pulse.
Okay, Apple. What is the call on Apple? Let's see. Apple.
Spider Pulse. Intel Pulse. Long dated. Deep calls. Size. Deep puts. Spider Pulse.
This election, but I just have real confidence in the American people, and I have confidence in our Constitution.
We'd love your editorial race before you leave us, because you ran, Stacey Abrams ran twice. Now Keisha Lance Bottoms has an opportunity to be the first Black governor of Georgia. How does she win? How does she beat the Republican who will be chosen in that runoff if Brian Kemp's backing possible?
Well, Brian Kemp was a moderate guy when he got elected. Every
SPX Pulse, long dated.
That meant that he withheld 11,078 votes from President Trump. He didn't change those votes.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated.
If he's playing national politics, there's another judgment to be made.
How about Keisha Lance Bottoms? How does she become?
0 DTE, call sign. Size.
By really the two Republicans, their campaign ads have been antagonistic since the very beginning, and it's not going to slow down. They will take Keisha Lance Bottoms for granted, but when you look at the slates that have won,
All right. Excuse me. Apple looking for more upside, or 301 dealer should be hedging a bit. Should be hedging a bit here. All right, we got a good bit of time left on the day. If they can run this squeeze, we got 2 hours and 36 minutes to go. So Apple could go quite a bit. Let's see, S&P still trying to do something here. S&P 500 still trying. Hedge flows continue to rise. We got some resistance at 74.40. S&P resistance at 74.40. All right, junk bonds did bounce. We've got breadth in our favor. Number of stocks above the 20-day have pivoted. We've got tick cumulative turning more bullish. Looks pretty good for a follow through tomorrow. Okay, IWM small caps. They got the 10-year pulling back along with crude oil prices. So this is all looking good. And you got NVIDIA earnings on top of that. Okay. T1, another.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep calls.
The NASDAQ 100 index pushing higher by 1.3%. But look at small caps today. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares, it is gaining by 2.2%. All of this for the MAX 7 index. The Bloomberg MAX 7 index up now by 0.9%. Again, NVIDIA part of that index. NVIDIA shares have earnings up by 2%. The small 18, 10-year, 2-year, 4.04%, and the 30-year down 5.9%. Gold is up 1.2%, 45.35 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude slipping now about 6.5%. $100 a barrel. TI 97.34. Barrel of Brent, the global benchmark, barrel of Brent.
Okay, looking good. Looking good. Be funny if OpenAI falls flat on its face. Looking for S&P to turn. Hedge flows continue to rise. We've got 74.40 as resistance, and right below 74.15. Okay, right where we are right now. So S&P could continue if this 74.15. Okay, looks good. High of the day. All right. S&P still climbing. We also have Bitcoin rising. So Bitcoin looks good. So most of our risk on indicators, I believe, are bullish. Let's take a look real quick. I just want to double check. Go to the bonds. Go to the bonds. Down the bottom of bonds, I have my signals. Okay, here is junk bonds. Junk bonds bouncing. You can see RSI turning up. The top green line is IBB, Biotechs, IWM, obviously Russell, risky. Crude oil turning down, that's bullish. We've got Bitcoin bouncing at the 50-day moving average. You got advanced decline turning back up, and you got the 10-year turning down. So all signals are bullish. All signals are bullish. Crude oil and 10-year are down. Advanced decline, Bitcoin, IWM, IBB, and junk bonds are higher. S&P looks good. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Wednesday, May the 20th. We've got 2 hours and 11 minutes to go. Okay, looks good. Netflix turning up. Netflix. Okay, let's see. Netflix is turning up. S&P is turning back up. Okay, watch Netflix. Netflix turning off the low. If we can get above 90, that would be great for it. Netflix. Okay, Microsoft having a good day. Microsoft coming back up into yesterday's price action. NVIDIA with earnings tonight. Okay, looking for that base to break out. I'm looking at 240. I would say 240.50 seems doable. Okay, the president's talking about threatening Iran with a big hit, but yet we've got mixed signals. We've got news that we're nearing the end of negotiations, I guess. And yet he's talking big hit. I don't know where that came from. All right, so we got Tesla at the high of the day looking for a follow through. We got Meta about to turn back up right now. There goes Apple a little bit more. Okay, Microsoft looking like it wants to go. Microsoft looks like it wants to push a bit more. I almost added over here. Almost added to Microsoft and said I decided to add to Apple. Okay, same area. I decided to add to Apple right in this area. Okay, when it started to turn. Microsoft, same area. So instead of adding to Microsoft, I should have added to both actually. But I have a very large position in Microsoft, so I need to get this back above, what's today? Wednesday. We need to get this back above Monday's high. Okay, right there. Here's Monday's high. Whoops. Okay, I need to get, that's Monday's high right there. So I need this price action to get back above Monday's high. That would help out. My latest ads. Okay, Microsoft looks good. That's the Monday high right there. Right there. So I need this price action to get above that. For break even. Microsoft's still pushing here. Looks like it wants to go some more. Microsoft. Apple at the high of the day. Apple. High of the day over there. High of the day. Let me just take this. High of the day. Apple. There's a lot of fairly large positions in Apple for Friday's expiration. Looking for a breakout on the daily over there on the right.
iteration of this story. There's something more
Micron Pulse, long dated.
Okay. Yeah, market's looking good.
Misunderstanding of what military force was going to be able to do quickly in Iran, and whether it's Ahmadinejad in particular or someone else. My sense is the hope was both in the United States and potentially in Israel as well that military force would quickly lead to an uprising, whether a Kurdish intervention, some kind of more moderate regime coming to power in Iran, and both in terms of the successor to the Ayatollah, who appears to be more radical rather than less, and the possibility of Ahmadinejad coming to office, which seems to have not gotten anywhere real fast, suggests that they had high hopes for something that was going to be a much more a quick success, and that was not working well.
Of course, that was also the hope of Operation Midnight Hammer, and the president to this day still maintains that it was the quick success that the U.S. was looking for, and that it led to the obliteration of Iran's nuclear program. But we are still here talking about that nuclear program, and he keeps coming back to this issue of the nuclear dust, the enriched uranium still in Iranian possession. He has, in just the last few days, referred to it as psychologically important for the United States to retrieve. He, in an interview last week, suggested that
S&P need another pop to the upside.
essentially public relations purposes. Can you talk to us about the consequence of being able to obtain that?
Tesla's about to break out. Tesla's about to break out. Tesla about to go.
It is more than dust, right? What we are talking about is significant quantities of enriched uranium. And before last summer's military campaign and this military campaign this year,
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
it was enough material to make multiple nuclear weapons following a political decision to do so, which they have not made. And so that material
Google
is
Pulse.
consequential. We'll get to the politics and the rhetoric and the psychology of it, but it is consequential in terms of a future decision to pursue nuclear weaponization. And one of the consequences of this military campaign and last summer's is that the IAEA inspectors have been kicked out, and we have far less insight into what is going on the ground, what is happening on the ground with the nuclear materials, this and otherwise. And so I am deeply concerned about where that material ends up. And I'm also very concerned about what the military operation would look like to go in and get it. This is not a trivial undertaking, and we've seen that this has been a robust campaign where the Iranians have been able to hit back and pursue
Google Pulse, shenanigans, SP exports, long dated.
So I think the president is correct that this is important, but I think it misses the larger picture to just think about it as a psychological thing.
It's trying to make the rationale for to suggest that we're watching it 24 hours a day. We've got satellite coverage. They can't get near this without us bombing them, knowing that it would take thousands of troops to excavate that material in a very delicate mission to get it out of the country or safely disposed of somewhere.
All right, there goes Apple. Apple's breaking higher now. Apple going. Okay, futures are starting to climb.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated.
And so that makes me skeptical that we have anything close to perfect intelligence or insight into what is going on.
NVIDIA Pulse, long dated. Tesla Pulse, deep calls. Spider Pulse, deep pulse.
All right, there goes Apple. Apple going. Okay, looking really good here. Apple futures starting to climb. Futures climbing, looking good. Into NVIDIA earnings. Microsoft breaking out. Tesla breaking out. Apple breaking out above recent pivots. Tesla turning the corner. IONQ trying to break out. Partnering with NVIDIA. That should be probably going to be mentioned at some point in the conference call, I would imagine. Quantum, IONQ is the number one partner. in the quantum space. There goes Apple.
Infrastructure that civilians share with the military. Basically follow through with that, knock the lights out, and killed a bunch of people. Does it bring us closer to a deal, or does it get the regime into more of a war?
It's a really hard question, and I think one thing we can say so far is that the regime and the population have demonstrated themselves to be terribly resolved.
Despite the higher prices, the consumer is still spending. But Target is specifically seeing some progress in its turnaround plan in trying to get some of those customers back to the store. But, cautiously so. We do have soaring gas prices. We have a lot of uncertainty in the macro backdrop, and not acknowledging that is problematic. But in this case, acknowledging it with the tone it was acknowledged with also proved to be problematic.
And I agree. I think that there's been clear confidence in the consumer's spendability. I heard someone call it cautious confidence, and I like that to characterize the earnings call. But as of course now we look at trading Target here. I mean, considering can't argue the price, we are down about 4% today.
Yeah, some cautious confidence with this example trade. It's risk defined, but it's neutral to bullish below the market, giving it some room to breathe here. Selling the 116 put, buying the 114 put in the June.
Tesla's still going here. Tesla looks good.
Collecting 50 cents, 3-to-1 risk reward, Jenny. $150 in risk, chance to make 50 per spread with a break even at 150. So looking for those.
Okay, Amazon turning back up. ABCD pattern on Amazon.
More of the same. So of course we have.
With 2 hours and 20 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Looks like we're going to head back up to the highs, potentially. S&P. Hedge flows still rising. Hedge flows still rising.
Long dated.
She's got your smile. Carl. Yep. Your #1 broker's here to welcome your new little dependent.
Actually, we invest with Schwab now. They have everything we need all in one place.
I can set up her college fund.
I've been learning about trading strategies. Schwab helps regenerate retirement income.
All this Schwab is everything you need is making me cranky.
Does somebody need a nap?
Schwab!
Micron Pulse.
Invest
Long
your
dated.
way with Schwab.
Calls.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern, Morning Movers, only on Schwab Network. Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to dive into the move we're seeing today.
Microsoft still going there. Looks good. Microsoft. Apple. Looking for more upside. Apple.
Joining us now for more on this story is Sam Badas, host for the Schwab Network. And so, Sam, walk us through the latest here. Obviously, we have lots of news in Meta today, but specific to this Texas Attorney General and the Meta glasses.
This is such a fascinating story, Jenny, this particular one. I mean, this obviously seems to be tied to some...
I don't think it's so fascinating.
I built this custom CRM from a private equity that,
has all the features that Salesforce couldn't give me. And so a lot of it is really about creating these custom solution, but also a lot of it is just like net new apps.
S&P 500 climbing.
Running their business on Replit. You might have seen the New York Times profile this first one employee billion-dollar company. It's called Medvi, and that's running on Replit. That wasn't possible before. One person now, extended by these agents. And one thing about Replit that's amazing is you can run parallel agents. You can run 20 agents at a time building the software for you. And so one person could create enormous amount of value in the world, and that really didn't happen before.
Judd, this is Kelly here. Do we need Replit, though, in a world where now we have Claude, Code, and Codex, and all of these tools?
Yeah, so if you're someone who's not an engineer and you download Claude Code, which again is a fantastic tool, and Cursor, you might ask the agent to do something, and the agent might install a package that's actually infected with a worm. There's these zero-day supply chain attacks that are happening now that can go into your computer, infect other computers in the network, steal your data. We've seen a lot of issues like
Netflix turning back up, NVIDIA fading a bit.
from these zero-day supply chain attacks. So vibe coding is really a fantastic, revolutionary kind of technology. The problem is that there's a lot of safety concerns, especially if you don't know what you're doing. Now on Replit, we have the sandbox environment in the cloud, and the agent knows what kind of packages to install. We don't let you install kind of
Microsoft running. Okay, Microsoft is going now. There goes Microsoft. Almost 30% into the lower part of yesterday's price action. Okay, looking good. That's a high from yesterday. MACD turning, volume coming in. Microsoft. It's kind of hard to send the S&P lower when all these New York FANGs are moving higher, and you've got good bullish breadth. Looking good.
I think the category will grow just fine. I just think that we need to invest in reliability and security.
Microsoft looks really good.
And that's going to be an industry-wide effort. And I think the most important
You just let these positions run. Everything's working really well. Tesla.
make sure that people, they're sitting on a platform that has guardrails. I don't think we should just roll out, Claude and Cursor for everyone, and just people will kind of run into trouble. So that's the main thing. And then the other thing, I think, with a lot of entrepreneurs starting new companies, we're going to probably run into this issue where there's a lot of new apps to kind of choose from. We, famously had an issue with Apple not letting us through the App Store because Replit created an enormous explosion of apps in the App Store. So we're working through these issues just to make sure we're creating high-quality software. And I'm really proud to say that Replit probably generates the highest quality of software because we spin up a lot of tokens on reliability, on security, and it's important to be responsible in this era.
Well, that's fascinating. It certainly helps me wrap my head around it more. And again, congratulations on all your success, Judd. And we look forward to the IPO soon, maybe, hopefully.
SP exports.
Judd Massad joining us there. Julia Borson, thank you very, very much as well. To see the full list of this year's companies, head to cnbc.com/disruptor15. Coming up, a settlement or a slush fund. The Trump administration's $1.8 billion anti-weaponization fund, announced yesterday, already facing legal challenges. Those details are next on The Exchange.
Okay, Apple at the high, Microsoft still running, Netflix reversing, moving higher. Meta looking for a break to the upside. Meta, Tesla looks good. Okay, again, the NASDAQ 100, ARM Holdings top of the list, followed by Constellation Energy, AMD, Intel, LRCX, ASML. The top 5, 4 or 5 are chips, followed by Dexcom, NXP, Semiconductor, Marvell, MPWR, CrowdStrike, GE Healthcare, Airbnb, Clack, Micron, Mercado Libre, Shopify, Applied Materials. What is that? FER, I'm not sure what that is. Marriott, Qualcomm, CDNS, and DoorDash rounding out the top 20. Very nice group of stocks moving higher. And up-down volume is almost 5-1. Up-down volume is almost 5-1 on the Qs. Everything looking good. Almost 5-1 on the Qs. Going into NVIDIA earnings.
Soft pulse. Micron pulse. Long dated. Soft pulse.
All right. Qs look good. Microsoft. Nike looking good. Tesla's above the 200-day. Want to keep some of these calls on Tesla in case there's a big pop off of the prospectus, SpaceX prospectus.
President Trump dropping his $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS earlier this week for the leak of his tax returns. He and his family and businesses won't receive any compensation for that leak as a result. Instead, the Department of Justice is creating a nearly $2 billion anti-weaponization fund for broader victims of government lawfare. It was announced yesterday, and the legal battles have already begun. Eamon Jabbers has more for us from Washington. Eamon?
Hey there, Kelly. We are now seeing the first lawsuit today that's aimed at blocking the president's new fund that's designed to pay people who say the Biden Department of Justice harmed them. Now, the fund, remember, was created as part of this broader settlement with President Trump by his own government, resolving a $10 billion lawsuit that he filed against the IRS. The lawsuit filed this morning is by a former U.S.
Oh, gosh. They just cannot talk about anything else but politics.
And it's great for everybody. It's very healthy. It's very sustainable from our standpoint. There is a lot of corruption in the business, and you mentioned small farmers. I mean, 15,000 small farmers.
Netflix looking for some more upside.
Bought out by these big billion-dollar companies, or just they can't make it because they can't compete.
Nasdaq's up over 1.25%. S&P's up 0.9%. Russell's up 2.25%. Russell looking good.
The food supply chain is getting owned more and more by the billion-dollar companies.
Zero
if we don't fix it,
DTE.
it's going to be too late because they're just going to own majority of the farms and control majority of the fishermen, and you're going to be forced to buy from Cisco, U.S. Foods, PFG, all these big companies that we see around our cities. They just have trucks with nice banners and act like they buy from the farmers, they buy from the fishermen. It's unfortunate, but I would advise a lot of people to do the hard work, which Lobster Boys is tough. It's tough because we came from a fisherman. To cut those people out, it takes a lot of guts, and you're not there financially back. So when you have these mass amount of farm products or fish products, you rely on these distributors, and it's tough to go without them.
Travis, real quick here, we're running tight on time, but our viewers are primarily self-directed equity investors. For those trying to get a macro read through, Lobster is kind of a premium product. Is there still a fair amount of demand for that, despite all the cost pressures that are facing consumers?
Yeah, and it's interesting that you guys have investors. So, how it works right now is, like I said, the huge seasons are open right now, all of it. So this is the lowest price you'll see. And as, an investment cycle, what we do is because the lobster quality is so good in Canada right now, we actually have to store some of our lobsters. And what happens is when obviously the supply gets cut very short, the price goes way up. So we store our lobsters in huge, massive tanks because we need supply in August, September, October when the seasons are shut
Futures
down
pulling back in a little bit.
and there's a big inflation. And
NVIDIA just rolled over.
Come up and you can make a little bit of money for your storage costs and profitability. So that's a huge investment cycle in the lobster business that happens twice a year. And it's a great opportunity for anybody that even has a knowledge about buying, selling, holding out for a bigger price.
Yeah, I think good place to leave it. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but so appreciate your time today. Really great conversation. Travis Maderia, co-founder of Lobster Boys. But now to shift gears here into Huhu Tech, which is positioning itself at the center of the broader AI build-out as they did release a new business update. So joining us now is George Tillis, senior markets correspondent for the network, for some more on this company's really growing role in the global manufacturing. And so, George, walk us through the latest update from Huhu Tech, a name I like saying, frankly.
Yeah, this one's, it's a small cap company. It's actually a micro cap semiconductor infrastructure company. They actually supply the marketplace with equipment that deals with things like purity processing. It has to do with piping, gas, and chemicals, and equipment that are used for processing semiconductors, and also factory management software and services, operations and controls. But this is a micro cap company, market cap less than $300 million. It's China-based. It IPO'd in the United States back in October of 2024.
Tick cumulative has crossed over, starting to change in momentum. Number of stocks above the 20-day, also moving higher. That's showing a change in momentum. That said, we're seeing a little bit of profit taking across the board here at the moment, with 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 45 seconds to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. I'm going to take a little break, and I'll be right back.
They did secure also a contract, at least the last year, in Arizona, where there's a major semiconductor manufacturing corridor for about $3 million support, because the total sales last year for the business were higher by about 18%, but still nonetheless low at around $21 million with $17 million in losses. So that's something you got to keep in mind. But this is certainly an up-and-coming growing business based in China. Exposure in the United States, also growing in Japan based on most recent news.
Quick, we're almost out of time, but this stock looks like it's trying to make a breakout. For a technical trader who's looking for that, what would you like to see?
Well, you'd love to see a breakout on strong volume. One of the things about this stock is you'll notice that there isn't a lot of volume in terms of the profile, but today it looks like, at least today, the volume so far has actually exceeded the volume the last year altogether. So ideally speaking, you can notice today that it did touch most recent highs, which goes back to late 2025, and hasn't broken above it with some confirmation. So ideally, Alex, you want to see a follow-through day in this day.
Yeah, and I think that today's move is at least solidifying, obviously, some positive reaction to, of course, this update. So about 3.5% today. Appreciate it, though, George Tillis, for all of that rundown on Huhu Tech. That will do it for Alex and myself for Wednesday's Next Gen Investing. We have the watch list coming up next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide. no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Welcome to Schwab Network, where real-time market coverage meets expert strategy. From the opening bell to the closing bell, we've got you covered. Get inside the minds of pro traders.
My point is that they're getting a higher rate of change in sales based on their guidance, but not the same rate of change on EPS.
Follow the biggest headlines, live analysis, breaking news, and sharp trade ideas minute by minute. With shows built for action, we break it all down in real time with speed, accuracy, and precision.
I think one of the most important things is you're making a play in a risk-defined way here going into earnings.
So that would be a further downside area to watch.
Smart insights, actionable data, veteran traders, and trusted financial journalists streaming live and on demand. Schwab Network, streaming 24/7, any screen, anywhere, free. SchwabNetwork.com.
Mom, when my grandparents.
Okay, Apple looking like one more time to the upside, Apple. Let's see. Apple, one more shot. Looking for that breakout. Looking for the breakout in Apple.
I want to invest with a company that can help me give my family a happy financial future.
Stay connected to what moves markets. Download the Schwab Network app and stream live coverage wherever you are.
There goes Apple. Apple on the move. Looking for the breakout. 5-day consolidation. NVIDIA earnings tonight. Looking forward to that. Okay, here goes Apple. Here goes Apple right here. Apple going.
Now we take a look. Might be snapping a 3-day loop.
All right, we've got a lot to do, but welcome everybody. Let's get straight down to the markets and your money. All your
NVIDIA turning back up. Tesla defending this 200-day. We bounced back above the 200-day. Looking for it to hold above the 200-day. Looking for Apple to rip up towards 302.50.
None other than Jeff Bezos threw some cold water on that notion this morning right here on CNBC.
Even if it does turn out to be a bubble, you shouldn't worry about it because the bubble is driving investment, and a lot of the investment is going to turn out to be very healthy.
So even if AI is not in a bubble, no one can argue that a few macro headwinds persist. You got higher oil prices, higher gas prices, higher interest rates, and rising inflation. They remain real risks. As always, bespoke investment research laying it out very clearly, highlighting
IONQ looks like it wants to take out the high of the day as well. IONQ. IONQ looking very strong here. What is Firefly doing? Firefly turning back up. All right, Doji. Okay. NVIDIA turning back up. Apple at the high. Apple's driving a bit more.
Fascinating. The market has averaged annualized gains of 11% when you have inflation stuck between 2 and 4%. The key is which way does inflation break out of that range? And overall, once you break out of that range, market returns are inconsistent. But when it breaks out to the upside, forward returns are much weaker than if they break out to the downside. So as inflation gets to the higher level of that range here, we really want to see it stay in that range and not continue extending from this. Stay right there. How about this from Hickey?
Apple calls are now 45 and 50 deltas, looking good. Go the next level is 60 delta. The 300s are a 60 delta now for a Friday expiration. Looking good.
The majority of the boards saw rate hikes if inflation continued to run persistently above 2%, and many wanted to remove the easing bias in the statement. Remember, only 3 dissented, but of all the 19 in the room which swung many wanted to.
Okay, ARM Holdings turning back up. ARM Holdings.
An increased risk of inflation taking longer to return to the 2% target. The upside risk to inflation and downside risk to employment both seen as elevated. The Mideast conflict and wage growth remain at least on hold for longer than they previously anticipated. And several wanted to lower the funds rate only when disinflation was purely.
Okay, so the Fed. Vast majority said inflation could stay elevated longer. The Fed decision. FOMC.
Steve, thank you. Appreciate it. Let's turn back to Paul Hickey now. And Paul, you mentioned that the market has put up 11% gains during periods when inflation is 2 to 4%. But I wonder how much of that is coming when inflation is kind of falling, right? We've talked about the underpinning when you have inflation receding, the Fed easing, that can be really supportive of strong rallies. And is this one about to fall?
So, I mean, I think what you see is you have inflation above this,
All right, IONQ is breaking out. IONQ breaking out for today. New high of the day for IONQ. IONQ new high of the day. IONQ breakout. New high of the day.
Is there anything we didn't get from these minutes that wasn't in the press conference after the meeting? So I think the minutes don't really have as much of a weight as they used to. Okay, but I will add this, not to be picky, that if you look at the CME, Chicago Mercantile Exchange's Fed Watch tool, the bets, the money, whatever you want to call it.
IONQ on the move. IONQ pushing higher.
And I'm looking at a stock market that's looking at S&P, small cap.
Apple, higher highs, higher lows. Apple.
From rate cuts, and yet we're talking about rate hikes, and stocks are up. Make it make sense. Well, so our argument for for the last several months, if not a year now, is that you don't necessarily need rate cuts for the market to do well. I mean, rate cuts are usually because something's going wrong in the economy or the market. So in that respect, be careful what you wish for. Rate hikes would be an issue, but I don't think at this point we're going to see rate hikes come into play. Well, the CME Fed Watch tool may be, or the markets may be showing some pricing of a rate hike out over the next year. Let's see what happens going forward. I think the market expectations for rates and what actually happens at the very left.
You guys are always so good with all these trend following, putting it in historical perspective. What do you make of the run we've seen in the semiconductor?
Okay, Apple looking like it wants to go some more. Apple going for the high of the day.
Nvidia
calling the semi-transports of the 21st century for a decade now, and talking about how when they outperform, it's a really good sign for the economy and the market. They've just been outperforming like nothing we've seen. Rivaling at some of the most extreme levels.
Futures turning back up. Futures.
Ideally, I wouldn't want to chase that sector right here.
Okay, IWM looking good. Let's see what up-down volume has been pretty elevated all day. Got 3-1 on the diamonds, 4-1 on the Qs. That's off the best levels of the session. 3-1 on the SPY, 2.7 on the New York Stock Exchange, and 3-1 on the NASDAQ Composite, 2,700 components. Microsoft pulling back in. Microsoft.
Zero DTE.
Which has then brought that, even though the market's gone up, multiples have remained fairly constant because those earnings have been so good. And so here's the thing, results have been strong. Results are usually always strong. They've been more stronger than normal, but we're seeing strong guidance. We're seeing about close to 3 times as many companies raise guidance as lower guidance. And in an environment where we're in the Middle East war, oil prices at $100 a barrel, you can't really you fault companies if they were taking a more cautious tone or not giving guidance. But we're seeing companies, over 11% of companies have raised guidance. And so that's a really high number historically. And it reminds us of last year's first quarter earnings season when you had all the uncertainty around tariffs and everyone was saying it's going to be a blowout this earnings season. Not only did companies come out and report better than expected results, again, they were raising guidance. So companies are looking past the headlines. We always say that investing based on what's on the front page of the paper is a sure way to lose money and not do well. And the companies are looking past the headlines and looking at their actual businesses.
The small caps are outperforming today up 2%, although they've been a difficult story in some ways. We were talking to Oh-Sung Kwon yesterday from Wells Fargo, and he said, people are overlooking the fact that small caps have rallied to a large extent on the strength of semi-names in the space or semi-adjacent names in the space. We always talk about how there are more banks and, energy rate sensitive. But he thinks that momentum is going to slow and that actually some of those strong names will get pulled into the Russell 1K and leave the 2Ks kind of underperforming. I'm just curious if you have a take on the small caps.
Well, so the small caps, it's tough because people refer to them as such an economic barometer. But at the same time, there's, the Mag 7 stocks, almost practically all of them are larger individually than the Russell 2000. So it doesn't take much. A small rotation out of the S&P 500 and into it's like putting a fire hose through a straw. It's going to have a much more pressure in the small cap index when you have that money come in versus the magnitude of the impact coming out.
What's the magnitude of the impact of NVIDIA's earnings tonight?
So
how much does NVIDIA really matter?
So it tends to track the market over time. I think we'll focus a lot of attention on the results. Historically, the short-term reaction of the stock to earnings has been relatively weak. It's been down 5 of the last 7 earnings reports. The stock tends to always rally. Since ChatGPT was launched, there's only been one time the stock has gone down between quarterly reports.
Wow.
So it's always been strong. The magnitude of the rally coming into this earnings report is actually weak relative to some of the others. And so when you've seen this, when it's been up under 20% between earnings reports, the earnings reaction day performance has tended to be negative 2/3 of the time.
Paul Hickey.
So we'll see.
Sticky, picky. Paul, really appreciate it.
But never tricky. Never tricky. He's very direct.
Never tricky.
He's very direct.
Paul, thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
All right, let's get a check now on the bond market because the rise in rates certainly has been really one over the other huge story in the market.
All right, we got an hour and 49 minutes to go. Hour and 49 minutes to go.
Right near the highs of the year, it's impacting mortgage rate. 30-year fixed rate mortgage at its highest level last July. And in an effort to ease the soaring cost of home ownership, the House and Congress just passed a long-awaited housing affordability bill aimed at increasing housing supply as well as other initiatives. That bill
If you remember I'm just a bill, passes in the House, then Kelly goes back to the Senate, could go back to the House, and it gets signed by the president, and then the paper gets stuck with the. We should have
IONQ continues higher. IONQ.
Just put it up every time we're following this project.
Run the cartoon.
Exactly. Oil prices are getting some relief today. Is the worst behind them? We'll ask top oil and commodity analyst Halima Croft with WTI breaking under 100 today. That's after the break.
Through 2030 is for a lot of growth, but you have to remember that OpenAI is on the hook for also almost $1 trillion of projects around the world, largely relating to infrastructure, where there's a mix of
Gold
it's
pulse.
committing capital or a partner is committing
Gold catching a bid. GC. Gold futures. A little bit of a bid, but it's below the 50-day. Gold futures below the 50-day, that blue line on the right. Okay, it looks like the markdown continues, rolling over. You got to wait until this starts to show signs of accumulation, in my opinion. Gold's not there right now. It's in the markdown phase. Below the 50-day, 50-day is descending. 200 days right below. Maybe we start to consolidate near the 200-day if you're thinking about gold. Futures looking for another pop. Futures looking for one more pop or two. Momentum has shifted. Tick cumulative is now green. The signal line's above the tick cumulative. Mostly 2.5 to 3 to 1, 4 to 1 up volume. Bulls in charge. Breadth is bullish. S&P big caps, mid caps, small caps, and NASDAQ. Number of stocks above the 20-day also turned up, along with Bitcoin and IWM, IBB, and junk bonds. With a 10-year lower, all of those signals are bullish.
Tesla Pulse, long dated.
All right, so today's FOMC minutes were released a few minutes ago, 15 minutes ago. Rate hike warnings. Majority of the Fed officials explicitly warned that they would likely need to consider raising interest rates if inflation remains persistently sticky. Many officials called for the central bank to completely drop its previous earnings easing bias to signal that the next policy shift could be a rate hike rather than a cut. Unprecedented internal dissent. The underlying meeting featured 4 no votes, marking the highest level of explicit policy disagreement and friction seen on the committee since 1992. Okay. All right, Apple turning back up again. S&P looking for a breakout. S&P. Apple turning back up. Looks like they're selling into strength. A lot of those calls that were bought today for Friday's expiration.
Sitting at anchor, and now you can see they're spreading out, heading toward Kuwait and Iraq and Bahrain and Qatar here. Those are all on the move. It looks like, we don't know, but it looks like they are going to load oil. And this this is not just our imagination.
Zero
I actually
DTE.
was going back and forth today with a shipping industry source, and they pointed me to an article in the trade industry publication.
Amazon, ABCD pattern turning back up. Amazon.
Here's the headline. Quote, Iran relaxes grip over Strait of Hormuz as it lets batch of ships through. The Navy, the Iranian Navy said it allowed, I don't like that term, but that's what they used, a mixed fleet of 26
Microsoft bounce.
Here's the question. Is this a potential real breakthrough, or is this another head fake? Joining us now is RBC Capital Markets Global Head of Commodity Strategy, Halima Croft. You're in D.C., and Halima, earlier today, you spoke with Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, who basically runs ADNOC and the UAE's energy strategy. He's arguably one of the most powerful people in the world in oil and gas. He's in the UAE. What did he tell you?
So first of all, we had a wide-ranging conversation with Dr. Sultan. He's also Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology in the UAE. He came out with the big headline of saying essentially that even if this war ends tomorrow, it will still take 4 months, Brian, to get back to 80% of pre-war flows through the Strait of Hormuz. And so, again, even if we get some miraculous breakthrough, and you mentioned in the setup that there's been these headlines saying, once again, over soon, and an anonymous Pakistani source saying within hours, even if we get to that point, it's still going to take 4 months. And he really emphasized the need to build more resilient systems going forward.
Aside from that, which is pretty, I mean, listen, that's a big comment. It's going to take months to get back to 80%, and yet the oil market is declared it's not a $50 a barrel. Okay, so we're a little bit below 100, and we can go back above 100 tomorrow if there's some other conflicting headline. What is your take on what we just showed on that map? I'm not saying everything's fine. I want to be very clear. You could have a missile launch tomorrow and things change. But it does seem right now, based on that map, that ships are moving in ways they have not for weeks.
Well, Brian, I think the interesting question is the following: is this the normalization and consolidation of the Tehran toll booth? Because I'm assuming, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, those ships are moving through the Iran channel, and they are likely paying a fee, or at least have negotiated the use of that channel with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Navy. That is the end state the Iranians are seeking at the end of this war. That they are essentially deciding every ship that traverses that critical waterway. The really important question, though, as I'm sitting in Washington, is that the end state that President Trump is going to agree to? Certainly, a number of Gulf countries have said that that is not the way they want this war to end. They are seeking full normalization of flows to the Strait of Hormuz. So yes, you're talking about 20-odd ships moving through. It used to be 100
Tesla still supported by the 200-day, above the 200-day Tesla. ARM Holdings, I'll probably do something with ARM tomorrow.
Fair enough, and they're paying that toll, which raised the cost for everybody. But Halima, I've got to imagine, and I don't know where we might be able to see your interview with Dr. Sultan and the Atlantic Council, or maybe we can't watch it. We'll just rely on what you tell us. Did he talk about this new pipeline? Because the UAE has a pipeline already going across their peninsula. They're building a second one, and if I know them, and if I know that region, they're going to get this darn thing finished pretty quickly, and that's just going to maybe permanently or semi-permanently reduce the influence and the importance of the Strait, and more importantly, of Iran.
I mean, Brian, this is such a great question. You brought this up on your social media account yesterday. Are we basically at peak Hormuz? And Dr. Sultan really did emphasize how fast the UAE are shoving.
God, they just can't help themselves with this freaking Straits of Hormuz.
And others. In the meantime, we're going to watch the charts midway through the trading week.
Microsoft turning back up. Amazon turning back up. Google turning up. Netflix trying to get back above 90. Netflix. New York Fangs look pretty good. Junk bonds bouncing today. Junk bonds. Okay, junk bonds are up. So is biotech, IWM, Bitcoin bouncing at the 50-day. 10-year yield is lower, and crude oil is lower. All of our signals are bullish. We got breadth looks good. Breadth is all pointing upward. Plenty of room to the upside before you get to plus 30% overbought. Number of stocks trading above the 20-day, also looking very strong. Gave us a pivot today. S&P equal weight is giving us a pivot. Number of stocks above the 20-day, clearly turning back up. So we got down to 38%, 37%, and turned back up. That's a bullish signal. We've got the equal weight index headed back up to the highs. Looks like a cup and handle. Breakout would be to the upside.
We are back right here on the watches where we're seeing some up arrows here on Wall Street.
Micron Pulse, long dated, deep call.
Some of the names that reported, we had the parent of TJ Maxx and Marshalls here at TJX.
IONQ continues higher. IONQ.
Micron Pulse, long dated.
To take a look, we just got through the Fed minutes. Looks like we're holding steady after what we heard from the Fed minutes. What levels are you watching on the S&P 500?
Good morning, Nicole. And I'll tell you what, this is one of those days that I think to a certain extent challenges investors because you get that new information coming in with the Fed minutes, but at the same time we're rotating to a new Fed chair. We've talked through that idea. I think what, as far as investors are paying attention to maybe at the moment, is this 10-period moving average on the S&P 500 index on the SPX, which is just overhead, just barely overhead at the moment, looking for that potential for some upward movement and upward lift. We didn't get a turnaround Tuesday. We're now getting perhaps a turnaround Wednesday. And
Microsoft turning back up. Okay, Apple is headed higher. Apple.
The 7,500 mark, we're at 7,419. 7,400 becomes the level to the downside that I think becomes crucial. 7,500 up on the upside, and then on its way to the 7,600, which is a symmetrical move off of this little bit of a bull flag type of rally that we've been seeing, Nicole.
Yeah, I mean, we think about the recent highs. We're not that far off from the recent highs, but, we're at least snapping the 3-day selling streak at this moment. Let's talk about some names on the move, and that's Colgate-Palmolive, which is a winner this year. In fact, it's up about 14%.
NVIDIA's down a bit.
Third of 1% at this moment while we speak about it. Your thoughts, why this one jumped out at you?
Well, I'll tell you why this one really especially stuck out to me. One, it's a pretty consistent dividend payer. It's in that dividend aristocrats range where they've been continually increasing their dividends for a number of years. You see a fairly strong intermediate.
An indictment against Raul Castro, some heads of the military, as well as the pilot involved in downing a plane that was being flown as a rescue mission. And among the charges are the conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals, as well as the destruction of an aircraft and 7 counts of murder. Let's take it back in 1996, February 24th, 1996, the shootdown of the brothers to rescue planes in international waters. That is a pretext the U.S. government is using to indict Raul Castro. Now, it made me thinking, is this possible? Will he be able to be brought to justice in the United States? We just heard from Todd Blanche, the acting U.S. attorney, who says that they expect him to come to by Sunday. Now, we won't speculate on this topic here, but we heard from the Cuban government about 30 minutes ago. They say these charges are basically hogwash and that they have
downgrade just because there's one
the
part about ETFs.
the
You
Cuban
get
government
access to basically any strategy out there. Given the move in the 70s, it's now pushed the performance of high relative low beta into a historically extreme. We're seeing leveraged semiconductor activity explode. And so we think that this is a great time to de-risk portfolios, to hedge. You want to go the alternative route, manage futures, and even consider something like low vol equity, which has not been on the playing field in quite some time. Great time to diversify, just in case things start to get a little bit bumpier. We see volatility really start to pick up in that space.
All right, so if we're talking about that, you talk about the ETFs that you could use, the types of investments that you have.
are there any ways that you are specifically looking to kind of hedge that high beta type trade, that high
Guess anyone who wanted to sell some NVIDIA into strength for earnings, to get out before earnings, have done so. We dipped a little bit back to 223.92, 224, 224 now. Starting to bounce a little bit. NVIDIA going into earnings tonight. Got a feeling they're going to be up tomorrow.
To get that high in terms of weight. Look at other stuff that's out there. There's plenty of opportunities in this market. It just has to be non-tech oriented, right? Lower correlated to the broader benchmarks that are out there.
And Todd, one final point before we let you go. Are there any things that you would be looking at metric-wise, performance-wise in the broader markets that would actually get you to feel more constructive that that momentum AI-driven trade still has more upside ahead?
It's not even that. It's more about what else is participating. Look at the equate S&P 500 of that can start to make a new
Watching NVIDIA for a pop in today. Microsoft turning back up.
All right, Todd, so
Let's take a look at the New York FANG components. New York FANG should be fine.
Folks, the SpaceX IPO is getting closer and closer. We reported earlier SpaceX has picked
Okay, New York FANG components. 10 stocks pushing higher, looking like we might be headed back up.
As America celebrates its 250th anniversary, CNBC spotlights the companies that rose with the nation and continue to shape its future.
My name is Juan Andrade. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of USAA. USAA's story is part of American history.
All right, Microsoft turning back up. Apple looks like it wants to go some more. Apple's at the high of the day, or near the high of the day, I should say. High of the day is over on the right.
So they came together, not for business, but for a purpose, to protect each other. When I look at the company now, 104 years later, that same mission and that same focus remains today. We represent over 14 million members, and we have 38,000 colleagues that work here in the United States, but also in continental
Yields are at highs.
where we also support our active duty members.
We need the yields to continue to move lower. The 10-year yield needs to continue lower. Okay, we had a pretty decent little reversal today in the 10-year yield. That's good for IWM and tech stocks. Okay.
NVIDIA Pulse,
Access to capital.
long
You
dated,
don't get access to capital in places like China, Russia, as easily as you do in the U.S.
S&P looking good as well. S&P. New York FANG looks good. S&P looks good. The Qs look good. Okay, S&P turning back up. Okay, so we're looking for a range up here. Okay, we've got RSI turning back up. We're still above 50 embedded. All right, these look okay. Okay, weekly time frame, we're up 8 weeks. Okay, we're technically above last week's closing, right? Is that right? Let me just put the Zoom thumbnail on here. Where are you? Zoom thumbnail. Okay. All right, so technically we're above last week's high. So this is 8 weeks up. If NVIDIA earnings are well received, then the markets surge higher. Tick cumulative supports it. Breath supports it. The number of stocks above the 20-day supports it. Junk bonds support it. Bitcoin, IWM, IBB, biotechs, everything supports it right now. So we need to see the 10-year back off a little bit more dramatically.
SanDisk Pulse, long dated, deep puts.
Okay, so 6 weeks up. Let's look at the Qs. Qs. Qs look good. Okay, the Qs are technically obviously below the high of the week last week, but we're above the closing prices from last week. NVIDIA could push us back up into that wick. That would be 8 weeks up. All right, Apple starting to push here a little bit more. Apple looks like it wants to go. Apple is pushing. Okay, there we go. Here goes Apple. Run it up. Run it up. Let's go, Apple. Looking good. There goes Apple.
0 DTE, call side.
Apple breaking higher. NVIDIA earnings tonight. All of our signals are bullish. Being bullish as we turn the corner is even better than if we were all bullish signals at the highs, at recent highs. So we're coming off the low after a little pullback over the last 3 days. Last 3 trading days. There goes Apple. There goes Apple.
13% of the NASDAQ 100. Let's bring in an NVIDIA shareholder. Dryden Pence is CIO of Pence Capital Management. NVIDIA is one of your top 5 holdings. Welcome. It's good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you.
So we've heard some concerns raised about the sustainability of their gross margins at 75%, about their market share, and the stock has been a little less impressive after results in recent quarters. So does any of that bother you?
No. And the reason why is if you look through the rest of this year and into next year.
Okay. Nice move here.
Amazon,
Apple.
Meta, it's like they're all buying tremendous amounts of NVIDIA. And in 2027, you're estimated $922 billion of expenditures. That's almost the size of the Department of Defense budget. And when you look at something that big, NVIDIA, they're the rails of the Transcontinental Railroad of AI. They're absolutely essential. And we think it's going to be several years before anybody breaks that through.
All right. So NVIDIA's results today, at what point does this company, do you have to do more work on it? In other words, if we just keep hearing from the biggest technology names that their CapEx is going to continue, you can kind of, I think it sounds like you're saying, kind of put it away and not worry about it. But do you have to then look each quarter to hear if Meta or Microsoft or any of them are pulling back on those plans? Or do you think NVIDIA's a buy it and hold it for the very long run?
I think when you define long run, but I think so. And the reason why is this is completely transformation. And it's going to go on for a very long period of time. And we're just we're spending 2% of our GDP right now building out AI. From 1850 to 1859, we spent 2% of our GDP building out the Transcontinental Railroad.
But people love railroads. There is a big push. There is a big push against data centers, against AI. AI speakers in colleges are getting moved.
NVIDIA
Afraid it's going to steal their jobs. Do you worry not about NVIDIA driving, but just about the fact that maybe AI and data centers, they get knocked down a peg because a lot of the population is afraid of it?
Well, they're afraid of what they don't see, and they're afraid of, like, oh, is it going to take my job? What it's going to do is actually open up a tremendous amount of jobs that we never even thought about before. It's going to increase labor productivity to a point that we're going to be able to pay people more, have better careers, and all of those kinds of things.
Tesla looking forward to stay above this 200-day. Apple's still rising here. Apple doing well.
Their jobs change and their careers change.
NVIDIA Pulse,
Human beings are the most adaptive species on the planet. We'll be able to get through this. They'll be able to find new jobs doing something.
Well, I think also if AI kills all the jobs and there's no reason for AI to exist, and the economy just shuts down and we just pull the plug on the computer.
It's purely labor productivity.
Yeah. I want to pivot to SpaceX. Sure. Because we have reported
0
that SpaceX expected to file an IPO, OpenAI as well. You're an early SpaceX investor. How optimistic are you? What are your expectations for what could be, I think, the biggest IPO of all time?
I'm so excited about SpaceX, not necessarily because of its IPO, not necessarily because of the pricing, not because of but
those help.
It helps. It helps. It helps, absolutely. But it is as transformational to industrial development as AI.
Zero
is.
DTE.
If it is the transcontinental railroad for AI, SpaceX is the transcontinental railroad to the stratosphere.
Long dated.
We don't even know.
Okay, futures are going here. Futures going.
The fact when you lower the cost, it was in 2010, it was $20,000 per kilogram, which is about 2 of these bottles.
Futures go time.
Now it's $2,000 per kilogram to hit orbit. By 2028, it's going to be roughly maybe $20 per kilogram.
Hedge flow line continues to rise.
Data centers, which people don't necessarily like.
Hedge flow still rising. All right, so that 7440 is gone, eh? Let me just correct this. I'm going to get rid of that. Okay. So we're above this, 7415. Okay. Still rising. Futures go time. Dealer hedge flow still rising.
Which company, and another closely watched company is expected to file for its IPO as soon as Friday. Maybe we get that debut in September, and that, of course, is OpenAI. So we asked people today, which IPO would you rather buy, SpaceX or OpenAI? So forget that you're an early investor. If you had to just buy it with the rest of the public on IPO date, which one would you go with?
SpaceX. And the reason why is OpenAI already has competitors. They already technology, terrestrial technology. Your choke point is not as aggressive. It's not as firm as getting into orbit. So OpenAI already has Anthropic. It has all sorts of other competitors trying to catch up to it. Much
Okay, Apple just breaking out. Apple breaking out.
to be weakened than it is SpaceX, which is miles ahead of everybody else on launching these.
Well, Jeff Bezos, we talked to him this morning. Andrew did down in Florida. He's a competitor.
Apple's breaking out more. There it goes. There goes Apple.
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
Landing in some cases. Yes. That to me is the most amazing thing. It's not just that they're launching it, is that they're landing it.
Totally agree. It comes back to Earth, right? And I'm gonna get to go watch a launch, I think, in June, and I'll send you a picture. But the fact that these things go on their application and reuse of this is pretty amazing. Pretty cool.
Zero
Dryden,
DTE.
Great to have you here today. Thanks so much.
Size.
There we go.
Best dressed man.
Meta turning back up.
On the radio, he's got a picture of a rocket, SpaceX rocket, sewn into the inside. Well, it is the interior lining.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated.
S&P.
NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang will be on Squawk on the Street tomorrow morning. First on CNBC interview at 10 a.m. Eastern. Always look forward to hearing from him.
Such a cool character, Jensen.
Now for the CNBC News Update, Mackenzie.
President Trump today demanded that the nonpartisan Senate parliamentarian be fired just days after she ruled that Republicans couldn't include funding for White House ballrooms in an immigration enforcement bill. Senate Majority Leader John Thune responded that doing so would create even more issues over votes on the Hill. Elizabeth McDonough has served in the role since 2012 and is the first woman to hold the position. The Sandy fire in Simi Valley, California, that broke out on Monday has grown to nearly 1,700 acres and is 15% contained as of this
Okay, we're going to have a technical breakout here on Apple pretty soon. Just got to get above Friday's high. Just got to get above Friday's high.
And finally, a proposed class action lawsuit has been filed against Disney, alleging that the company doesn't adequately disclose its use of facial recognition technology at Disneyland in California, and that the company isn't transparent about how that collected data is used. According to the Disney website, the technology is optional and meant to help with re-entry to the park, and that the data is deleted within 30 days. Brian, back to you.
All right, Mackenzie. Thank you.
Okay, looks good. About to break above those highs, looks like.
Okay. Be next. It could. I'll tell you why and what happened today.
Come on, Apple. Let's go some more, Apple. Having a really good day on Apple.
Long dated.
Apple. We have an hour and 17 minutes to go.
Tech is rallying. NASDAQ up 1.4% right now. The NASDAQ 100 index up 1.5%. Keeping it all in context, S&P 500 index up by 1%. Higher right now by 71 points. Dow Industrials up 610 on the Dow, up now by 1.2%. The 10-year 4.57%. The VIX just below 18 now. The 2-year 4.04% with a 30-year at 5.11%. Gold up $58 the ounce to $45.51. Spot gold up 1.3.
Got a lot of stops overhead. For Apple, a lot of stops overhead. NVIDIA dropping off a little bit more briskly now. People taking profits off into earnings. Not trading an iron condor on that one. For earnings. Going to hold on to some calls.
Companies working with Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley to make a confidential IPO filing as soon as Friday. Goldman up 5% right now. Morgan Stanley up 4%. Recapping, S&P up by
Yeah, Morgan Stanley. These banks look good. The banks look good. Okay, Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs. These are breaking out. Okay, Morgan Stanley breaking out. And Goldman Sachs breaking out. Nice. There goes Netflix. Netflix pushing a bit higher off the low. Netflix doesn't look that exciting on the daily. Intraday, it's making a change in direction. Apple at the high. Apple continues to make higher highs. Okay, Netflix looks good though. Okay, we're up 60 handles, just off the best levels of the session right now. S&P, a little bit of profit taking.
The U.S. has indicted former Cuban President Raul Castro. The charges stem from his alleged role in ordering the 1996 shoot-down of 2 civilian aircraft. Now, Cuba is dealing with the collapse of its economy. President Trump has called Cuba a threat to national security, but is it? We're going to show Bruce McConnell.
Oh, like you guys know. You guys know. CNBC knows everything about everything.
I'll be direct, Michelle. I think there's a chance that Marco Rubio, who is a Cuban American,
the go-to emergency source for the world for oil. It's a very interesting topic. Kevin Hanks, I know we're going to have plenty of time to talk about it each day. Thank you very much. Okay, it's time for our ETF Watchlist segment. Joining me right now, Ethan Powell, Principal CIO, Brookline Capital Management. Thank you so much for being with us. We're talking a lot about catastrophe bonds and in focus, and I want to go through some different scenarios, but when we think about catastrophe bonds, what should we be thinking and how do people get them? Let's start with that.
Well, to follow on to the Strait of Hormuz conversation, I think the most important thing is that it's not tied to macroeconomic environment, market shifts, or the Strait of Hormuz, right? What you are assuming is the risk associated with large-scale catastrophes. So you're talking about tail risk, and you're talking about insured damages, right? And as you can imagine, insured damages in the event of a hurricane, earthquake, or a severe convective storm has nothing to do with prevailing interest rates, the economy, tariffs. What it's not is it's not a speculative bet on a weather derivative or a specific outcome of a specific storm. It's truly a strategic allocation to an alternative asset class that provides double-digit floating rate coupons.
catastrophic bond fund. Look, we're seeing some weather video there. When we say hurricane, what does that mean to you?
Well, it's a risk, but it's also an opportunity. Anytime there's volatility in the market, that represents better pricing, potential transparency. Last year was a great example, right? And it was a little odd. We had $100 billion of insured damage in the United States, $40 billion of it associated with the LA wildfires. From the LA wildfires, you only had around $250 million of cat bonds that were impaired. The Jamaican.
NVIDIA is still drifting a bit lower. NVIDIA. You got ABCD patterns. Microsoft, Amazon, Netflix, Meta. Chips leading the markets. NASDAQ 100. Top 20 populated by, I would say, about 50%. 50% are chips related or more.
Everyone's kind of projecting a sort of an average to below average hurricane season, which, given that we're still running in the low double-digit coupons, it's a good trade-off, good risk return.
You said there are times to actually get a better deal on some of these types of, when you look at the catastrophic bonds, for example, if a hurricane's coming or something.
Let's see, what are the Qs doing? Qs.
Yeah, there's something called live cat bond trading, but we certainly don't encourage that. That's more for the hedge funds where they think they have a differentiated perspective. I mean, that Jamaican hurricane bond was trading at 4 cents on the dollar. If you picked it up at 4 cents, you would have no cents left, right? So we don't view it as a speculative asset class. This is really geared towards total return. It's got a great relative yield versus comparable corporate credit risk. It's basically a double B type risk. And so you're talking about 200 to 400 basis points over comparable corporate double B risk. So, and it's super diversified because if there's, earlier in the year we had the AI drawdown that impacted all of this private credit. Everything became highly correlated. Then, of course, you had the war in Iran. This asset class just kept sort of chugging along and continuing to accrue income. Another thing to think of is we have position sizes of less than 2%. And we have Chilean earthquake. We have Japanese typhoon. There's no correlation between these underlying holdings just because of the nature of the risk that you're assuming.
So these cat bonds are truly a financial tool. And so, really transferring some of the risk that's associated with these catastrophic events, disasters, etc. So it's almost like a barbell approach, right? Isn't this sort of your hedge against? So, if you buy the cat bond, it might also be good to buy what on the other side if you're trying to set up a pair trade or a hedge.
Well, I mean, it's very, very difficult to hedge these unique weather events, right? So I wouldn't worry about hedging your cat bond exposure. I would worry about making sure you have diversified access to the cat bond marketplace and that you have good professional selection.
Apple, one more shot at the highs. End of day run, looking like Apple's going to keep going.
Sub-advisor, we keep position sizing below 2%, and we're very, very diversified in terms of geography and barrels and what's called trigger types and all of the sort of explanatory factors within the cat bond market.
NVIDIA is still selling off a bit
So you could use
into earnings.
But to me, that's much more speculative and it's more of a tactical trade. For us, this ETF really represents a strategic allocation.
Understood. It's great to see you, Ethan Powell, Principal CIO, Brookmont Capital Management. All right, looking at those cat bonds, ILS. Thank you. Coming up right now, let's talk to Alex Coffey, and we're looking at some of the big moves that he's watching at real trades. And I know you have Intel, Cisco, Target. Let's talk about some of the action. Start with Welcome back. A new CNBC partnership is pulling back the curtain on family offices. It's been notoriously difficult to track their value because it's not required for family offices to disclose their investments, at least until now. Robert Frank has details on CNBC's new family office portfolio tracker, Robert.
Yeah, so Kelly, family offices are the biggest investors that no one really understands. They have $5 trillion in assets, expected to grow to $9 trillion by 2030. We have no idea where they're putting their money. We have some guesses from surveys until now. So we teamed up with Adipar. They're a software company. What they do is put all the family office investments on one screen. This is the holy grail for family offices because they have private equity, they have hundreds of LLCs. How can you put it all on one screen so they can see everything? Adipar actually solved that problem. A lot of ex-Palantir. They have visibility into hundreds of family office portfolios with over $1.5 trillion of investment. So right there, for the first time, we're able to tell people where the money for the richest investors in the world is actually going. Two big surprises here. One, we think stocks are for little people.
All right, look like Apple's going to run here. All right, we got about an hour and 6 minutes to go.
They're actually adding in recent years.
And the biggest one, too, 33% there.
By far the biggest category. Now, the other thing is that private equity, which we hear a lot about, is only 6%. And private credit, the big selling point for private credit was, well, the rich have it, it's good enough for you. Well, the allocation to private credit among family offices was less than 1%. So not much private credit among family offices. And so, you see, on the whole, alternatives to everything outside of publicly traded stocks and publicly traded bonds is about 48%. So that's a lot. But you break that down, it's hedge funds, private credit, private capital, it's real estate, it's all these categories. And one of the biggest categories is direct investments in private companies. Brian, rich people, most of their money is in private companies.
Often because they created one, or
they created them, or
they get access from.
Well, that's how you get rich. You start a company, you build a company, you probably sell the company, then you're rich.
Right.
Jeff Bezos said that this morning with Andrew. I mean, it's not hard. Now, sometimes grandpa started.
Your burgers have to taste good, he said.
Chicken. He said chicken has. Sometimes grandpa started the company, and you get the benefit of grandpa's hard work. That's rare, but hey, we can dream. My grandfather owned a Gulf gas station in Stevens City, Virginia. But that aside, I was a little surprised at 5.8% private equity. It's very low.
Very low. And I thought it would be much higher as well. And the other interesting thing was cash. They have twice as much cash. They have even more cash than bonds. You think about it, 60-40 portfolio.
Bonds at least give you something.
Yeah, and they have 8% of fixed income, 10% in cash. Now the cash has come down. What that tells me, and what I've talked about from family offices, they want dry powder for if and when there is a crisis. They are the ultimate investors that like to do the opposite of what everyone else is doing because they're very long term. So that cash holding to me was quite high as well. But this is so revolutionary to actually have real portfolio data. We're going to do this every quarter. Even better, we're going to be able to compare it to last year, last quarter, and 5 years ago. So we'll see the long-term trends and the short-term trends. And this is a lot of money moving around.
It's fascinating.
Robert, great stuff as always, folks. If you want more of this type of content and more, or you just want more Robert Frank, you can scan that, and who doesn't? Scan that QR code right there for more Robert Frank's Inside as well. All right, coming up, the results of our power poll.
Had a lot of investors confirm the stocks, also moving higher to the tune of 3.7%.
NVIDIA
27
Pulse,
of the chip names
long
in the
dated.
stocks are higher today. Only 3 are lower.
Long dated calls in NVIDIA.
5.5%. I'm Jim Stanivek, along with Emily Berfeo. Let's take a look at some stocks on the move today. We are joined by Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Denitsa Sokova. Hey, Denitsa.
Hi there. One stock that is not having a great day today is Target. They actually had a pretty strong earnings report, but it was about the earnings call. The company issued more cautious tone about
Amazon turning back up. Amazon.
Are having a pretty bad reaction. After the earnings report came, the stock actually rose, but now the stock is down more than 6%. The ticker, of course, is TGT. We looked at the report. Comparable sales jumped 5.6%, biggest increase since the end of 2021. We look at the annual revenue guidance that was up by 2 percentage points. So the earnings reports was really, really strong. But what happened on the earnings calls is that the company warned about tougher comparison in the current quarter, more challenges ahead, and that the benefits of the tax refunds are fading. So kind of a triple threat. Just as investors were excited, the company is up still more than 20%. This is a very competitive space. We're seeing the pressure of consumers. We're seeing all those inflation concerns, and of course, we have Walmart and Costco taking some of that share and really expanding their online shopping. So it's very competitive, and you can see investors are pushing it just because of the earnings.
Yeah, target TGT.
Meta looking for more upside. Apple's trying to go some more. Apple's having a good day today. Big day for Apple. Lots of flow, open interest.
Okay, another stock that was hot during the pandemic and actually is still hot today to be exact. Kava, one of our favorite slot bowls. It's a great slot bowl. And what came in the earnings report is that they're affordable slot bowl. I actually found that pretty interesting.
IWM. Looking for the 10-year to fade a bit more tomorrow. 10-year. Okay.
Limited time size. They have white sweet potatoes, sour cream, onion pita chips, and stuff like that, which the CEO says apparently is really helping. I guess it really adds up. Even if you're
It's time. I know you've been waiting. Let's reveal the results of today's Power Poll, and we asked, which IPO would you rather buy, SpaceX or OpenAI? Most of you, overwhelmingly, 86% said SpaceX. You agree with Dryden Pence, our guest earlier. Just 14% chose OpenAI. One important caveat, though, this poll was posted on X, Brian, which of course is by months.
So a little bit of a bias there. But is it that much of a bias? 86%? I don't think so.
Big vote of confidence.
All right, time now for an RBI as well. And this one is about a driver being underwater on his car. Literally, police in Texas arrested a man for Kelly intentionally driving his Cybertruck into a lake. There's an image of the moment. Police say the man was trying to test out something called a Wade More feature, which raised the car's suspension and pressurized the battery pack. Apparently, Musk made some comments years ago that the car might be able to get through water or something like this. But I don't think he meant become a boat.
Why was the guy arrested for doing this? Is it against the law?
It's probably an environmental thing. I don't know.
So he drives his car into a lake.
Apple, one more pop. Can we get one more pop out of Apple?
Yeah, I don't.
And gap up tomorrow, maybe?
I assume it's some sort of environmental thing, or maybe it's trespassing.
True.
I don't know. But it won't float. Don't do that.
No, please.
Please watch us again. Thanks for watching Power Lunch, everybody.
Closing bell starts right now.
All right, we got 1 hour to go. 1 hour to go. Apple's about to run here.
What else? The countdown to NVIDIA's earnings tonight. The AI trade front and center once again. We'll ask our experts what is at stake for tech and the markets in general. Let's show you the scorecard here with 60 to go in regulation. A nice bounce back for stocks today. Yields are taking a breather. Oil is falling, and that's helping. The Russell likes it. It's a big winner today. Small caps are getting a very nice boost, better than 2% for the Russell. We're following another very big story as well.
Okay, let's see. Hedge flow line continues. The hedge flow line. Hedge flow is still rising here. Okay, we're above this 99 percentile. Oh, that's pretty wild. Here we go.
Quarters. Buy side is running $81 to $82 billion for a quarter with a July guide north of $90 billion according to Bank of America. So essentially, the beat is baked in. We care because NVIDIA drives roughly a quarter of the S&P 500 variance through its index weight as well as AI correlation. So even when the stock itself sells off on profit taking, a strong print almost always lifts not only semis, mega cap tech, and AI levered cloud names. Today's earnings matter well beyond just a ticker. The problem for NVIDIA specifically is the stock hasn't really cared. Down the day after 5 of the last 7 prints, but options are implying a 5 to 7% move with a lot of that action skewing bullish. So what breaks this pattern? Increasing their $1 trillion Blackwell and Rubin revenue outlook would be one. And then any updates to shareholder returns. According to Bank of America, NVIDIA has only sent back roughly 47% of free cash flow versus 80% for tech peers. So CEO Jensen Huang gets more aggressive.
There goes Apple. There goes Apple. Poppin'. There goes Apple. Okay, Apple. Nice little pop there. Above the high of the day.
Intelligent Alpha's Doug Clinton, CNBC contributor, Requisite Capital's Bryn Talkington, and Bernstein's Stacy Rascon. I was going to start with a shareholder, but you're supposed to be an unbiased observer, Stacy, but you're wearing Jensen on your chest quite literally.
Yeah, I had to wear it. I had to wear it. So if you can't wear it now, when are you gonna wear it?
I guess that's true. And you also don't want to be wearing it if the company turns in a dud and nobody believes that that's going to happen, correct?
I think the numbers should be fine. And I think some of the whisper numbers you put up earlier were correct. This is a stock people typically want to see it, it's beat by 2 to 3, raised by 2, 3, maybe 4. That would take us to an 81, 82 kind of for the quarter and a 90 billion plus for the guide. And I think that's where expectations are. I think you need to just remember you talked about this 1 trillion, Blackwell Rubin for 25 through 27. If you just do the math, that suggests a data center number just for Blackwell and Rubin next year of something close to $500 billion. It doesn't include everything they sell. They also they're going to sell Blackwell or Rubin Ultra and Gronk and Vera CPU racks, and they have other businesses as well. I think at least the sell side numbers are still well under 500 billion for next year for the entire company. So I suspect hopefully that at least sell side numbers can move higher today, regardless of what happened. Buy side is clearly already there, but I'd like to be able to see a trajectory that can also get the buy side numbers moving higher. That may be kind of what we need to get the stock moving a little more. Although even the stock itself has started to work a little sneakily, but started to work over the last few weeks. I think it's up pretty decently over the last several weeks.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the point, Brent, that the heavy lift in many respects has already been done into the print, which is why you might get a muted reaction no matter how great the report is. Stock's up almost 10% in a month, up more than 17 in 3 months. So here we run into this number tonight.
Yeah, I mean, April 1st, I think it was at 180. So the stock's had a great run, definitely doing a great year. Last year was another great year. I don't think people should expect the stock to move that much around the earnings. I do think a lot is priced in at this point. We know the numbers are going to be great. To Stacey and Christina's, points, I think what we want to listen to though is what he talks about the competitors.
All right, some profit taking there at the high of the day.
Namely,
Apple.
Amazon and Google with their chips. And I think we want to hear about the TAM, the total addressable market, just continues to grow. And so that would be really positive for NVIDIA as everybody else.
Contemplating whether I should buy some puts for NVIDIA. It's probably just going to be a blowout to the upside, I would think.
Are going to get replaced by GPUs. We all know that's not going to be true now. And so I think that
I have May 26th, May 26th, 225 calls.
as well that we're starting to see. And so I think there's going to be something for everybody on this call to benefit within the AI ecosystem.
What do you want there to be for you, Doug? I always zoom out when we talk about NVIDIA earnings, talking about every quarter. The first question to me is always, what does it mean for the broader AI trade? And I think what Stacy said is probably true. I think numbers will be fine. I think there will be a little bit of a guide up, and I think it will be a reaffirmation that the AI trade is healthy and well. I think that's the first thing investors always look at. I will go then to what will NVIDIA stock do the next day after. People always want to see, what does that mean as well. Christina, I think, set it up well. By the last 7 quarters, stock was down. I kind of think that's the most likely outcome here. Down a couple percent. I don't think it's anything drastic, but people are piling in. They're super bullish. If there's not a really huge grand slam number, and I don't think it's a grand slam,
I think the stock probably trades off a little bit just with people coming out of that.
Stacy, you want some information on capital return? To what degree is China a wild card tonight? You know, Jensen was obviously on the trip with the president, but we don't have that much information as to what, if anything, really took place of substance there. How are you thinking about that?
Yeah, we really don't. And so
Micron
at the minimum, they've taken
long
China
dated.
out of the numbers. So to the extent that it's a variance to the upside rather than the downside. So that's good. There was some news flow that suggested they may actually have more licenses, but I think the big bottleneck on sales in China has not been the U.S. side; it's been the Chinese side. So the big question is, will China allow sales? And the customers in China want the parts. The government in China, has their own reasons for not necessarily wanting those sales to happen. So I think that'll be the question. But at a minimum, it's out of the numbers. Nobody's baking it in. If we get anything from China, it'll be upside at least rather than downside. Other than even if you get it, you have to ask yourself, like, how much do you want to capitalize and underwrite it? How much of a terminal value would you want to put on China revenue? My guess is not very much, regardless of what happens.
Bryn, I think you could potentially say that the biggest takeaway tonight will not necessarily be about NVIDIA itself, but as Doug has alluded to, just about the confirmation, if you will, the affirmation of this trade that has captivated investors. This is likely tonight to remind us why all this money continues to go here, right?
Yeah, I think so. And then just remind us that
Sorry, Brent, see you in a second. Go ahead, Stace. I
was just going to say, and remind us, hopefully, that we're not near the end. I mean, people are, as always, we're worried, like, are we close to peak, right? You just see these numbers get so
Apple, a little profit taking.
You wonder, I'm hoping
Look for a gap up tomorrow on Apple.
probably not at the peak yet. Like, this probably still has legs to it, I think.
Brent, how would you expand on that?
Yeah, I think that we're definitely going to hear, we're early days in the AI build out. People are just starting to use it. Most companies don't even have it hooked up correctly. And so we're early days. I always go back to what's priced in, right? Because the market pulled that forward. But I definitely think, though, as this trade has broadened out,
Meta coming back in. Turn it back down a little bit. Meta.
to grow bigger. Because listen, once enterprise companies really start using AI in earnest, the compute's going to be insane. And so I think it's going to confirm that this has a few more years to run until it gets maybe to the peak.
IWM. Trying to get back up to the high today. IWM. IWM.
Selling Friday into Monday, and some of the things were bought on dips. Worrisome at all, the trajectory of how that trade has gone?
I don't think it's too worrisome. I mean, we talked a little bit about this last week, Scott. Anytime you see things go sort of parabolic, which the semi trade has over the past month and a half, you get a little bit worried. And I think what we're seeing right now is rational. I think it's a cooling off of a lot of people piling into the trade, a lot of people catching up to numbers that I think were frankly better than a lot of investors were expecting. So I wouldn't be surprised still if even with NVIDIA earnings, the trade is sort of reaffirmed. But we do continue to have maybe a slower period for the semi trade, the AI data center trade for a month or two. But I think you have to, again, zoom out, think about the 2 to 3 year picture. It still is early. You want to be exposed.
So on that note, Stacy, how would you comment on that one? To the degree that this trade has been quote unquote rational in an area where Doug talks about the road is long. Like you can't even see to the end of the road. If you're talking 3 years
IWM.
in the future, that would throw into question.
So if we can get yields to come back down a little bit more, this is the opposite of what yields look like. IWM higher.
And to that end, so clearly the semis have had a massive run year to date. We're up by, I can't remember, 60% or something year to date. And up by 50% or something since the beginning of March when earnings season started. But if you look at the drivers of performance of the stocks, it's all earnings. Actually, multiples are actually down slightly, like year to date since the beginning of the year. So all of the growth is earnings. And, multiples. I mean, I wouldn't say the sector's cheap, but it's not egregious at all. And so, if you're worried about peak, people worry about we're in a bubble, this and that. If you're worried about that, I think the thesis you have to articulate is why are earnings in a bubble? And from everything that we're seeing right now, again, the AI demand is still off the charts. Compute demand.
Meta's off a bit. A little selling there. Apple. Let's see. Apple. back up again, Apple.
Well, what if I said to you, yes, it's all earnings, but what if there's been pull forward?
ASML named the top pick at UBS. They're trying to get that to break out. ASML is still stuck in some consolidation.
Long dated. Deep puts. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
At least like for, let's take the GPUs, for example, I don't think there's 40.
All right, looking for a break higher here. Hearing some 0-day being bought right here at the end of the day. 0-day. You know, one thing I am noticing, with few exceptions, there's not a whole lot of stocks that have moved higher that sold off immediately and just kept going all day. The opposite's the case. We have stocks that get the dips getting bought and building, making higher highs, higher lows. Some better than others. You know, Apple had a nice day today. Early on, David mentioned there's a lot of call flow, so that was really nice to see. I already had some calls, added some calls today. Apple doing really well. Closing near the highs would be nice. Above 305 would even be better. A breakout. Bollinger Bands continue to rise. Volume over the last several weeks shows institutions have been buying. We know that Dan Ives over at Wedbush gave it a $400 price target. Several other firms giving Apple price hikes, higher targets. Okay, Amazon moving higher as well. Amazon, ABCD pattern on Amazon looks really nice here. Amazon. Intel's turned up too. Intel rising.
Scott, this is faster than I thought. I had heard that they were getting ready to list as soon as the end of this year, but this is quick. So we are hearing that OpenAI is now getting ready to go public as soon as September. Scott, this is according to a source familiar with that deal process. The AI giant is preparing to file confidentially for an IPO with the SEC as soon as this Friday. I'm told OpenAI is working with Morgan Stanley and Goldman on this as underwriters. No comment yet from the banks, but the Wall Street Journal was first to report this news this morning. A confidential filing is getting pretty common at this point. It does allow OpenAI to work out any questions with the SEC. More than 850. List OpenAI
0 DTE.
Getting ahead of rival Anthropic here by moving quickly. That
Amazon headed back up to the highs. There goes the S&P. S&P's on the move. Giddy up. Giddy up time.
First out of the gates here, a spokesperson telling us from OpenAI as part of normal governance, we regularly evaluate a range of strategic options. Our focus, they say, remains on execution.
0 DTE.
From what you know and how you've reported this story and the sources that you have and the ones that you continue to speak to, I feel like part of the narrative here has been disagreement of sort on a timeline, even internally within OpenAI.
Amazon still going.
Between the very top of, say, a Sam Altman with maybe a Sarah Fryer, and the way that they view this company's maturity level to go into the public market at the current time. How would you address that?
Deep calls.
Scott, it's a great point. That was one of the big headlines not that long ago, that Sam Altman and Sarah Fryer, according to the Wall Street Journal, were at odds over a timeline to go public. Sarah Fryer, the CFO, has been the person out there raising hundreds of billions of dollars in private markets. The company pushed back really hard on that report.
S&P 500. Let's see. Amazon. Amazon's headed back up. Apple trying to hold on to that high. Apple trying to hold on to the high today.
But clearly, I reported and I'd heard from sources that the company has been getting ready behind the scenes. Sarah Fryer has been beefing up that investment team and her side.
Okay, high today now is up here. High of the day, right there.
SanDisk Pulse. Long
And
dated.
even if they decide
Deep
last minute to
puts.
not go public, this gives them a bit of insurance. It gives them the optionality, and they don't need to list in September. So much could change between now and then, but they will have the option, and they're getting ready to really act and appear like a public company and get the house in order to be ready.
Apple
SanDisk
looks
Pulse.
good.
Long
Apple.
dated. Deep puts.
Apple looks good.
Kancowitz, he is also a CNBC contributor. Welcome back. It's good to have you. Good to be back. Sir, your reaction to this news? Are you surprised that this appears to be more imminent than maybe we thought?
This is definitely faster than the signals we were getting from OpenAI in terms of the
Amazon's still pushing.
public. When I spoke with Sam Altman at the end of the year last year, he said, I don't really want to be a public company CEO. So what's going on now? They're going to maybe go public in September. The way I read this is they don't need the money. They just closed a $122 billion or thereabouts round.
Long dated.
Right. So it's not
Deep
a
puts.
money thing. So what could it be?
Okay, Microsoft looking at ABCD pattern right now. Okay. If you look at Microsoft intraday, you can see an ABCD pattern. There's A up here, B and C. Maybe a stretch. Maybe a stretch. That is A up there, though. This is A pivot. Okay. Didn't dip very much. That's okay. Microsoft looking good. Nice and strong. Looking for Microsoft to get back into yesterday's failed breakout candle. Maybe do that tomorrow with NVIDIA. Maybe everybody's happy tomorrow or sad.
Long dated.
They're going to be happy or going to be sad tomorrow? I'm going to be happy tomorrow. I don't want to be sad. I don't want to be sad.
NVIDIA Pulse. Long dated.
Now the numbers look like 45 or 50 billion, and that's largely been propelled by Claude Code and the autonomous coding that they have led on. And now OpenAI is joining that fight.
Okay, watching the S&P. S&P looks like it wants to climb some more.
What role do you think ego is playing here? That we have, two personalities who we have seen on the biggest of stages at, an international event. I think it was in India, where there was, hands together and arms in the air, and these two gentlemen didn't do that. And they refused to do that, even in the face of a world leader who was trying to have this sort of moment of solidarity.
What the hell is Wapner talking about?
What does that tell you about what exists behind
Hands in the ear? Oh, those guys.
There's definite reporting out there, and I've spoken with both of these folks and know that they just don't like each other at all. There's no good feelings between Dario and Sam, and even though the years have gone by, and it's been 5 years since the formation of Anthropic, there's still a lot of bad blood, and you hear it in their.
Yeah, money always does that. Money always makes bad blood, especially if you're the one on the receiving end, like Meta. Zuckerberg screwing over his college roommates. I don't know the whole story, but all I know is that there was a bunch of them that came up with the idea, and Zuckerberg capitalized on it. I mean, that's not the whole story, I'm sure. So don't yell at me for not knowing the whole story. Yep.
You're going to be measured up because the person that goes first, their numbers are going to be out there, and they're going to set a narrative that's going to be keeping you in mind, right? So they're going to put some seeds into investors' minds of, we're doing really well here. Look out for the next one. Are they going to be doing really well in that front? If not, it could be tougher to win money over. And then you think about it, we're going to have this unbelievable set of IPOs in a row. SpaceX, OpenAI, Anthropic, maybe in that order, maybe not. There's not unlimited money to fund all three of these. So investors who are going to be putting their money in are going to be thinking through, where am I going to get the return on my dollar? And if you can make the case that I'm going to be the one that goes first and make that case beforehand, they might say, all right, I'm going to give you the money. And then I'm not going to wait until the next one to tell me their story because I believe yours.
Speaking of the next one, which could be the first one of these, as we say, the really behemoth one, SpaceX. What are you going to be looking for most of all when the S1 actually drops, which could come today after the close?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really important to take a look at the AI numbers, right? So if you think about SpaceX, it's SpaceX, but it's also XAI baked in. And we know a lot about the space business. We don't really know what the AI business is doing. In fact, the narrative out there.
Google coming back up. Okay, Google looking good.
Aren't even third. They're not even factoring in the AI race. So if in that S1, Elon can show us, hey, we have some real revenues, real for Grok and XAI, take SpaceX, which is already going to be a successful IPO, and maybe
Been a good day.
some of the OpenAI momentum that's to come after.
Wow. All right. You sit tight. Don't go anywhere because when we come back, we're going to get Alex's reaction to what Jeff Bezos said exclusively on CNBC today about AI and jobs. We'll kick it around on the other side.
Spider Pulse, long dated.
All right. Da, 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 da.
Nvidia Pulse, long dated, deep calls.
All right. So S&P is making new highs here. S&P. Ba, 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 ba. Looking good. S&P.
Micron Pulse, AMD Pulse.
Da, 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 da. Okay, that looks good. All right, S&P continuation. S&P having a good day.
There is a fear. There is a fear in your generation, yet that the future has already been written, that the machines are coming, that the jobs are evaporating, that the climate is breaking, that politics is fractured, and that you are inheriting a mess that you did not create. And I understand that fear.
Well, that was the former Google CEO Eric Schmidt jeered over the weekend during a commencement address when speaking about the coming wave of AI. Well, this morning here on CNBC, Amazon founder Jeff Bezos was asked about that moment and how he himself used the fear that technology will destroy jobs.
The reason they're afraid of that is because all these smart people keep saying that. So there's
All right, nice little pop up there. Microsoft turning back up. Okay, looks good. S&P trying to push a bit higher.
because the AI can read X-rays better than a radiologist can, and there are going to be no more software engineers because AI can program better than a software engineer can. These people are wrong. So what's really going to happen is that it's going to elevate all of these people.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
That was more from this morning's exclusive here on the network. Alex Kancowitz, of course, is back with us. We talked
All
about
right,
this
Google
last week.
turning up. Looks like we could get a little run here on Google. And the last, what do we got? 33 minutes to go. 33 minutes to go. S&P.
So I think what he's doing is making the beginning of a movement we're going to see among tech executives in the coming months, which is a concerted effort to speak about AI in positive terms, in terms that it's going to empower you. Not starting with it might take your job, but you have some agency to change your future. Talking about you are coming into the workforce at this amazing time where you're going to have these tools at your disposal, and that's going to give you much more leverage than any moment before. History will see if it resonates, but that's where the wind is heading.
You're right. More are speaking, including a Mark Cuban post this afternoon on X. I'm not sure if our viewers have had a chance to see it yet or not, but we'll put it on the screen. I'm not a doomer on AI at all, he wrote. I think the nature of work, particularly entry-level jobs, will change. AI will make business more complicated and competitive, not less.
Futures trying to push a little bit higher. Futures. Okay. We got a 380 reading on 380 reading on the weighted signal.
Some people are going to use AI so they don't have to learn anything, and some people will use AI so they can learn everything. And if you're a young person in the workforce and you have the opportunity to use this technology and actually take action with it, your upside is going to be unlimited. But I think, one of the things that we're going to run into is that when it comes to putting this technology into action and making those decisions, young people are going to come into companies that have worked a certain way for decades. And they're going to need to have permission from their managers and from the people above them to actually go ahead and make use of this technology in the way Cuban believes. And I don't think it's going to be easy. I think the change management part of this is going to be the hardest part of the entire equation.
Bezos went even further and suggested that these tremendous leaps in productivity
All right, Apple one more time.
are actually going to cause labor shortages.
Do it to me, baby, one more time.
You're going to have to, continue to cut all these jobs because AI is going to do all this.
All right, looking good. Google turning up. Okay, looks good. New York Fangs look good. Nvidia's off a little bit, but it looks good.
I think Bezos could be right. And I think it's important to state that we're not really sure exactly where this is going to go. Bezos doesn't know. Dario doesn't know. Nobody that's made these predictions. And the thing about this technology is that typically with technology, cutting edge technology, we're used to the horizon going out further, right? Self-driving cars, supposed to be here next year for the past decade and a half. They're working, but it's still further until we see them everywhere. With AI, we're starting to see the horizon come in. Maybe one day AI can do your taxes for you. Now, Anthropic has Claude for small business, and I'm considering letting it do my taxes for me this upcoming year. So the one thing is, with that uncertainty, it's hard to make these predictions of where exactly this is going to change our workforce. For instance, Bezos said, if you have a shovel and I give you a bulldozer, you're going to be very happy. Okay, but what happens if you're on a shovel crew, right, and someone gives your manager a bulldozer? Then all of a sudden you might have the power to do something, but you won't have the permission or the employment to do it. So very complicated second order effects here that I don't think the tech industry is fully appreciating.
We've talked about how hot politically this is going to obviously remain, which speaks to those within the AI universe and people who are close to it talking about less regulation, because you don't want to over-regulate something and then lose out in this global arms race because you've hindered the enrichment and the advancement of it, while at the same time understanding that the public may want more
Nvidia
regulation
Pulse,
because it's
long dated,
distrusting of the
soft pulse,
technology itself.
shenanigans.
That the Bezoses and the Cubans and whomever else speaks on it can do that as much as they want, and the American public is still distrusting that it's really not going to lead to the end of their job.
Yeah, I mean, it is amazing. If you think about today's set of tech executives, very different than about a decade ago, where these people were held up as heroes and kids wanted to be like them. Now they talk to them about cutting edge technology, and they get booed. So I think with regulation, I empathize with the tech executive's position. You don't want to come in and halt the progress. But I don't think that the choice is regulate AI or leave it unregulated. I think the choice is, you can regulate AI or maybe you can make the safety net for those who might be impacted by it, right? There's a difference between halting the technology's progress. You don't want to do that. but you also want to say, just in case, can we create government programs that make sure that if somebody doesn't get a job, there's some way that we catch them and ensure that they can have a future. We've heard a debate about the first type of regulation. We've heard nothing about the second type of regulation. And I think that's why people are so unsettled.
All right. Well, a twofer of your insights. Good for us and good for our viewers. We appreciate you. Thanks, Alex. Can't you wait some big technology. Still ahead, more on today's market rally. Dow's back above 50K. We talked to Jeff DeGraff. Can it stay there and go beyond? He'll visit with us next.
All right. Futures trying to take the high of the day here. Futures. Apple at the high of the day. Futures trying to take out the high. Okay, pushing a bit higher here. Okay, looking good. S&P. We've got 27 minutes to go.
Deep calls. Size. Long dated. Deep calls.
All right, looking good. Tesla. Okay, everything looks good here. IONQ popping back up. Futures look like they want to go. I'm going to keep an eye on the futures here for a few minutes. This is the cash index you're watching with me. Okay, looks good. Nice day.
Micron Pulse. Long dated.
NVTS. LUNR.
Micron Pulse. Long dated. 0 DTE. Call side. Size.
BELO.
Okay, S&P going right here.
Nvidia Pulse. Long dated.
BELO. RKLX. TWST.
There goes S&P.
NVIDIA long dated, deep puts, NVIDIA Pulse, deep calls, shenanigans, 0 DTE, call side.
Okay, ES pop. Okay, that looks good. S&P 500. Thank you very much.
HCWB. 0 DTE, call side. Size. Size, long dated, deep calls.
All right.
Size, long dated, deep calls.
All right, nice move here. If you can get past the voice, if you can get past the woman's accent, if you can get past that, it's really cool. You know? Basically, you know, you can just have your finger on a yes.
Spider pulse.
Mm-hmm.
Q's pulse, long dated.
Yeah, if it does miss,
AMD pulse, long dated, shenanigans.
okay.
Tesla pulse, long dated.
Nice bounce back for stocks today as we await NVIDIA's earnings. It does come as interest rates are cooling just a touch, but market technicians are watching that one very closely for sure. We're joined by one of them, Jeff DeGraff.
Do I want to buy any puts? I got VIX calls. Hopefully, I don't need those VIX calls. NVIDIA turning back up.
And the Russell's off to the races, and we're feeling at least a little better again.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I do think we're dependent on these rates, Scott, and you know, they did break out. So for us, they were inching that way. A lot of our trend work was moving that way, and it just was kind of waiting a breakout. So we had that. I think importantly, we've got something we call our yield impact model. So what kind of impact do yields have on the S&P? And that's in the highest camp right here in terms of the most negative impact. So we're going to be a little careful around that.
Okay. There goes Microsoft popping.
But I do think it's important for viewers to understand that this is global in nature. This isn't a U.S. specific phenomenon. You can make the case that it's worse in Europe, it's worse in Japan. So I do think this is going to be really, really important as we go forward, particularly getting real rates down. I know that's a little bit more esoteric, but real rates need to come down, and that would be helpful for equities for sure.
Is the uptrend in stocks still strong? How would you answer that?
I would say the trend is still bullish, and what that really means, kind of the path of least resistance is up. I think when you look at the internal momentum, so just as an example, the percentage of issues above their 20-day moving average, that number is at 44%. That's a pretty low number for a market that's at or very near a new high. And if you look at the percentage of names making new highs versus new lows, it's actually they're really in lockstep. And so again, at a new high, that's a pretty unusual phenomenon. So I'd say the trend is up, but the momentum is lagging. And that usually gives you kind of that 2 steps forward, 1 step back kind of market. So this isn't a runaway market by any means. And you know, we're going to be patient around some of these names that we think need to come in and consolidate.
specifically use the word strong.
I don't know. Too many stocks rallying.
To my usage of that, because I had a feeling that you would answer it in the context of how narrow, at least in some respects, this market has been. I just wonder how technicians who have seen a million markets and are used to looking at the same things end up looking at a phenomenon that has changed the way that stocks are traded in this market, and that narrow, whereas it used to be viewed as a weaker sign of a rally, may actually not be the case anymore because
Nvidia
of what we're talking about and the size of the stocks that are actually the ones that are moving. How would you address that, if that even makes any bit of sense to you?
It does. I know you're setting me up there. That's okay. But it's
no, I was generally curious. I was genuinely curious as to how you would answer that question, but I used strong because I wanted to hear how you would address that.
Well, and there's no doubt that there are pockets of this market that are strong, right? And it's very, very narrow on that. And they always talk about the generals versus the foot soldiers, right? And that's kind of what we're in right now. There are certainly generals in this market, and they're doing well. But how well can they do when the foot soldiers are really under pressure and under attack? And that's not a new phenomenon. That's happened a lot. Obviously, it hasn't happened in the context of AI, but it did happen back in 1999, 2000. I don't think that we're there. We don't have the same kind of breadth divergences. We have some what I'd call nuisance divergences that are showing themselves, exposing themselves, but there are still plenty of good charts out there, and I think that that's important. One of the areas that we are seeing strength, which I think is encouraging, is back in the reinsurance. So you're starting to see that start to improve, which is good news. If you can get discretionary to kind of finally hold its own, and we're not talking about cap weight, which would be Amazon, but give me the equal weight discretionary to hold their own. That looks good to me.
Energy's interesting. You're bullish on it. And
Okay, looking for more upside.
about what's obviously been
All right.
place in the Middle East.
Looking for, this is also showing,
Now, resolution in quotes, I guess. I don't know what that looks.
I would think so too, but
all righty. Microsoft still moving higher. S&P, okay, S&P looks good. S&P looking good. Nice little rally there.
Gold pulse, long dated. 0 DTE, call sign. Size. Nvidia pulse, long dated.
All right, S&P doing a great job today. Looking good. All righty. All right, NVIDIA has turned the corner as well. Not a bad day. Hope everyone had a good one. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We got about 11 minutes to go. It's Wednesday the 20th. NVIDIA earnings after the close, in case you're not aware of it. If you're just joining us right now, tuning in.
TJ Maxx, Marshalls, and Home Goods parent says it expects its off-price business model to outperform. Shares up about 6% here. Best day in almost 2 years. Meantime, Target shares are lower despite beating on the top and bottom line and raising its full-year sales outlook. Executives on the earnings call said there are more cost challenges ahead and benefits from tax refunds are fading. Shares were initially higher following the report, but now down 4%. Finally, Intuit is lower on a report that the TurboTax maker is planning to slash 17% of its workforce. An internal memo seen by Reuters said the cuts will be made to streamline operations and sharpen the company's focus on key bets, including AI. The company is set to report its earnings after the close, and those shares are down some 3.5%. Scott?
Pippin, thank you very much. Pippin Steve is up next. It's the countdown to what else? NVIDIA, moments away from that report hitting it. Overtime, full team coverage standing by with the setup. The market zone's coming up next.
Okay, futures coming back in a little bit.
Q's pulse, long dated. AMD pulse.
Okay, I have some cues for earnings, for NVIDIA earnings. Got cues. 705, 710s, took those off. Okay, looking for a pop. Looking for a pop on NVIDIA earnings. I think everybody would be surprised if we dropped off. I think most are anticipating higher NVIDIA higher after this big 11-month consolidation. NVIDIA 11 months of consolidation, finally breaking higher over the last few weeks. Okay.
Spider Pulse, long dated. Arm Pulse, deep calls.
Okay, hedge flows. Hedge flows continue to rise into the close. Okay, hedge flows continue to rise into the close.
Tesla Pulse, long dated. Q's Pulse, 0 DTE, call side. Size,
Looking good, Frana. Congrats. All right, Tesla popping. Tesla pop. Tesla's popping here. Mondo called it, right? All right, there goes Tesla. Nice little pop. Mondo was calling a pop there earlier.
Micron Pulse, long dated. Deep calls.
There goes Tesla. Good job, Tesla. How much time we got? 11 minutes. What do I want to do with Tesla? Do I want to? Yeah, I got to hold on to Tesla. Got to hold on to it. I'm gonna layer in a few positions July and August with Tesla, probably like 40 deltas. The reason being is once the prospectus comes out, I got a feeling people are going to be buying Tesla shares as a way to kind of play it. I could be completely wrong, but the price action and the options, open interest, and flows have been suggesting that's one way to play it. I saw those 700 strike calls out in December. I don't know if you saw those, but there's 700, the 700 strike for Tesla. Big trade way out there. in the 700s. December. Let me go look at that again. 700s. Let's see. There's almost 100 traded today. You got the 600s, 14,000 in open interest on the 600s.
Deep puts.
Okay, so that looks good. S&P going again.
Size, long dated, deep calls. Intel Pulse.
All right, looks good. S&P continues to push. Tesla's ripping here. Imagine, they're probably not going to do this. It's probably pretty super far-fetched and probably pretty dumb for me to even say it, but imagine if they had some sort of ability to buy Tesla calls and have some sort of impact on the SpaceX IPO, some stipulation. You own Tesla shares, you can whatever. Can you imagine? So anyway, there's a lot of activity on Tesla, especially out in the end of the year. Lots of open interest stacked up from starting at 420 all the way out to 700. There's a bunch at 800. There's a ton of open interest. Okay. So just be aware of it. Okay, nice pop. All right, so I'll be here for NVIDIA earnings. All right, so we'll hear what they have to say.
Yeah, well, it's been going up for about 3 years here, so we'll see whether anything changes that calculus tonight. I do just want to point out there's a lot more moving today besides just the chip stocks and NVIDIA, but, well, let's face it, not a whole lot else. You are seeing a big bump in some of the airline names like United and Delta, as well as the cruise lines as well. But of course, this is going to be a day where big tech dominates the afternoon when we get those earnings from Jensen Huang and his team in just about 20 minutes. The closing bell is now ringing here in New York. Market malaise with yields down, stocks are up. The Dow adding more than 600 points or 1.3%. The S&P higher by about 79 points or 1%. The Nasdaq up about 1.5%. Tim, and the Russell 2000 closing out the day higher by 2.6%.
Zero DTE.
Well, it is not just NVIDIA that's reporting results. We're also getting some results from Intuit. Remember this company announcing that it's cutting 17% of jobs to focus on AI. But some other numbers that we are getting: third quarter net revenue coming in at $8.56 billion. Intuit
As far as the outlook goes, sees fourth quarter adjusted earnings per share $3.56 to $3.62. That's above estimates of $3.15. It did raise its fiscal year revenue guidance. Shares in the after hours bouncing around a little bit, up as much as 5%, now up about 4% in the after hours.
Yeah, this kind of affects me a little bit. Some of the concerns that we saw earlier in the cash session. We had Norma Lindo, and I was kind of asking her. I mean, you have analysts projecting, coming into this print, projecting record quarterly revenue of more than $8 billion. They got that. And when you look at on your Bloomberg terminal, what those estimates are going out for the next 4, 6, 8 quarters is all double-digit revenue growth as well as increases in profitability. So if there is sort of some sort of I guess showing up the software space because of AI, at least for right now, it hasn't shown up on the radar of a lot of folks.
Yeah, that's a good point. Third quarter adjusted EPS, we're also getting that number now, $12.80. That's above estimates of $12.54. Shares in the after hours down about 3%. Hey, we are focused, of course, on NVIDIA and the broader markets as well, in addition to Intuit. In the S&P 500, it was relatively broad-based today, Isabel. 349 stocks higher in the S&P, 152 lower.
I know, if you look at the IMAP, it's mostly green on the screen. Biggest gainers, of course, undoubtedly. We have tech higher by 1.5%, financials by 0.8%. Consumer discretionary also in the green. And unsurprisingly, the biggest loser is energy. You're seeing a slide in oil prices on hopes for a deal to end the war in Iran. You're seeing that lower by nearly 1%.
All right, well, let's get to some of the gainers in today's session. Again, all eyes on NVIDIA. Worth checking in on how that stock did today, up 1.3%. Remember, we are kind of just a couple weeks ago watching $6 trillion as the market cap for this company, up now up this year, just about 20% going into today's print. The market value of about $5.4 trillion. As far as numbers go, revenue estimate for the first quarter, $79.15 billion. The revenue estimate for the second quarter, analysts see $87.2 billion, and for the year see $370.8 billion. So some of the numbers to keep in mind ahead of that print. Adjusted gross margin estimate to the tune of 75% for the second quarter, and adjusted operating expense estimate $7.67 billion. Just a few numbers ahead of that print in just about 17 minutes. Also questions I think a lot of consumers and a lot of analysts and investors have when it comes to competition, especially with the tune of Broadcom, AMD, Google, and more. So keep an ear out on the call for any questions about that. And speaking of AI, let's talk a little bit about some power utility stocks moving in today's session. To the upside, utility stocks climbing after PJM interconnection accelerated plans to pair data centers with energy producers to feed the demands of AI development. You've got Constellation higher today by 7.9%. You've got Vistra Corp up by 6.9%. The PJM changes are now expected to help power producers to secure additional data center contracts and reduce the risk of prolonged uncertainty heading into 2027. And a little retail on this Wednesday afternoon. TJX Co.'s, the parent company of TJ Maxx and Marshalls, higher in today's session by 5.7%. The company raised its sales growth expectations for the year. Cautious shoppers are spending on lower priced goods at the company's discount chains.
A little retail, maybe a lot of retail, because I also have a retail stock for my first decliner. Target shares falling about 4% today. The company's earnings results, honestly, not that bad. However, the retailer did warn investors after striking a more cautious tone about the coming months. So comp sales jumped 5.6% last quarter. It was the biggest increase since the end of 2021 and actually triple the gain analysts were expecting. However, executives warned on the earnings call that there are tougher comps in the current quarter, more cost challenges ahead, and the benefit of tax refunds on its business are also fading. So that stock down, again, closing about 4% lower. Another decliner on this Wednesday, Hasbro. The guidance disappointing in this earnings result coming out today. That stock down about 8%. The company maintained a sales forecast for the year that was on the low end of what analysts expected. The toy maker, home to G.I. Joe action figures and the playing cards Magic the Gathering. I don't play either of these games. I'm not sure if you do, Tim. They reported that sales of the first quarter. Yeah, I feel like Romain's a big. Yeah. Okay, got it. They reported sales of the first quarter rose 13% to $1 billion. Revenue for the company's games unit rose 26%, but was flat in traditional toys and declined in its entertainment business. Finally, one chip stock, of course, we're all watching NVIDIA, but there was one chip stock that already reported Analog Devices. They actually reported second quarter results that beat expectations and gave an outlook that some actually saw as strong, but we are seeing that stock lower by about 4%. It was up about 50% year to date heading into the earnings report, so it could have been a little case of the bar just being very high for that report.
I just want to go back and just flag to Intuit shares now down about 10% from the after hours trade. That carries over to the cash session tomorrow. That'll be the biggest one-day drop post earnings here going back to 2015. Meanwhile, there are some earnings out of Health Beauty. Those shares are moving to the upside, at least for the knee-jerk reaction here, with the company saying that its fourth quarter adjusted EPS did beat by about 2 cents. 32 cents is the number. Net sales at about $449 million. That came in above estimates as well. And the company says that for the full year, here's what to expect. The guidance, net sales will range 1.84 to 1.87 billion. The high end of that range is just above the average of analyst estimates of 1.86. Your EBITDA forecast adjusted, of course, $379 to $385 million. Now, we should point out that is light. The top end of that range is below the average of analyst estimates of $3.87 million.
All right, so more retail. You've got Elf. I'm looking over at Urban Outfitters. We're seeing the stock move in the after hours. Right now, Urban Outfitters first quarter comp retail segment sales are up by 5.6%. Still waiting for some of these numbers to cross. The shares higher by about half a percentage point. Urban Outfitters first quarter net sales coming in just above estimates at $1.48 billion. Once again, shares of Urban Outfitters higher by just about half a percentage point. That is going to do it for our cross-platform coverage of the market close. The closing bell on this NVIDIA Wednesday. I know you guys are going to keep covering all things NVIDIA when those numbers do cross in just about 12 minutes. In the meantime, we will see you same time, same place tomorrow.
And stick with us here on the close as the clock ticks down to those results from NVIDIA. We'll be back in a moment. This is
Wherever news and ideas meet, wherever earnings reports and saved orders intersect, the all-new Fidelity Trader Plus is there, giving you the freedom to trade how you want with your preferred tools, customized charts, and streaming data. So you can start a trade idea on one device and execute it on another. Meet our most powerful, consistent trading platform yet. Meet Fidelity Trader Plus.
Matteo, one of the things I'm always struck with is how focused you are on the customer.
The more data you have, the better service you can give to your client in terms of the new best product. Essentially, it's helping us analyze the data in the best possible way.
What about what's next?
Better of the same. It's not more of the same, it's better of the same.
I've been a huge fan of Plaid for a long time because as a customer, it just made my life so much easier. When we build giving funds, Plaid was a no-brainer.
If you really want to gauge how an investment will perform under pressure, you test it. You stress it. You throw everything you have at it. So at Federated Hermes, we put our investments through a ruthless vetting process, aiming at every scenario we can imagine. Because we want to see how an investment performs before we invest in it. Federated Hermes, vetting for a volatile world.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. This is the close.
Welcome back to the close. The 3-day malaise that we have seen in U.S. equities ended today in a big way with the S&P 500.
NVIDIA.
Well, what else? Chip names. Philadelphia Semiconductor Index rallying about 4.5%. Even software stocks got in on the action. A big part of the reason, of course, is this big drop that you saw in the 30-year yield, down about 7 basis points after that phenomenal 50 basis point rally over the last few days and weeks. Now, we are going to talk a lot about NVIDIA and the chip space here from every perspective here. The entire ecosystem of what's been going on with AI. That includes ARM Holdings, which had a 15% jump today. It includes Constellation Energy, which had an 8% jump today. It includes Microsoft, which added about 0.9%. And well, it also includes Intuit. Some concerns here about some of those software names and whether they, once the disruptors, might actually now start to be disrupted themselves. And that does bring us to our top story of the hour, NVIDIA, the largest company by market value and the most phenomenal growth story in a quarter century. Revenue, which is stagnated just 4 years ago amid waning demand from its once core consumers of those computer gamers, it's found new life in this AI build-out. Revenue doubled in 2024 fiscal year. It then doubled again in fiscal 2025. Growth slowed a little bit in fiscal 2026 to just a mere 65%. And now, NVIDIA is minutes away from reporting for the first quarter of fiscal 2027, where analysts expect revenue growth to have re-accelerated to 80%. In fact, NVIDIA's compound annual revenue growth rate over the past 3 years is 14 times the average for the S&P 500 as a whole and 7 times the average for the NASDAQ 100. And free cash flow, which 4 years ago was less than $4 billion, has now likely surpassed $100 billion on a 12-month rolling basis. And that's where we start, where that money is going, from NVIDIA suppliers to its investments in other AI ventures to the end use cases for AI products and services. Our first guest this hour, the No VC Fund, is helped bankroll the application and infrastructure layers of this AI chip boom. They Mistral, Modal, LiveKit, Interact, as well as Poolside. It's quite an impressive list of names.
Zero DTE.
Right now, Managing Director over at Redpoint Ventures. Erica, great to have you here. Let's first start off with this big CapEx spend that we've seen in this AI space and sort of the hub, to a certain extent, that is NVIDIA has been for this flywheel out into what is now a really rapidly growing AI ecosystem. What are you expecting tonight?
Yeah, it's an incredibly exciting time in the market, and I think we look at NVIDIA as a proxy for what's happening in AI broadly. I will say, I think investor expectations are incredibly high. This company has obviously been doing well, as you highlighted, for years. And if they don't beat and increase their projections, I think we might see a little disappointment in the market, despite the fact that it's an incredible company. And it's important to ground ourselves in how much they've grown and what a critical role they're going to play over the next few years as AI permeates into the enterprise.
Well, that's what I'm curious about. And maybe you can give us some insights, particularly given where you're at now, where you were before with GitHub and your long career in the tech space. I mean, what is the adoption looking like? And I don't mean just from, the tech faithful, but for more normal people, normal companies, is that adoption rate at a pace that you think is going to sustain the amount of spending and investment that we've seen in AI?
I think it's going to accelerate. Look, I think AI coding is obviously the runaway success here, and we've seen that in Anthropic's just unprecedented revenue growth. And we're seeing that across the board at companies that are very progressive and even some that historically have been slower to adopt. But when you take a step back and you look at all the different ways that AI is going to impact the way that enterprises do business, it's really day zero. People are using co-pilots and things like Microsoft and Google products, but we haven't really scratched the surface of true agentic work in the enterprise. I think that will take years to unfold, and I do think we'll see an acceleration from where we are, which is really day zero on that front over the coming years, and that will propagate throughout all of the infrastructure pieces of the AI stack.
I'm sure you've heard some of the naysayers, some of the people who, quite frankly, are maybe just being prudent and cautious. The idea that maybe the spending is outpacing the adoption, that spending is not really showing a return on investment for some of those people that have put a lot of money into this. Is there credence to that?
There is, but it's part of every adoption cycle. The first thing that companies are doing is experimenting. And I'd say the smart companies are experimenting more, right? They're giving people the tools, they're giving them access to different models, they're encouraging people outside
side of software developers to embrace AI, to find ways that they can improve and automate their work with it. And that's going to result in a lot of unnecessary spend and waste, but it's part of driving the cultural change that these enterprises are going to need to make happen in order to remain competitive over time. So I think we're just in a period of experimentation, and the tools are still coming together at the infra and the security layers to actually enable, more mature and widespread deployment in the enterprise. And I think we'll see some more efficiency gains as well as like productive use of AI spend as people understand how to put AI to work in their organizations.
I am curious about, and gets a little bit nebulous here. This idea of the backlash. There's been a lot of hay made out about the potential for job losses. There's been a lot of jokes made about some recent commencement speeches that really focus on AI and that did not necessarily land well with those graduating seniors. And I do wonder if that, to a certain extent, I guess the idea of consumer sentiment or public sentiment becomes a potential threat to the growth rate that we've seen so far.
Look, the unknown is scary, and I'm a parent to a 13-year-old, so I think about what the future job market is going to look like for him as well. But AI is, not something you put back in Pandora's box, and I think it's going to bring incredible productivity and new opportunities to the world. We don't have all the answers, just like we didn't during the Industrial Revolution, just like we didn't, have the advent of the internet. And yet, look at where we are. Look how much society has improved, and look at all of the medical and other advancements to come. We're making incredible progress on things like cancer and Alzheimer's. And again, it's the early days. So, I'm not surprised that there's some fear because there's a lot of uncertainty. And anytime that there's change, it's frightening for people. But I think over time, as we understand how to put AI to work, there'll be a whole new class of jobs, and we'll have companies that are much, much more efficient, and probably more companies because it's easier to build and start things than ever before. And so, yes, I think there's cause for concern in the short term as we digest this pretty monumental.
I'm here with you. I'm just listening to Bloomberg, waiting for NVIDIA earnings.
A little bit further is very bright, and this is just going to be a temporary period of digestion as we make this incredible shift in how our society works.
We are about 2 minutes away from those earnings out of NVIDIA. Eric, I do want to get your thoughts from what's been going on kind of the private side and what sort of lessons publicly traded investors can sort of take from this. I mean, you obviously helped to lead that seed round in poolside, and there's been a lot of talk here about some of these coding tools, whether they become complementary to what we already have out there already, or that they become a threat to what's already out there. I mean, what do you think public market investors should know, and taking a lesson from what you're seeing in the private space?
I think the way companies operate are going to change. And we've seen that in this spate of layoff announcements and AI-related announcements across both public and private companies. In the public markets, what I'd be looking for is leaders who are really leaning into AI and understanding how to reinvent every aspect of how they operate, not just their products. How does finance work? How does customer support work? Obviously, how does engineering work, et cetera. But I think the companies that are going to survive this shift well are the ones who are very forward-thinking and proactive in looking at how to embrace AI to make their businesses more efficient, to drive growth, and to potentially expand their product footprints.
All right, hold that thought for 1 second in conversation with Erica Brescia, Managing Director over at Redpoint Ventures, as we await these earnings out of NVIDIA. We've talked a lot about the estimates, but I'll just reiterate them once again. The revenue is projected to come in around $79 to $80 billion. That's plus almost an 80% growth rate. Almost all of that coming from their data center revenue, roughly about $73.5 billion. Adjusted gross margin expected to come in at about 75%. Operating expenses at $7.19 billion, and adjusted EPS, that bottom line number, the street right now looking on average for about 1.78 there on the nose. And this, of course, becomes a story because of everything that NVIDIA touches and how it goes. Maybe it goes to the rest of the market. Those numbers now crossing the wire, and it looks like a beat on the bottom line. First quarter adjusted EPS coming in at $1.87 here. Remember, this is their fiscal first quarter. that just ended in April. Their fiscal first quarter revenue, $81.62 billion, above the street estimates of 79.19, adjusted gross margin of 75%. Here's your second quarter forecast. The company says look for revenue.
All right, NVIDIA's down for now. It's got a hold down here if you're bearish. Okay, so that's it for me. I'm out of here. Have a good one. We'll see you tomorrow. Ciao. Look for a bounce.